officer of the National Council of Churches, and just back from the World Council of Churches in Geneva, Switzerland. She comes today to lead these faith leaders in this moral framing and grounding. Welcome, Reverend Owens.
Today, my friends, faith leaders from so many religious traditions stand in solidarity with those who are impacted by poverty, ecological devastation, militarism, lack of health care, and the distorted narrative of religious nationalism. No matter how you call the holy, all of our sacred texts compel us to create a world in which there is enough for us all. The Poor People's Campaign is a moral call for national revival, a national call to moral revival, and we stand in the tradition of prophets of old as prophets in this time to call our country to account. We cannot simply preach or read from sacred texts and not join with others to demand action. We cannot simply gather in our houses of worship or offer only thoughts and prayers when people all around us are suffering and dying. So now is the time for action. Now is the time to join together as this movement for wholeness and justice. For silence is betrayal of all that we believe and hold dear. To be silent is to make hypocrisy of the faiths we profess. And so now we hear the leaders of our faiths. We join together today as moral leaders from across religious traditions to call the nation to mourn, repent, and reconstruct how it treats poor and low-wealth people.
From across a nation with unprecedented wealth, that continues to legislate evil and ignore the least of these.
Thank you, Bishop Buddy. I'm Sheila Katz, CEO of National Council of Jewish Women. Shabbat Shalom. We gather on these streets in the spirit of the prophet Amos, who declared, "Hate evil and love good, and establish justice in the public square."
Good morning. I'm Sonsiris, Lorisha Sonsiris Efuntayo from Ileyemu in Brooklyn. Look at me, you might know it also as Santeria tradition, Afro-Cuban. And for today, I would like to share these words. We raise our voices with love and we raise it with lament. We raise it with praise and we raise it with protest. We raise it with truth-telling and we raise it with prophetic witness. Amen and Ashe.
Assalamu alaikum, greetings of peace. Your brother Imam Saf Academic from the Islamic Society of North America. We heed the charge from the Holy Quran. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kunu qawwamina bil qist. O you who have believed, be persistent, standing firm in justice, witnesses for God. Surah An-Nisa, the chapter on the woman, chapter 4, 1 verse 35.
William H. Lamar IV of the African Methodist Episcopal tradition, pastor of the Metropolitan Church here in Washington, D.C. We embody the words of the prophet Isaiah. We learn to do right. We seek justice. We defend the oppressed. We take up the cause of the vulnerable, and we plead the case of the poor. Amen and Ashe.
Namaskaram, my name is Nikhil. I'm here on behalf of Hindus for Human Rights and Sadhana Coalition of Progressive Hindus. We declare truth and love in the name of all that which is holy. God, Allah, Great Spirit, Brahma, and all those too sacred to voice.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Charles Rhodes, the Fellowship of Affirming Ministries. Our sacred teachings insist everybody in and nobody out. And when we lift from the bottom, everybody rises.
Amen. 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 The Reverend Karen Brow, serving at Luther Place Church in Washington, D.C., and Evangelical Lutheran Church in America. God demands justice and fair dealing, reads the Holy Quran.
Shane Claiborne from Red Letter Christians. Jesus says, if we don't care for the least of these, then we don't really love God, and we stand under God's judgment.
Amen. Bernard Richardson, Howard University's Rankin Chapel. The prophet Micah reminds us, God has told you, O mortal, what is good. But what does the Lord require of you but to do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God?
I am Sister Anne-Marie Miller from the Sisters of Mercy of the Americas. And in the Catholic social teaching, the holy words of Deuteronomy are clear. Justice, justice shall you pursue.
Reverend Jimmy Hawkins for the Presbyterian Church USA, the Advocacy Director for the Presbyterian Ministry of the United Nations, and the Washington Office of Public Witness. As James' epistle reminds, the workers you have used and abused cry out against the unjust. Their cries have reached the ears of God.
I'm Sandy Sorensen with the United Church of Christ, Washington, D.C. Public Policy Advocacy Office. Therefore, in this world of abundance, not scarcity, we cry out, there is enough for everyone's need. But there is not enough for such corporate greed.
Namaste. Reverend Abhijan Amanchi, Cedar Lane Unitarian Universalist Church in Bethesda and Unitarian Universalist Association. As we correct the earth, we hurt the spirit that binds us all. When we violate the river, the soil, the mountain and tree, we violate the sources of life that God provided for all, not just a select few.
Joyce Ajluni from the American Friends Service Committee. We are the Quakers. We lament a nation addicted to a war economy. Too many in the nation's seats of power are guided by domination, violence, and division. And we yearn a nation and a world guided by love, by justice and unity.
Reverend Adam Russell Taylor, President of Sojourners. We're an ecumenical Christian organization committed to peace and justice. We join together in prayer for the entire world with our hearts and our feet.
I'm Frederick Douglass Haynes III, Senior Pastor of Friendship West Baptist Church in Dallas, Texas, co-chair of the Samuel DeWitt Proctor Conference. In the face of systemic racism, we declare that silence is betrayal. In the face of poverty, we declare that silence is betrayal. In the face of ecological devastation, we declare that silence is betrayal. In the face of militarism and a war-based economy, we declare that silence is betrayal. In the face of a lack of health care, we declare that silence is betrayal. In the face of a distorted moral narrative of religious nationalism, we declare that silence is betrayal. In the face of death because of poverty, silence is betrayal.
Reverend Maba Jonas, United Church of Christ, I bring greetings as the chaplain of Goucher College in Baltimore, Maryland. From the truth of our humanity and born from the lips of our many prophets, teachers, and sages, we solemnly commit to doing justice, to loving one another, and to striving until victory is ours.
Reverend Dolimar Lebron Malavé, the United Methodist Church, representing the People's Church in East Harlem, New York, and Associate Director of IFCO Pastors for Peace. Today we pray for the elders that are still with us, for the children birthed in this movement now. We pray to the Holy One and to the ones of infinite name and reach.
Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom. This is a beautiful day, Bishop Barber. You love it when I do the Hebrew. It's a day that God has given us because the God who is above is here with us on earth with the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival. We, all of us faith leaders, like the ones before us, are now the ones that we have been waiting for. We will raise our cry and we will call for change because nothing less would be a betrayal of our sacred commitment. Let us all say, Amen. Shabbat Shalom.
Let us all say amen. Let us all say shalom. Let us all say assalamu alaikum. Let us all say thank you. And now at this time, there's a powerful group of young people who said, listen, we don't want to be on the side of the movement, we're in the movement, and they are coming with a special drama presentation, Let America Be America Again. Give it up for them. Let's celebrate everybody. And I should have said something not so young, but just young in spirit.
Those are the marshals. Would you make sure that the band in the back ceases to play so that it won't infect what's going on here? Those marshals in the back, tell them we have one band on stage. Amen. Let's go.
Let America be America. Let it be the pioneer on the plane.
Folks, as you can see, we're here at this mass assembly. There are folks literally going down Pennsylvania now. To my right is the U.S. Capitol. We literally are right across from the Department of Justice. Folks, again, are gathered here with their signs. A new unsettling force. Everybody rises forward together, not one step back. This event has been planned for quite some time by the Poor People's Campaign, led by Reverend Dr. William J. Barber and Reverend Liz Theo Harris, folks from all walks of life in this country. Reverend Barber has consistently talked about the importance of low-wage workers, poor workers, and what really is going on here in this country. The Biden administration, and we're going to play an interview a little bit later with Reverend Barber. I talked to him before the march. They talked about how the failure of the Biden administration to meet with the Poor People's Campaign, meet with low-wage affected workers. They want the policies of this administration, the policies of this Congress to impact the poor. Quite interesting here, there's a significant contrast. If this weekend, Ralph Reed, who is a white conservative evangelical, has his Faith in Freedom conference taking place at the same time. Donald Trump spoke at that particular event. You would be hard-pressed to find the poor being talked about at Ralph Reed's conference. If you want to understand real Christians, if you want to understand those who truly follow Jesus, I think you can look at the difference between Ralph Reed's so-called Faith and Freedom Conference and this particular gathering here. Just a moment ago, you had the efforts being led by clergy from all around the country. They actually opened this event up. And so that's an important distinction for folks to remember when we're talking about what is happening in this country, how we have too many evangelicals, white conservative evangelicals who have forgotten the poor, who don't talk about the poor, who don't bring them up. It's not a part of their agenda. They are more focused, if you will, on Republican policies, more aligned with the Chamber of Commerce than they are with Jesus. And so, so again, they got lots of signs out here. You see Reverend Barber asking them to lower those signs. They've got more than 500 buses that are coming in. And so, again, people literally are all along Pennsylvania, and they still are coming. And so you see right here, this live look right here of those assembled here for this mass poor peoples and low-wage workers assembly.
Except for the state sign. Except for the state sign. If you have a state sign, you can hold it up. In a moment, we're all going to be lifting our placards together in your hands.
And so Reverend Barber just asked him to lift the state signs, and we can see right now California, Washington State, we can see Kansas, North Carolina, Illinois, Florida. I'm trying to look, I can't see all the way down, but I'm seeing some of the other signs as well.
All right. There we go. That's what we want folks to see. Issue. Thank you so much. We still got signs up in the back. Can y'all hear me back there? All right. We need your signs down. The ones that are carrying on the stick signs. Bring those down and pick up a placard. Bring the stick signs down and pick up a placard. Well, you know every movement's got a rhythm. And every movement's got a sound. And this band is made up of more than 50 impacted people, poor and low wealth, that says as long as we fight, they'll sing. And as long as they sing, we'll fight. It's the baddest choir that's out here because it's a choir about the movement, and we want to bring it on now, led by Sharon, led by Yara Allen, led by Dr. Bell, led by Freddie Green, the Street Genie, and the other members of the band. Come on, y'all. Let's have a little rhythm out here.
denied. Oh, look at the people. Look at the people. Look at the people. Look at the people. Look at all the people they deny. Oh, look at the people. Oh, look at the people. Look at the people. Look at all the people they deny. Just look. Look at all the people they deny. Just look. Look at all the people they deny. Just look. Look at all the people they deny. Just look. Look at all the people they deny. Look at the people. Look at the people. Look at the people. Look at all the people they Look at the people denied. Look at the people they denied. Look at the people denied. Look at the people they denied. We the people they denied. We the people they denied. We're
something nobody else did. No, we connect the movements. Now to connect the movements with a symbolic flame of connecting all the movements of the past to the movement now is Reverend Nelson Johnson and his wife Joyce Johnson from the Beloved Center. Would you come at this time?
Elder, you, elder, you, elder, lift up the light, sharing the light. I am Nelson Johnson. We are elders, 79 years and still working. We elders, all right, hail from the South and the cool North. We are elders of Middle America, all over this nation. We bring the tradition of struggle from the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and that great movement of leaders from the 60s. Lift up the light, youth, elder.
Hi, Reverend Bonner. We've been talking about this for a long time. Been running promos and tweeting all about it.
My name is Abigail
For folks who don't understand.
Hi,
Reverend Bonner. We've been talking.
with y'all. So glad. From Maine to Miami, from the far west of California to Washington, D.C., we are Generation X, Y, Z, and beyond. We built on the Black Liberation Movement, and we made it into the Black Lives Matter movement. Youth, elder, youth, elder, youth, elder.
I'm Joyce Hobson Johnson. I'm 75 years old. We elders bring the great traditions of struggle from SNCC, the Black Panther Party, the Young Lords, SCLC, CORE, the AFL-CIO, the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, and from thousands and thousands of organizations and individuals whose names you will never know, yet you do know. We bring to you the fierce determination of that elderly sister from the Montgomery bus boycott in 1955, who after walking for months declared that my feet is tired,
Amen. Amen.
but my soul is happy.
Amen.
Lift up the light, share the light. Elders, youth, elder, youth, elder, youth, elder.
My name is Nelson Johnson. I am 13 years old. We youth bring a broad and growing diversity in these new days. We will bring new ways, always respecting that way over which we have come, watered with the blood of our mothers and fathers. We will stretch across systems and culturally imposed lines of division as we strive to build a more powerful people's unity that can shape these United States and build a more perfect union. Lift up the light, sharing the light. Elders, youth, elders, youth, elders, elders.
joy. And so because many of you, even as you come here today to share your pain, and you've been through so much, we want to take a moment and I want to ask you, whatever you need to do in your own way to be thankful to God, thankful to the divine spirit of the universe. But in this moment, we want to take a moment to say, for every mountain, for every mountain, for every racism, for every hurt, for every injustice that God ever brought us through, we will always give God praise.
Got so much to thank God for. So many wonderful blessings and so many open doors. A brand new mercy.
folks, one of the things that we have to understand, music played an integral part of the Black freedom movement. There were numerous folks who would be in prisons. They would be on mass marches, and they would be singing. That was a huge, huge thing. In fact, remember when I interviewed Ambassador Andrew Young, he said one of the things that he wished Black Lives Matter had done was actually embrace music. That's one of the things that he talked about. There are a number of people who are here. There are activists. There are elected officials, others as well. In a second, I'm going to talk to Mondale Robinson, who just got elected mayor in a rural part of North Carolina, beating a long-term incumbent. So we're going to talk to him in a second. We'll be talking to Reverend Mark Thompson as well. Of course, Mark was with us in Austin when the Poor People's Campaign had their voting rights march there. So we chatted with him as well. And so, again, there just are a number of folks who are here who have come together to bring attention on the poor and low-wage workers in this country. So we certainly look forward to that, being able to talk to him about that. And so over the course of the next several hours, you'll see us amplifying these issues. Let's do this here. Before the march began, we had an opportunity to talk to Reverend Dr. William J. Barber. So if we have that interview ready, let's go ahead. And actually, let's do this right here. We're going to play that in a second. I'm going to sit here and talk with Mondale Robinson right here. And so, Mondale, take a seat right here. So, Mondale, first and foremost, let folks know, first, you've been active in Democratic politics, but then you decided recently to run for political office.
Yeah, man, I got tired of a couple things. One, people acting like rural America is only white America, when I know in the South, 30% of the rural population is black people. And then also, I'm tired of hearing people say that, there's no space for progressive politics in rural spaces. So I decided to go back home in Hinfield, North Carolina, and run for office on the most progressive platform in North Carolina of anybody running this year.
So what city was it?
It's the town is called Enfield.
Okay. How many people? And for folks who don't know, what is it near?
Okay. Yeah. The easy way to explain Enfield is it's 45 minutes northeast of Raleigh and about an hour south of Richmond, Virginia.
Got it.
So right down that border as soon as you cross 95. And it's about 3,000 people in the town.
And so you ran against an incumbent?
I ran against an incumbent. And we didn't just beat that incumbent, Roland. We beat him by 56 percentage points. We got 76% of the vote. Running a platform, talking about universal basic income, talking about how we talk about not defunding, but definitely cutting back funds for police departments, and also doing other things like creating free housing for people who are suffering.
Now, this particular town here, what's the racial makeup?
It's 95% black.
Got it. Yeah. You talk about, so 95% black, and lay out your message and lay out what you said to them that others say can't work in rural America.
Yeah, so first of all, we didn't respond to any of the opponent was a Republican. We didn't respond to any of the talking points, the critical race theory, all of that. None of that mattered to me. All I wanted to talk about.
You also didn't have news conferences where you had law enforcement up there, so you don't scare people to say, "Oh my goodness, he's all about law and order." Because that's it. Look, I've already heard that criticism of the campaign of Sherry Beasley and Val Demings, that coming out of the gate, this whole focus on not wanting to scare people that about law enforcement. I said, when you do that, you're playing on defense. You're playing their game.
And you're absolutely right. Not only are you playing defense, though, Roland, you're also trying to get a base that you're never going to get, or a vote that you're never going to get. Those white voters you're trying to turn on by not frightening them about law and order, you're going to lose black voters at the account. We Democrats need to get comfortable with the idea that we're never going to get more than 24% of white voters anymore, as long as we're advocating for policies that benefit the entire Big Ten. Until we're comfortable with that, we're going to lose races we don't have to lose. What we need to do is figure out ways we turn out the 45-50% of black men who don't normally vote. And that's not a critique of black men. That's a critique of the transactional way we play politics. So having talking points about critical race theory, about law and order, and how many people you locked up when you were in your last position, that's not a message for black people. Black people aren't talking about these gun rights right now. What we are talking about is economic issues. What we are talking about is how people are bragging about how great the economy doing, and black men still at near double-digit unemployment rates. You're invisibling black men and keeping them away from the polls, making them not interested in this.
And so, so you laid this agenda out, and clearly the people responded.
They did, man. And not only did they respond in voting, because you and I both know voting is not revolutionary. Electing somebody to office is not revolutionary. Unelecting an incumbent is revolutionary, right? When you're not doing what you're supposed to do. But what is we went from 10 to 15 white people at the board meeting every month to now having 40, 50 young black folk at the poll. We had more young voters vote for me.
Wait a minute, hold on.
There, brother.
In a town that's 95% black?
Yeah. Only the white people were showing up to the meetings.
And see, now that was one of the things that I talked about this week on the show. And in fact, I gave a Juneteenth speech on Thursday. When I challenged the audience and I said, guys, I covered city council. I covered county government. I saw how the sausage was made. My parents were co-founders of a civic club in Houston. And so I remember being 10, 11, 12, 13, going to city council meetings, going to county commissioners meeting, going to state legislature. What I keep telling people is that voting is the end of one process, it's the beginning of another. We can't just say, well, I did my part, I elected them. No, we've got to show up at the school board meeting, the city council meeting, the county board meeting, show up at those places, and so people see and feel our presence. I said, because the other folks are. And that is stunning, what you just said, in a town that's 95% black. It was 10 to 15 white folks showing up and no black folks.
Yeah, and also showed in past elections, Roland. Some people had been in the town their whole life. 50, 60-year-old people had never been in the town. They were astonished at how rude and how brazen this white mayor was in this town. But he became mayor because nobody voted in their last election. We got a white Republican commissioner in a town that's 95% black because nobody's voting. But all of the 100 white people that are voting every election.
But also not just because no one was voting. Reverend Barber and I talked earlier. We're going to play this interview in a second. He said no one talked to them.
Absolutely.
He said no one ever knocked on their door.
Absolutely. So I tell people all the time, when I say people aren't voting, it's not a critique of the voter. We don't critique customers that buy Pepsi. Coca-Cola just try to figure out how to win those voters. The Democratic Party is failing black people because they're not actually talking to black people. And when they are, they're talking at them with some message that came from a white consultant in D.C. So what we did was we spent a lot of time listening to these voters before we even started talking about what our platform would look like.
So with that, have you heard from any of those so-called Democratic strategists? Have you heard from other folks in North Carolina? Because in the last election, Tom Tillis did around 15-18% among African Americans, also with black men. And this is the man who was the architect of the voter suppression law there in North Carolina. I keep saying the only way Sherry Beasley is going to win in North Carolina is that they're going to have to not just focus on Raleigh, Durham, and Charlotte. They have got to do far better in rural North Carolina.
Yeah, and we should be clear about this. I took my shades off because I'm passionate about this. We have left rural North Carolina. Most of the plantations were in the eastern part of the state, which is all rural spaces. It's 7 majority black counties out there. And what happens is Democratic parties put resources in eastern North Carolina, but what they call eastern North Carolina is Raleigh and Durham. There's a unique set of problems people east of Raleigh and Durham that people in Raleigh and Durham are not suffering through. And as long as we continue, we don't have to win in rural spaces, but we have to lose better.
You have to close the margin. You can't lose 90-10, 80-20, 70-30. You lose 65-35, 60-40. That's the piece. That's how Democrats also lose in Texas. Republicans roll up major numbers in other parts of the state. And so that puts more pressure on you to turn out big in your major cities.
Absolutely. That's why Texas is one of our green states. We are in the 31 most eastern counties in Texas. Every day, all day, every year talking to black men. Even though it's only 66,000 black men in those counties, I know if those brothers turn out, more than 60% of those brothers haven't voted in 5 consecutive federal elections. And that ain't their fault. The Democratic Party has no infrastructure out there. Organizations that say they care about black people have no infrastructure out there. So we're out there trying to get these brothers to go to the poll, not saying that voting is revolutionary, once again, but it is a tool that we can't continue to leave in our toolbox because there's so much plaguing us.
Here's what's interesting. So someone here said, Valencia Marks, what are we getting for voting Democrat? High inflation, housing, gas, food crisis, open board, etc. Well, first of all, that's a lie, because the reality is a party, Republican or Democrat, has nothing to do with gas prices
at all.
These people keep, because here's what people don't understand, and we've broken this down on the show. We had a surplus of gas during COVID. Nobody was driving, and guess what? Gas prices were very low. Well, they cut production. So then when it began to open up, we used the surplus. Now we're running from behind because production had been closed. Now they're trying to ramp it up. There are 9,000 drilling permits that have been approved by the government the gas company is not using. So Valencia, you're lying.
Yeah,
you're literally lying.
Yeah.
And then you talk about housing. I showed this stat. For the last several decades, we built on average 20 million homes in each decade. In the last decade, America built 5.8 million homes. Last decade, Valencia, the last time we built that fewer homes was in the 1930s.
Oh wow.
So all these people again with these stupid talking points, blaming you again. The last decade, 5.8 million homes. So the reason we have a housing crisis is because we haven't built.
Yep. More people, less houses. And I also should add to what you're saying because it is a lie. And I'm glad you said it frankly because we allow silliness like what this talking point is to become part of our national conversation when we should just be direct. Also, the largest oil producer in the world went to war. A war of aggression against Ukraine. So that also has a problem and something to do with the fact that we're paying these high prices for gas. And inflation is not an American problem. We have inflation going on across the country. Across the world.
Every industrialized nation in the world right now has high inflation.
Absolutely.
France, Germany.
Absolutely.
I mean, we can go on and on and on. So yeah, this ain't an American thing. And again, it's the folk who fall for the okie doke, who also these same folks who don't want to own up to Trump and the Republicans when they came in. They blew up the deficit with their spending as well. We talked about yesterday where the United States Senate wants to give the Defense Department $45 billion more dollars, even above what Biden is asking for. And I'm like, wait a minute, I'm sorry. It's been escalating. I remember, and I pulled the story up, when they signed the John McCain bill, the budget was $716 billion. Now the Senate wants to sign a bill that's $870+ billion.
Right.
I'm like, really?
Right.
But then we can't afford other programs.
We can't afford other programs. I think what people forget is we have the capacity to afford everything we need to. We just choose not to.
Again, one of the things that Reverend Barber's been talking about has been the Biden administration's refusal to meet with them. They want to meet with him and Reverend Liz Theo Harris. He said, no, we want you to meet with low and affected workers. And in fact, right now he's talking about a woman in Alabama who died because of health care. Let's quickly go to the stage and we'll come back.
On this land where our First Nation brothers and sisters lived free. We come here from every corner because there are unnecessarily 140 poor and low-wealth people in this country. That's 43% of the nation, 52% of our children, 66 million white people, 26 million black people, 60.9% of black people, 68% of Latinos and natives, and more than 60% of Asians who are entangled in the unjust weed of poverty and bound up by the interlocking realities of systemic racism, voter suppression, refusal to pay a living minimum wage, bad tax policy, ecological devastation, denial of health care, inequitable educational opportunity, the war economy, and the false moral narrative of religious nationalism. Here we are today. This level of poverty and greed in this, the richest nation in the history of the world, constitutes a moral crisis and a fundamental failure of the policies of greed. These numbers and interlocking injustices are not just about debates between right and left and moderate. No, this language and categories are too puny for what we face. They represent a crisis of democracy, a shared failure to center poor and low-wealth people, the very people who are the greatest moral leaders and survivors in our society and the true bellwether of our well-being. But there is something else that is even more grotesque. The regressive policies which produce 140 million poor and low-wealth people are not benign. They are forms of policy murder. We know that prior to the pandemic, poor people died at a rate of 700 people a day, 250,000 a year. Poor people have been 2 to 5 times more likely to die from COVID during this pandemic so far. And we know this can't simply be explained away by vaccination results. It's related to the discrimination in our policies toward poor and low-wealth people. On Monday of this week, the National Academy of Science said more than 330,000 lives could have been saved during the pandemic if we had simply had a policy of universal health care for all people. A policy which is a human right that should never be connected to your job, but always connected to your humanity. Because many of the people you see here today know these realities, know this pain, this injustice, and this death from personal experience. We knew that we must gather here. We must have, over and over again, a moral meeting in these streets. We are not unlike our forerunners who sought to mend every flaw of this nation. The abolitionists, those who fought against lynching, those who have stood for families, those who have stood for labor rights, those who have stood for civil rights and women's rights and LGBTQ rights and the right for women to control their own bodies, those who have stood for peace in the time of war, those who have demanded that children be treated right, and those who have demanded just immigration policies in a nation full of immigrants. All of these people have come to these same streets to openly expose the moral crises throughout our history. This sacred moral procession has been required at various points in our history to exorcise the demons of greed and hate and racism in our society. They have all recognized that there comes a time we must have a moral meeting, and such is this moment now. This is why we are here, and we won't be silent anymore. We come to this mass Poor People's Low-Wage Workers Assembly and Moral March on Washington and to the polls because we must meet this moment. We must meet in the streets. We must meet at the ballot box. We must meet at the political suites of this nation. We have to cry loud from the pulpits and the public square. And we know we're on solid ground from which to raise our critique. Our great moral and constitutional traditions, they give us solid ground to declare that we must establish justice and ensure equal protection under the law for all people. We know that when the nation is moving away from the principles of life, liberty, justice, the pursuit of happiness for all people, and there's been a long train of abuses, and the nation has become more profitable for a few and less perfect for others, we must correct the nation, and we can't be silent anymore. We know that our greatest moral traditions in Scripture call us to stand up, call us to mourn and refuse to be quiet. Is it not Isaiah that said, "Woe unto those who legislate evil and rob the poor of their rights and make women and children their prey"? Holy Scripture from every place calls us to repentance in a time of crisis. From Amos to Isaiah to the Gospels of Jesus, we are told we must gather a remnant of people who are willing to cry in the public square. We know that there are moments when in the anointing we must declare good news to the poor and recovery of sight to the blind. We must remind every nation that no matter how great she claims her gross domestic product is, or how powerful her military is, every nation is under divine judgment until they fully care and fully love for the least of these, the hungry, the outcast, and the left out. And we know that every religious tradition, from Judaism to Islam to Unitarianism, not only believe the divine moral of the universe exists, but moves us by the Spirit to bend the moral law with the weight of our nonviolent actions. Today, make no mistake, America, we are determined to bend the moral law right here once again in America. We are resolved not to stop until we no longer have to fight. We are resolved not to stop until we no longer have breath to breathe or strength to give. We are the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, and together with our allies, we won't be silent anymore. We are not here to beg, but to demand. What we're demanding is not radical, it's simply right. We've come to put a face and a voice on these numbers of poverty, to show that behind them, inside them, are real people and real lives. They are us, we are them, and we won't be silent anymore. The very fact that these realities exist means, Dr. West, that we are engaged in a moment that is constitutionally inconsistent, morally indefensible, politically insensitive, economically insane. As the great prophet of the Harlem Renaissance declared, we must take back our mighty land again. America has never been America to me, but we swear this oath that America will be. We must say with our bodies, with our voices, with our organizing, with our preaching, with our standing, even with our suffering and our sacrifices, that we won't be silent or unseen or unheard anymore. As long as there are 140 million poor and low-wealth people in this country, and we know it doesn't have to be this way, we won't be silent anymore. As long as there are 87 million people who are uninsured or underinsured, and everybody in the Congress gets free health insurance while they vote against us to have the same thing, we won't be silent anymore. As long as caving to the lobbying of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, 49 Republicans and 2 Democrats refused to vote fairly and denied 32 million people just last year a $15 an hour minimum living wage, we won't be silent anymore. As long as we know this nation will never really deal with inflation and recession until she does right by the poor and low wealth of this country. As long as we have the hypocrites and their audacity to call people essential workers during the pandemic and then treat them like they're expendable when it comes to health care and wages. As long as 2 Democrats and 4 Republicans block child income tax credits, lift folk up for a few months out of poverty, and then drop them right back to hell in poverty, we won't be silent anymore. As long as people keep asking, how much will it cost? Rather than ask the real cost question, how much does it cost for things to stay like they are? As long as there are the lies of scarcity and the lies we don't know what to do, as long as we have the stealing of native lands and unjust immigration, as long as your health and your income can be determined by who you love, as long as people go to bed hungry, as long as millions of our neighbors are homeless or facing homelessness, as long as 4 million people can get up every morning and buy unleaded gas and can't buy unleaded water, as long as our military spends twice as much as Iran, Iraq, Russia, and North Korea combined, and we know that just 10% of that bloated military budget could provide health care and public education, we won't be silent anymore. As long as 55 million people are facing voter suppression, let us be clear, we are not simply here for a day. This assembly is to declare the full commitment of a fusion coalition. If you didn't know America, you better ask somebody. We are black, we are brown, we are native, we are Latino, we are Asian, we're young, we're old, we're gay, we're straight, we're trans, we're independent, we're from California to the Carolinas, from Massachusetts to Mississippi, from Georgia to the Great Lakes, from the Apache lands to Alabama to Appalachia, from Montana to Missouri, from Alaska to Arkansas, and we ain't going nowhere. Now is the time for a third Reconstruction. We are the rejected, who've been rejected by the politics of trickle-down economics and rejected by neoliberalism. 150 years ago, black and poor whites built the first Reconstruction. Over 50 years ago, black and white people and Latinos joined people of faith and followed the prophetic servant leader, Martin Luther King, and took on racism, poverty, and militarism, and a second Reconstruction. But now is our time for a third Reconstruction. We are not an insurrection, but we are a resurrection. And this is the day that the Lord hath made. This is the day that the stones that the builders rejected are coming together to be the cornerstone of a new reality. And so make no mistake, from the State House to the Congress to the White House, this is no one day on and one day off. This is a movement until children are protected, until sick folk are healed, until low-wage workers are paid, until immigrants are treated fairly, until affordable houses are provided, until the atmosphere, the land, and the water are protected, until saving the world and diplomacy and living in peace is more important than blowing up the world. We won't be silent anymore. If we've got
got to march, we'll march. If we've got to engage in nonviolent direct action, we'll engage. If we've got to give more attention with the media, we'll do it. If we have to ask workers to make election day a labor strike day, as long as God is God, as long as politicians are hurting the people that God wants healed, we say to America, you have made a promise. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. What a day that will be. But until then, this promise is non-negotiable, and we won't be silent or unseen or unheard anymore.
William J. Barber. So let me explain to you what Reverend Barber wanted to do. Normally when you look at these mass marches, you have all of these other speakers, and then they set it up as the main speaker with this large speech. He purposely chose not to do that. He said I talked to him before. He said he did not want to do that. He wanted to give his speech early on because one of the things that he has said in this particular effort, they don't want this whole deal as this sort of seminal figure, this one figure. It's designed to elevate the voices of the affected. So what's going to happen is a little bit later, you're going to actually hear poor and low-wage workers on that stage. And so he wanted to speak early on to sort of frame this event for all those who are following. A lot of other folks, it's about the ego of building up, and then all of a sudden they come in and give this final large speech where all the attention is on them. And Reverend Dr. William J. Barber said that's not what he wanted to do. And so powerful words there as he sort of laid the foundation for what this day is all about. We're going to go back to talking to Mondale Robinson, the activist and also now a newly elected mayor. When do you get sworn in? It's June 21st. What you heard Reverend Barber say there, he laid out the agenda, and I love what he said, that on election day, make it a labor strike.
Yes. I think election day should be a day off work anyway, should be a national holiday. I feel like we already vote on Tuesday, which is an outdated idea anyway. We're no longer farmers, and we don't need a day to travel to city center to vote. So I think the fact that it's not a national holiday serves one purpose, and that's to keep so many people out of the voting booth. But I think what Reverend Dr. Barber said that was so powerful and moving to me was the fact that reminding people that this is not the first second, but the third Reconstruction.
Right.
Third Reconstruction. That's something to think about if you understand history and what happened in the second Reconstruction, and definitely what happened in the first one.
Well, and I've been using that a lot on the show as well. I was talking to John Hope Bryant, same thing. I said this is really the language we should be using, because we talk about reconstruction. You talk about, yes, reconstructing the nation, redefining our public policy, what our priorities are, what we invest our money in, and we talked about a little bit earlier. What I really want our people to do is to understand that our properly demanded. What if you demand it of them? And then how do you then get in their face and say, this is how we're going to penalize you? What you talked about, y'all threw out an incumbent. Absolutely. And that to me is what drives me crazy when I hear people say, well, what have we gotten? What have we gotten? I have seen what happens when people show up and they put pressure. I've said to alphas and deltas and AKAs, I said we should be going to mobilizing, going to everyone. And you imagine what happens when 100 men walk in black and gold, in purple and gold, in blue and white, coming in, in their colors, and then the sororities, and then Eastern Star, then Prince Hall Mason, and the Links, and all of these organizations. They're going to be saying, okay, who them people? Why they here? And I said, now imagine if we then rotate. Okay, y'all take the city council, y'all take the county meeting this month, y'all take the school board meeting this month, and then the black community at large who's not in the organizations will finally say, oh, now we see y'all and see what y'all doing.
Yeah.
That's mobilization organization.
Yeah. I think we are obligated in the black community to use every entity that's already organized to change what's happening and how politics play. I always cringe when I hear black people say, what are our leaders going to do for us? That's not, if you're asking that question, you've already failed. You're turning over your fate to someone else. Tell your leaders what they need to be leading.
When in fact most of those people belong to entities, so they should be asking that question in the meeting.
Immediately.
What are we doing? Look, I had somebody send some tweet. Did they invite the Boule to the Poor People's Campaign? I'm in the Boule. I'm here.
I love it.
So again, that's one of those dumbass lines we just sort of threw out. What the Boule doing? Again, I'm here, and when I'm in the Boule meeting, I'm saying, what we doing? See, so that's why when people throw this stuff, it's silly to me. The real deal, it's a lot of us who belong to groups who want to stay safe and only stay in our walls. That's just the real deal.
I'm glad you said it, brother, because, I mean, that's a dangerous position to take. I'm not saying nothing's going to happen to you physically, but, people get upset that you said that. And that's the fact. So many black people in our space are comfortable.
Yes.
And they're not willing to sacrifice their comfort for the Poor People's Campaign or the platform of the. So I think what happens is we owe it to our people, all of us in our position, to say, okay, I don't need an invitation to be on stage,
right?
To understand that I need to be here.
There you go.
I don't need an invitation to be a speaker, but I still need to be
there.
There
you go.
So
well, that's why for me, when I look at all these so-called new black media people, legacy black media people, I'm being perfectly honest, y'all. This is the media riser. If these cameras were on us, so for everybody to understand, there's media right here. There's media that's below us. As I look down here, I don't see a whole bunch of other black media. I'm talking about again, you got Urban One, all the Radio One stations, TV One, Black Enterprise, Essence, Blavity, The Griot. We can go on and on. Again, where are they? So therefore, what are folks covering? That to me is also part of the problem, because we're not properly informing our audience. And for me, that's why I don't cover no health and beauty stuff. I ain't covering all the entertainment, that gossip stuff. This is the kind of stuff that we got to be telling our people about, so they understand the issues.
As we sit in the midst of the third Reconstruction.
Right.
And I didn't even think about what you said and all of those organizations that you named, and I would say the Root too. And
all of them.
It's unbelievable that I looked down when you said that, and none of them here. So what
and
are
again,
they covering?
Again,
what
so
are they
look,
covering?
if they are here circulating, I want to actually see it. But here's the other deal. Even if they're not here, why aren't they running the Poor People's Campaign feeds on their social media, on the digital platforms? And so you don't actually have to do what we did, bring in our cameras and lights and everything. You can easily grab that RTMP key and the stream key. I'm just, again, this is the issue that I have when we talk about our entities. Who's actually there speaking to the actual issues? And see, when I got the folks out there who are the haters, who love doing videos about what I'm saying, I'm like, but y'all ain't showing up.
Right.
Yeah, you ain't on the ground, and that's part of the deal. I think that what has to happen is we have to be willing to challenge ourselves. We want to challenge everybody else, and we've got to challenge ourselves to do more.
Absolutely, and I think we and I tell people all the time, this is the reason the iPhone was the greatest, and this is not an advertisement for Apple, but the reason the iPhone was the greatest invention since the combustible engine is because Steve Jobs gave the world what we needed and didn't know we needed, right? I feel like as long as media companies are feeding us beauty stuff, gossip, Kim Kardashians of the world will continue to make more money, and black people will suffer because of it. I'm not saying that Kim Kardashian is the only thing that's going on in our community, but the media spend more time talking about that divorce than they do about issues like this.
There's I have had a complete ban on anything on my shows, Kardashian, since 2009.
That's smart, brother.
I don't care. I'm just like, my deal is, I ain't talking about it. Reality show contestants cannot come on my show.
Right.
Now, if they come on, if they're discussing a policy issue, they can come on and discuss that, but I'm not going to refer to their show.
Right.
See, again, this is the issue for me is, what are we feeding our minds? And what I keep saying is, black people are laughing ourselves to death. We're so focused on sports and entertainment, and we're locked into that. And that to me is a fundamental problem. And then we go, oh, I didn't know. Well, you didn't know because you were watching some bullshit over here versus feeding something. Y'all, just a few moments ago, a young brother, Tank Parker, if y'all go to my social media, he walked up to me. He was with his mom or dad, and he walked up to me and handed me some money if I bring the Funk Fan Club. He's watching the show. Yeah, he wasn't more than 9 or 10. And so I have other young kids that walk up to me. My mama watches the show. Your daddy watches the show. That's what I'm talking about. What mama and daddy watches, what mama and daddy reads, what mama and daddy listens to has a direct impact on what their children are listening to, reading, and watching. So when mama and daddy is informed on the issues, their children are informed. So now you have a person come 18, 19, 20 who ain't walking around clueless.
Right. And not only are they not clueless, they can't be hoodwinked, as Martin said. I think that's a powerful statement about this fact that we're so comfortable laughing, trying to pretend that our reality isn't what it is. And I also believe that this is why we have so many trash politicians that are elected, re-elected, and continually re-elected, even though they're not doing anything. I'm so over representation being enough. Just because you look like me, that's not enough. I mean, if you look like me and you're elected, you should be doing so much more. Anyway, I think the difference between you and a lot of people in the media, and I know you're not supposed to go to war with people with it, with a printer, but I'm telling the truth, is, I mean, people, how many people did what you did? You said, I'm done with this roller coaster that these white people keep trying to put me on, and you just went uncensored.
Well, and the thing though is, even when I was at CNN, I never left Black on Media.
Yeah, right. That's fact.
I never
left.
Fact. And that was the thing. People like, oh, you started wearing African outfits when you left CNN. Fool, I got married in one. 21 years ago.
Clearly, they didn't get the invitation.
Which predated CNN. Again, that's sort of the thing there. Mondale Robinson, y'all, gets sworn in on Tuesday, newly elected mayor in North Carolina. Man, we appreciate it. Keep speaking. And again, teaching these other people how you can win with a strong progressive policy in a rural state.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much for having me. It's always a pleasure being around you, brother.
I appreciate it, Mondale.
Peace.
Thanks a bunch. Folks, we've got some effective workers who are now speaking on stage right now. Let's go back to the Moral Assembly 2022 main stage.
You got a message across the screen from HR. I'm like, what's going on? That's like, you was away from your machine 20 minutes. I said, I went to the bathroom. I can't go to the bathroom? Pretty much they told me I can't go to the bathroom. You fired. Yes, they fire you for being off your machine. They call it TOT. That's time on task. That's why I'm here. I'm not giving up. That's why I'm here to fight. I need everybody. Everybody. We're going to do this.
Yes.
That's why I came from Alabama. We're going to do this. They tried to fire me on medical leave. I had
Give it up for
surgery
our dear sister.
last year.
Give it up.
I had a surgery last year on this arm. Guess what? I had another surgery in March
Give it up
this
for my
year.
sister so we can have our next sister to
It's
come.
still not well.
Go get it.
That's why I'm ready. Regardless of your race or nationality, we're going to fight.
All right. God bless you.
Forward together. My name is Kenny Alcocer. I'm with Unión de Vecinos and the Los Angeles Tenants Union. I am here today representing the California Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival. On Tuesday, June 14th, we got on a bus to be here with y'all today. Being here today was our duty, for on this bus, we are bringing with us our dead, 92,085 who have died from COVID. We are bringing 2.6 million undocumented folks from California, 18,000 immigrants that are on the border from Central America and Haiti that are seeking asylum. We are bringing the more than 1.5 million tenants that were not able to pay their rent and are facing evictions. We are bringing the more than 161,000 homeless folks in our communities. We are here today because we see that in Los Angeles and in this nation, there is no political will to finish poverty, systemic racism, ecological devastation, or the war economy. We are here to demand housing for all, rent forgiveness, adequate health care for all, a living wage with benefits, access to affordable and healthy food, to abolish ICE, to abolish the police. We are here to protect voting rights. We are here to fight for immigration reform. We are here. We are the poor and dispossessed, and we are here.
Yes.
We are here to say, solo el pueblo salva el pueblo. We are here, we are saying we will not be silenced anymore.
Yes. Stay up here with Liz. Stay up here. No, nobody stands alone. Get close to her.
Somebody's been hurting our people. It's gone on far too long, and we won't be silent anymore. Now, Washington, D.C., these yet to be United States, it does not have to be this way. This is not as good as it gets, America. Poverty is not inevitable. We cannot accept abandonment amidst abundance. And we will not go back to normal or business as usual, because normal is the stories we just heard. Normal is 140 million poor and low income. Normal is 700 people dying every day from poverty. Instead, our call, our response is fight poverty, not the poor.
That's right.
Fight poverty,
not the poor.
Fight poverty,
not the poor.
Our charge is to take away our poverty, not our children. Take away our poverty, not our children. We must proclaim everybody's got a right to live. Everybody's got a right to live. Everybody in, nobody out. Everybody in, nobody out. And we must show this nation that when we lift from the bottom, everybody rises. Because that is who we are. We're the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, a moral fusion movement of the poor and activists and all who will not stand for death, denial of health care, suppression of our votes, and everything of injustice that we're experiencing. We're here responding to these stories, lifting up the truth of our nation, putting faces and voices on immense injustice, but showing also where our hope really is. Hope comes from the bottom, from those most directly impacted by the profound evils of America. It's the poor, it's the low wage, it's the locked up, looked over and left out. It's those excluded and exploited who are the very social force who can change this society. Unsettle our complacency, organize a third reconstruction, and fully address poverty and low wages from the bottom up. So yes, America, we're here. We're poor. We're not going anywhere. We have come together. We will stay together. We will transform this nation from the bottom up.
Yes,
we'll break through that lie that poverty and death are the will of God. We'll break through that lie that some lives are more precious than others, that it's impossible for us to unite and organize, or that the rich and powerful are coming to save us. Because when we cry justice, when we cry power, when we organize from the grassroots, when we take bold action, it can be done.
Yes,
Si se puede. Forward together.
Not one step back.
Forward together.
Not one step back.
Forward together.
Not one step back. Give it up. Coming to the stage now from Washington, David Lee. From Massachusetts, Minister Savina Mark. From Georgia, Jamila Hill. And responding to these stories, none other than the Reverend Dr. Bernice King at this time. Would you all invite them all as they come?
Forward together! My name is David Lee. I'm a Korean-American immigrant, and I've been a substitute teacher for 8 years. And I'm currently a graduate student at Seattle University. Growing up, hearing the words alien, illegal, or go back to where you came from made me feel unwelcome in the United States. My parents, with English being their second language, also faced many discriminations in the United States. After 20 long years, my parents finally became a naturalized U.S. citizen. But even with their citizenship, my parents continue to struggle today. My father is 64 years old and is a sign builder with a meniscus tear on his knees. But because of our poor healthcare system, he has not been able to get his knees properly treated. My mother is 57 years old and works as a caregiver to assist with the bills. But because of my parents' financial debt, I do not know when they will be able to retire. Also, with the recent rise in Asian hate crimes, I have realized that regardless of my parents' immigration status, they are not safe in the United States. In response, I have heard our government advocate for the AAPI community. As a Korean American immigrant, I want to say to our leaders in government, true advocacy for the AAPI community begins by not only addressing the hate crimes, but by providing mental health resources and universal health care for poor and working class people. Student loan forgiveness for students like me who would like to pursue their dreams without being in debt. Finally, as a teacher, I want a better future and planet for our children by addressing gun violence and working together to solving our climate crisis. We are the Poor People's Campaign. We won't be silent anymore. We won't be silent anymore.
from Roxbury, Massachusetts. Poverty-related issues led me to this fight. It's a shame that in this nation I experienced social domestic violence of poverty. I served in the military. I had to fight years for my military benefits. In Massachusetts, we have over 85,000 veterans that have incomes below $35,000. This is the war on the poor. Domestic tranquility is not being secured. I felt cheated, thinking how this country would rather appropriate funds for national defense, having the power to declare war instead of providing funds to lift the load of systemic poverty. And this is wrong. A visible expression of homelessness or poverty is homelessness. That's not promoting the general welfare. It's promoting poverty. While the rich have a winter mansion and a summer home, I have no home. This is social violence in every form. No house, no health, and no hope equals death in the streets. The rich continue to exploit the poor. Unfair housing policies lock us out of affordable apartments. Rents are high and wages are too low.
Teach him.
We need to cancel the rents. This is why we are fighting. We may be homeless, but we are not helpless. This is why I am in this movement, the Poor People's Campaign. We are the hope of tomorrow. I am one of the 140 million. While vacant high-rise buildings sit empty, stomachs are empty. Where is the security and blessings of liberty, I ask? How can we go to church on Sunday and walk over a homeless person on Monday? No! We are the workers, and we are the people that built this country, and this is ours. And we won't be silent anymore.
Thank you, Sabina.
Forward together. My name is Jamel Hill, and I'm from Georgia. And I want to talk about the promised land. Abraham and Martin heard the voice of God directing them and listened. Between that time, our founding fathers dreamt of a promised land, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And while we may have crossed into the promised land, now is the time to do more. Like our forefathers, the work is not done after crossing, and now is the time to subdue, to overcome poverty and systemic racism, to bring under control the trauma afflicted on our children, as almost 50% of children in Georgia are born and raised in poverty. In Georgia, almost half of our children grow up worried, unhappy, frustrated, and anxious. There are few opportunities, but an abundance of feelings of worthlessness and hopelessness. Our children are born without hope. Our children are bullied and judged. They don't get to go on school trips, but they do get to go home every day to gun violence. Overcrowded homes that offer no safe place to do homework or play. Our children are often embarrassed. They lack education and they inherit poverty. We have health issues. We are exploited for labor while we suffer from inflation and lack an ability to invest. We suffer from corruption, disease, insufficiencies, terrorism, high crime, mental illness, starvation, and drug abuse. Here in America, where we have the worst poverty rates out of the world's top 25 economies, we have the working poor who cannot afford health care or are not offered health care. In Georgia, we have poorly funded, understaffed volunteer medical clinics for those that work 40-plus hours every week but aren't offered health care. We have homeless people paying $1,500 a month for Airbnbs, while others have homes with no lights, no waters, tin roofs, held down by cinder blocks, molded walls, and floors. The working poor who cannot afford a set of 4 new tires without robbing Peter to pay Paul. The working poor who, if the AC, fridge, or stove goes out, we can't afford to buy another. While the rich vacation in their second, third, and fourth homes, We just want to be able to go to the grocery stores. We just want to provide a nutritious meal to our family. But fruit is $15, a salad is $15, and food is $10, and minimum wage is only $7. Y'all, we won't be silent anymore.
That's it. Let us welcome Reverend Dr. Bernice King to respond and say to America why we must listen to these voices.
Forward together. 54 years ago, my father launched the Poor People's Campaign to revolutionize the economic landscape of our nation. Unfortunately, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. did not live long enough to see it come to fruition. However, on June 19, 1968, my mother, Coretta Scott King, was here in our nation's capital during the initial Poor People's Campaign to deliver a very powerful message on poverty. She stated, and I quote, "Too long we suffered pious platitudes and made faulty promises to our less fortunate." She made the appeal that poverty is not only a long-standing evil of this nation, but an actual act of violence against the dignity, livelihood, and humanity of its citizens. 54 years later, poverty still has a grip on the soul of our nation. So today, as a bearer of my parents' legacy, and as the CEO of the King Center, I join in solidarity with the chorus of voices that say we won't be silent anymore. Thank you, Reverend Barbara, and thank you, Reverend Theo Harris, for helping to keep this part of my father and mother's legacy alive. And thank you for keeping the movement going. Today, we are here to awaken the conscience of the citizens of this nation. We're calling upon those who have ears to hear, tongues to speak, and hearts to respond, to join the movement to rid this nation of the evil and violence of poverty. You have heard the real stories of those who suffered the injustices of our nation. A nation that refuses to open their eyes to the inhumane realities of poverty. A violation of the dignity, worth, and value of people who are made in the image of God and after God's likeness. As we listen to these voices, we can attest to the reality that poverty in all of its forms is violence. We have a moral responsibility to speak up, to stand up, to show up, and never shut up until all of our brothers and sisters can rise from the shackles of oppression, depression, suppression, and the real violence of poverty, until they are set free to live with the dignity of a livable wage, humane living conditions, just working conditions, access to affordable health care and housing, and the freedom to participate in government, the freedom to prosper in life, and the freedom to peacefully coexist. When I was growing up, my mother used to always remind me and my siblings that somebody has to cut off the chain of violence. Well, I'm asking all people of goodwill and conscience to join us in cutting off this chain of the violence of poverty. I'm asking all citizens, power brokers, and politicians of this nation to pledge their voices and their work toward the elimination of poverty. For those who would argue that there is a deficit of human resources, my response is absolutely not. The deficit is in the human will. 54 years ago, when my father launched the Poor People's Campaign, he called for a revolution of values and a radical redistribution of wealth. I make that same call to our nation today. And do not be fooled into thinking that the issue of poverty is someone else's problem. As my father said, we are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. What affects one directly affects all indirectly. Have you considered how the existence of poverty in our nation affects all indirectly? Think about it. The last time I checked, the least of these is quickly turning into the most of these. If the current economic crises or my sisters and brothers' stories today haven't put you on notice, let me inform all people of goodwill, even those that believe they are exempt from this epidemic, that poverty won't stop at low-income workers. Poverty won't stop at the suburban middle class. Poverty won't even stop with the business owners and business executives. Poverty is a system that will continue to consume more and more people, beget more violence, disenfranchise millions, and leave even more underserved until our nation and our people commit to creating the beloved community to dismantle it. And it's going to take all of us to do our part to make this happen. We must work from several different angles. While there are those in our society who are turning a blind eye and a deaf ear to the ever-increasing rent for poor and low-wage workers, stay tuned, because I'm working on a pathway to transition them from being renters to becoming homeowners without the requirement of a credit score. As I stand here today, hearing this pain and suffering that my brothers and sisters who are in the grip of economic injustices and inequities are enduring, the evidence is very clear that this nation is guilty of violence, of theft, of oppression, of exploitation, of abuse, of extreme neglect, and the absolute abandonment of the poor, and should be indicted on the misappropriation of resources and the complete misalignment of values, which, if corrected through nonviolent direct action, could lead to the total, direct, and immediate abolition of poverty. Too many systems, practices, and politics have sought to silence these voices that we are hearing today and these stories that are being shared. But we refuse to allow silence to reign supreme, because I hear a cry coming up from the backside of this nation, from the depths of poverty where life ain't been no crystal stable. I hear a cry from the mothers and children that have been left by the wayside. I hear a cry from the cultures that have been suppressed by the hands of poverty. I hear a cry from the hungry, the tired, and the forgotten. I hear a fiery cry coming up from the 140 million Americans that won't be quenched by the lukewarm words of apathetic politicians, systemic racism, or the presence of war. A cry that won't be quenched by corporate greed or excessive materialism, but will require a great reckoning and realignment of our morals as a nation. Until we get there, though, we won't be silent anymore. So I encourage you to keep sharing your stories. My brothers and sisters, keep standing up and keep speaking out. Keep your eyes on the prize and know that God Almighty is with us. God's words reminds us that the darkest hour is always before the dawn. So don't you stop now. Don't you get weary in well-doing. Walk together, children. Don't you get weary. Keep working together, children. Don't you get weary. Keep struggling and holding on together, children. don't you get weary. Keep mobilizing and organizing and strategizing, Reverend Barber and Reverend Theo and all the people, and don't get weary. Fuss if you got to, fight if you got to, but get over it together, children, and don't get weary. But don't forget to pray together, children, because you might just get weary. But one day, if we continue to walk together, children, we will be able to eliminate poverty, and a new day will dawn. But until then, we won't remain silent anymore.
We had to give Dr. King and Coretta Scott King's team some extra time because we want you to know your father's death is our resurrection. The rest of these 30 states. And while we're standing, can we sing about 1 minute? Ain't gonna let nobody turn us around. Come on, band. Come on, Yara. Everybody put those hands together and sing it like they sung it in the Civil Rights Movement. Preacher. I need y'all to take 30 seconds, put the signs down, the placards down, put your hands together, and let's shake the foundation and sing it. Ain't gonna let no Congress turn us around. Ain't gonna let no senator turn us around. Can we say it to the top of our voices? Come on, everybody. a meeting like this and not have a strategy for after the meeting. That'd be foolish. So let me tell you what we're going to do after the meeting. Number one, we demand that all congresspersons in the United States publicly acknowledge the reality and pain of 140 million poor and low-wealth people and stop lying and saying that it's only 39 million people. Number two, we demand every congressperson commit to creating and supporting legislation that reflects a third Reconstruction agenda. Now, we haven't heard, and I don't know what the problem is. I know the phones work and the emails work. So let me say it here. We demand, come on, Liz, we demand a White House Poverty Summit with President Biden to allow this administration to meet with a delegation of poor and low-wealth people, religious leaders, and economists now. Number four, the campaign will engage in massive mobilization and outreach through every means available to us. Number five, we pledge to return to Washington, D.C. in September and bring 5,000 poor and low-wealth people and religious leaders and 100 economists in a nonviolent direct action to walk all day in the halls of Congress. We won't be silent anymore. And today, this campaign announces its launch of a nationwide effort for the next 143 days to register and educate poor and low-wealth communities to vote in every election for candidates that commit to addressing poverty and low wage. And number seven, we declare that we are a movement that votes, a movement that fights, a movement that marches, a movement that uses nonviolent truth and love, and a movement that ain't never going nowhere no time soon. Coming to the stage now, at this moment, to speak to us, because we want America to hear herself, we are bringing Guadalupe de la Cruz from Florida. And you probably see numbers of poverty on the screen. It should be. From New England, Nebraska, Angela Montalvo. From D.C., because we wouldn't come here and not talk about poverty in D.C. and the need for statehood. Akula Ali. And responding to them will be Latasha Brown of Black Voters Matter.
Florida, where you at? Hola, mi gente! My name is Guadalupe de la Cruz from Homestead, Florida. There is a phrase that I grew up with all of my life. Hay que trabajar porque nacimos pobres. That means you gotta work because we were born poor. I'm a daughter of immigrants who were farm workers for many, many years. My family often lived paycheck to paycheck. They worked under some of the harshest conditions in South Florida, exploited and abused. Today, I find myself in some of those same positions as my parents. I'm a single mother and can't afford an emergency. And we have been living in a state of emergency for years. There is no way that I will ever be able to give my daughter an opportunity to thrive if I stop working. I am forced to choose between spending time with my daughter and finding a second job to make it happen this month. Fear and embarrassment have kept me from telling my story of struggle. Times when my lights were cut off, not sure if I was gonna make the next car note, or even if I was gonna make rent. I'm here to say enough is enough. We should not be cornered and forced to choose one necessity over another. Florida families should not be under attack. We cannot afford to have people working in unlivable wages. We cannot afford to have no health care. We cannot afford to have families ripped away because of unjust unjust immigrant policies. We cannot have workers' rights ripped away while large corporations bank off of our labor. We cannot have our voter rights stripped because Florida's anti-democratic bills like HB 1 keeps us from exercising our rights. 51% of Florida is poor or low income. That's 10.1 million residents. I'm here today because our stories need to come out of the shadows of shame. And I'm reminding our government that the many stories that you have heard today from my friends should not be happening. 10 million people are not in this current situation by choice, but because government has chosen to create systematic laws because they chose to create systematic laws and implementations of oppression. And that's why we're here to say no more.
No more.
Forward together.
Not one step back.
I will not be silent anymore.
My name is Angela Montalvo. I'm one of the tri-chairs of the Nebraska For People's campaign. I joined the Army in 2003, right after high school. I was 17 years old. After about a year, I started experiencing chronic pain. In 2006, I was medically discharged with a 0% disability rating. This means that even though I was medically discharged, I received no disability compensation because the military doctors couldn't find a cause for the pain that I still experience today. I met my husband in the Army while working in military intelligence. From 2007 to 2008, he was overseas. That was the first year of our oldest child's life. As you can imagine, that was quite a challenge for a new family. Since he returned, he's been diagnosed with PTSD, skin cancer, and sarcoidosis, all linked to his service. He's unable to work because of this. Just 2 months ago, the VA began withholding his disability compensation because they made an error in his GI Bill calculations, and now say that we owe the VA more than $20,000. We found out through a letter in the mail. He served his country, and we ended up in debt to the VA. We are just two of the over 34,000 low-income veterans in Nebraska. We make up to 25% of the Nebraska veteran population. There are poor and homeless veterans all over this country. We must stand together to demand an end to this war economy that benefits the wealthy at the cost of poor people's lives and health. We will not be silent anymore.
Yes. Everybody shout it. We will not be silent anymore.
Welcome to D.C. My name is Akoshua Ali. I'm the president of the NAACP Washington, D.C. branch. But more importantly, I'm a D.C. native, a D.C. resident, and I live in Southeast, Ward 7, east of the river here in Washington, D.C. Today, I stand in solidarity with Reverend William Barber and moral allies to end poverty and demand a shift of this moral consciousness in this country. Poverty, voter suppression, unemployment, underemployment, wealth gaps, health care access, environmental injustice, lack of affordable housing, maternal morbidity, and gun violence all continue to suppress vulnerable communities in this country. The gap of poverty and privilege demands change. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, 700 people were dying a day from poverty. The economic devastation of poverty affects all people, people of every race, creed, color, and sexuality. 140 million people are living in poverty, poor, or low wealth in this country. Poverty is not a left or right issue. It is not a Democrat or Republican issue. It is a moral issue. In the words of Reverend William Barber, we do not have a scarcity of resources in this country. We have a scarcity of moral consciousness. So today, we rise to confront systemic racism, poverty, and privilege. We need quality health care, quality housing, quality public education, livable wages, for D.C. Without statehood, the people of D.C. do not have the right to pass our own laws without congressional approval. D.C.'s fight for statehood is an egregious example of voter suppression. Without statehood, D.C. residents are denied the autonomy to build our own health care and set legislation. It is a public, health, and racial injustice.
Yes.
Now, in closing, this is time for us to transform this nation. So when we say stand up, fight back. Stand up,
fight back.
No justice, no peace. Peace and power. Thank you all.
Yes.
By and by, Lord, when the morning comes, and we all the saints will come together as one. We will tell the story how we overcome, and we'll understand it better by and by. Oh, by and by, Lord, when the morning comes, all the saints will come together as one. We will tell the story how we overcome, and we'll understand it better by and by. Amen. There is power, y'all, in our stories. There is power in our stories. Part of what oppression is meant to do is to make us believe that we don't have any power. It's to make us to believe that we don't have purpose. It's to make us believe that there is something else that is needed other than our presence. But I want you to say, my presence is enough. I want you to say it from the dark depths of your spirit, because you need to understand this. It's not about where you went to school. It's not about where we live. It's not about our zip codes. My presence is enough. Say it after me. My presence is enough. And so we stand on that principle in this country, that no matter where we live, no matter what my background is, no matter who I love, no matter what I can do, at the end of the day, I am deserving to be treated like a human being. I am deserving of housing. I am deserving of a job that I can take care of myself and my family. I am deserving of health care. I am deserving to be loved and respected and valued. And we got to believe that, brothers and sisters. And so I'm going to ask you to do something for me. Everybody out here, I always ask folks, I want you just to take a moment wherever you are, and I want you to close your eyes. I want you to just take everything out of your mind right now. I want you to close your eyes, and I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to hear this question with your spirit, not with your mind. My question to you is, what would America look like without poverty? What would America look like without racism and sexism and homophobia? What would America look like?
That's it.
Now I want you to open your eyes. I don't know if you were able to see anything, but that is the America that we desire and that we deserve and that we're going to stand for and that we're going to fight for and stand in this space with you. And so in that, as I get ready to end, even in this weekend, as we're coming here in Juneteenth, like this is the Juneteenth celebration will be on tomorrow, where there were enslaved Africans that came to this nation, like in our bodies were sold, our bodies, all of our labor. It has been in that same spirit that this country has exploited the bodies and the work and the wealth and the wisdom of all of us. But no more. No more. Because God said that the last shall be first and the first shall be last. Brothers and sisters, it is time for us to take our rightful place. Because I heard somebody say, oh, freedom, oh, freedom, oh, freedom over me,
Brown, co-founder of Black Voters Matter. We're joined right now by Reverend Dr. Frederick Douglass Haynes, Friendship West Baptist Church in Dallas, also an alpha man. Of course, Poor People's Campaign co-conveners, Reverend Dr. William J. Barber, our fraternity brother, picking up the mantle of our brother Martin Luther King Jr. as well. Reverend Haynes, this is one of the things that Reverend Barber and I always talk about, and he mentioned from the stage, is that it drives me crazy when folk have marches and protests, but the whole focus is on that day. And what they have done, which is why I have said, Reverend, I stand with you 100%, is they are constantly about mobilizing, organizing, getting data, knowing who's there, collecting the information, and then begin to assemble people and move them when it's necessary. It's a waste to have an event and just for that day.
Right. And one of the things I love about Bishop Barber is he has picked up the mantle of Dr. King so that we organize with an objective, we march with a mission. We are real clear why we are here in terms of continuing the legacy of Dr. King, but then he listed the 5 pieces we're going after in terms of ending the false narrative of religious nationalism, of the war on what? The environment, the war economy, standing up for poor people. We are real clear on why we are here. And again, for me, this is how we celebrate not only the legacy of Dr. King, but how appropriate it's Juneteenth weekend. Juneteenth, and I saw you say this, Juneteenth is not just about going to a park and partying. Juneteenth is about organizing, mobilizing on purpose, because that's the only way we're going to turn this thing around.
And of course, when Bernice King talked, she talked about, of course, her mother, Coretta Scott King, continuing this. She often said, they killed my Martin when he started talking about the money.
Right.
In his book, Where Do We Go From Here, Chaos or Community, he talked about, again, America dealing with economically the poor, the disenfranchised. This is about money.
Right.
And I said earlier, and I tweeted this, that the same weekend right now, Ralph Reed is having his white conservative evangelical conclave going on, and Donald Trump spoke. And it's called the Faith and Freedom Conference, and you ain't going to hear the poor come up
at all
at that. And so Jesus talked about the poor more than anything else,
more.
But ain't it amazing that they have a Faith and Freedom Conference and the poor don't get mentioned at all, and none of those white conservative evangelicals would remotely show their face at a poor people's campaign.
Right, and the sad reality is, as you said, Jesus said more about the poor than he did about salvation. He said more about the poor and even judged the nations by how they would treat the poor. A lot of times we think it's just individuals. That text says, I'm going to judge the nations. And so I want to know what Bible Ralph Reed is reading from. Oh, yeah, it's the Donald Trump Bible. It's an edited Bible. And so whenever we talk about the poor, and this is what got Dr. King in trouble. Dr. King did not get killed simply for marching. He got killed because he was challenging the economics of the nation.
That's
he said, it did not cost us anything to integrate a lunch counter. As a matter of fact, they benefited from integration. But it does cost you to actually deal with poverty instead of declaring war on poor people. So this, for me, represents not just King, it represents the King of Kings. If you call yourself about faith and you're not dealing with poor people, then your faith is fake.
And the declaration of that also speaks to the fact that what they have done is they have suggested that if you're poor, you're lazy, you're trifling. No, this is the working poor. They are working.
Thank you. Which represents a system. And so what we're calling for is the overhauling, the transformation of a system where you have poverty as an outcome for 140 million Americans in the richest nation on the planet. And we're watching what? The wealth gap continues to widen. And as the wealth gap widens, some are doing real well during this inflationary time. They are profiting from inflation. That's systemic. That's not laziness on the behalf of individuals who find themselves struggling. And like you said, they are the working poor, working 2 and 3 jobs. In Dallas, our mayor had the nerve to talk about a summer of safety and holding accountable parents and guardians. Well, you're talking about doing that without also increasing wages so they don't have to work 2 and 3 jobs and be away from home. We're talking about the working poor who we have vilified in this country, and that's anti-Christ.
Something else that Reverend Barber said, he said our focus is the next 143 days, and that is knocking on those doors. I was talking to Mondale Robinson, who just got elected a mayor of a town in North Carolina, 3,000 people, 95% black. But they elected a white Republican mayor last time. He just booted him out. But what Reverend Barber said is that he said it's not that they're not voting. No one ever knocks on their doors. So part of this is also you've got to go to them. You've got to knock on that door. Find out what their issues are. That's what Cliff Albright, LaTosha Brown has done with Black Voters Matter. And so what I keep saying on the show to all these people who are commenting, who are complaining, you can't just sit there and say, well, what have they done? Right. No, what have you demanded of them and put that pressure on them and pushing them? And I keep saying to our audience, go ahead and sit at home and see what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Like, we see exactly what they're going to do. Right. They've made it perfectly clear. Any policy that anybody wants, you're guaranteed not to get if they control the House and Senate.
Oh, it's no question. As a matter of fact, what we've got to recognize is who now chairs committees, who now is appointing judges after 2024.
In fact,
and all of that's local.
Ron Klain tweeted this. Ron Klain tweeted, he's the chief of staff to Biden. He said in 200 years, the U.S. Court of Appeals, in 200 years, I'm just going to read it. It is important, and I don't understand why they haven't cut an ad on this. He said, in 200 years, 8 black women have been appointed to the U.S. Court of Appeals in 200 years. Biden has appointed 11 in 2 years.
Wow. And again, that has to do, it starts with our voting. So again, we sit back and do nothing. Nothing leads to worse for us. Let's just be real clear on that. And so it's very important, and they keep, and that's been the refrain here. We won't stay silent anymore. And silence has to do with what? Organizing, with an objective to get to the polls. And when we get to the polls, we hold people accountable. Because again, I think you saw the sign I saw in Ghana when I went there a few years ago that said, you know, bad politicians are elected by people, good people who don't vote. So if you want bad policy, don't vote.
And what I am saying, and this is the mistake that people make, I am not, first of all, I don't just give somebody my vote. I'm making a demand. I've made it clear to the Biden White House. I want y'all changing policies when it comes to black-owned media.
Thank you.
See, that's what gets me when we talk about what is your concern.
Right.
I have a black-owned media company. The point I'm making is I'm saying this is what I want, and I'm making demands of somebody who I voted for. That's what I'm supposed to do.
Exactly.
But what gets me is when people say, I mean, you up there begging them folks for money. That's our money. We're constituents.
We paid for it.
I'm sorry. Why should I not be demanding I get a piece of what is ours? In fact, for all the folk out there who need to understand, last year, I sent the federal government $335,000 in taxes.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten that back in advertising.
Thank you.
So for somebody to say I should be making that demand, that's what we're supposed to do. Press those who we elect to say there should be a return on our investment.
Exactly. And again, for me, when you look at procurement opportunities across the board,
1.67% out of
That's
560
an insult.
billion.
And then
that
we
black
wonder why we
companies
don't
get.
have strong black business communities, because we're doing all of the paying, and the payment is not an investment. And we have to have enough self-esteem as a people to say, you know, we are entitled to this. We don't believe we are entitled. And you are entitled when you made that investment with your taxes all the time, because here's the bottom line. At the same time as you're not getting back money from your tax investment, guess what? There are those who did not pay as much as you in taxes because of what? Corporate welfare.
That's
Jesse
right.
Jackson calls it. But they
Like
get paid.
how in
all
the
time. Come
hell
on.
did I pay $335,000 in taxes, but Amazon paid nothing?
Come on. Exactly.
and they earn billions.
Yeah.
Billions. And that's the thing. And so I think, I keep saying this, what has to happen in black America, there has to be a reprogramming of black America.
No question.
There has to be a massive reprogramming in terms of how we view public policy, how we view what matters. Because I say it in Houston, my Juneteenth speech Thursday. If we ain't talking about the money, they ain't listening.
No. And again, we can't forget when Dr. King challenged the economic structure of this country. That's the king everyone is afraid of.
Yes.
They're not afraid of I have a dream. They're afraid of
what he said earlier in the speech.
Exactly.
Because that was a radical economic speech.
That was a radical economic speech that they have edited out that part. Dr. King in 1963 was already talking about economic reparations, as it were, for us in that speech, and even later on. And so until we can't celebrate Juneteenth or King legitimately if we're not talking about the money.
That's why I keep telling everybody, don't even play the mountaintop part.
No.
You better play earlier when you talk about
dangerous.
redistribute the pain, investing in black banks, boycotting those companies that won't hire us and won't work with us. See, again, that's the King folk don't want to deal with.
No.
They want. I keep saying they want the bobblehead MLK.
Right.
They want the civil rights mascot MLK. But that was a radical visionary, and everybody needs to understand he believed in the guaranteed income.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He believed in a guaranteed income, a living wage. He was calling for that, towards the death. Don't forget, he goes to Memphis striking Santa. Our efforts on the money, then again, we're not serious about being a part of what? A capitalistic country.
That's it.
And until we do that, I think King put it this way. Right now we have capitalism for the rich, capitalism for the poor, socialism for the rich. And we got to correct that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, Fred, always good to see you.
Good to see you,
Keep
man.
handling your business.
Alphas are doing this.
Well, first of all,
servants of all,
we shall
transcend all. Come on.
We done. All right. Appreciate it. All right, folks. We're going back to the stage right now.
Poor and abandoned young people all over this country by making it possible for everyone in this country to get the health care we need, including mental health care. A lot of our people die young. Overdoses, being homeless in the winter, police brutality, suicide, all of which ties back to poverty and to lack of access to health care. I do the work that I do because I don't want people left on their own to battle with this system the way my family was.
Yes. Now, at this time coming, just before Phyllis, Denise Coleman from I keep saying LA, from Louisiana. But there are some others that are standing with her. Would you all come to the podium now? And they'll introduce themselves. They live in a place called Cancer Alley. What? Cancer Alley. And they are they are refusing to quit fighting for lives. Then after, Katira Daffin and Maya Torlaba. And then Joshua Kupalaya. Is that right? Kapala. And then the mighty Tanya Fogel from Kentucky.
Greetings. I'm Denise Coleman, a native from New Orleans, Louisiana. I am here I have survived. I am alive. And today I thrive. Why? Because I was sentenced to a concurrent double life sentence. I served 38 years under the old law. That meant that I should have been out after serving the 30 years. And they kept me for another 8 years. Why? Because they lost my file. How many more incarcerated are serving needless time because their files are lost? We are forgotten people. We are poor people. And we are suffering. While I was in prison, my mother died. My husband died. My daughter died. Had the prison system let me out when my time was up under the old law, under old policies and rules, I would have been there. I would have been there to see my daughter, my mother,
That's right.
my husband. They would not let me see her. She passed. And I could not see her when she died. Why? Because I was poor and wrongly kept in prison for an extra 8 years. I am a mother, and I was devastated. I am here to tell you, incarcerated lives matter too. On top of that, I received a letter from Washington, D.C. to the Mississippi Parole Board saying, terminate parole, case closed. The Mississippi Parole Office did not tell me. 9 months had passed, and I still didn't know. Why am I still paying today supervision fee? That's why I started organizing inside. That's why I came outside organizing. And that's why I stand with the Poor People's Campaign. I am resilient. We as a people are resilient. And we won't be silent anymore.
Yes.
Forward together.
Not one step back. Now these two people that are coming, I know somebody says, well, every other state had one speaker. But let me tell you, these two people have literally faced death and fought against death. We had an issue with the buses. Would you all be kind enough to let each of them have a minute to tell why this campaign will not abandon the people in Cancer Alley? And we say that anybody that doesn't go to Cancer Alley doesn't deserve to sit at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Levine, and I'm from St. James, Louisiana, a little town in the middle of Cancer Alley. Cancer Alley is an 85-mile stretch between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, and I have 12 industries in my neighborhood within a 10-mile radius. Two members of my organization died with cancer. There's an area in St. James called Burden Lane. It's bombarded with 2 industries, and they are sandwiched in. The industries will not buy them out because they are black. They bought out the white neighbors, but not the black neighbors. Our air is polluted. Our water, we can't drink the water. And people have cancer, other illnesses, and we are dying. We need your help because we need help in St. James. We need help all through the corridor of Cancer Alley. Our politicians vote for industry to come in. They sacrifice our lives to make a profit. So we will not be silent anymore.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm so proud to be here. I'm from the adjoining parish in what's called Cancer Alley. Cancer Alley, worse than that, in their quest, I think, to commit genocide against the poor black people of that 80-mile strip, we have been deemed a sacrificial zone. I want to say that in front of the world. I had to bring that to the attention of the people. Not only have they dubbed us Cancer Alley, they have actually officially said that we are a dispensable people. They came into our community in St. John and put this horrible chemical plant. The DuPont Corporation, along with the Japanese people, Denka, 1,500 feet away from an all-black elementary school.
That ain't right.
And they have, since our fight against them started in 2016, we've just been informed that they have actually increased. DuPont Dinker has the audacity,
my God,
the temerity. They are such cruel, awful people in seeking corporate profit, that they have increased the poisons on that school of 400 to 500 black children as of today.
And my brother, we are not going to leave that alone.
And we will not turn around in our fight. And
yes,
we will not be silent. And we
yes,
thank you and Reverend Barber and his organization. Thank you very much.
From Oklahoma.
So, Maya Terrell Alcon. Goy ma da ahon de key they own day. I'm Maya Terrell from Oklahoma. I'm Kiowa, Wichita, and Comanche. I'm a survivor of the inadequate healthcare system.
My sister, let me do something. I want to ask us, I hear a lot of talking, and we complain about they don't listen to us. If they show the cameras and we're not listening to us, they're going to say they don't even listen to themselves. So tell the folk around you, we need to be able to take 3 hours and hear one another and let the world hear. If you're having any other conversation while these people are talking, then you're doing the same thing that the power structure does. Let's bring it down, y'all. Touch your neighbor and say, bring it down. Let's have attention for at least 3 hours. Can't we do that together? My dear sister.
Thank you. I'm a survivor of the inadequate healthcare system and failed social services in this country. I'm a survivor of physical and sexual violence. Social services in Oklahoma had multiple chances to intervene when my mother abused me and my siblings, but they did nothing. Later, my sister was killed running away from an attacker. Her son, a veteran who I took as my son, died from suicide 2 years later. When we begged for help during their mental health crises, policies in Indian health care and veteran health care systems prevented them from receiving immediate care. Some of my family members made it out, but not all. And my children are survivors by just being alive.
Wow.
It's not enough to be resilient and survive. It's our human right to grow and thrive.
Give it up. That's right.
This is my daughter. Thank you.
Hotso. I'm Kateri Daffron from Oklahoma. I've experienced and lived in an impoverished community all my life. I grew up in Anadarko, Oklahoma, where there are jobs that lack the guarantee of living wages. This caused my family to experience food insecurity, job instability, and poverty. In one of the most successful countries in the world, we are barely getting by. Although I moved away, I am still in poverty. I can't leave poverty. I am 17, a child, yet the country has already failed me. This is wrong.
Wrong.
I, a child, shouldn't have to worry about whether my family is going to be able to pay the rent this month. I shouldn't have to worry about whether the SNAP benefits will be enough to feed me and my family. I am not old enough to vote, but I am one of the many teenagers experiencing this injustice. I shouldn't be the one to have to carry this burden. How do you expect me to contribute to your American dream when I don't even know if I'll have a home next week? I don't want handouts, and I want a fair and equal shot, and until then, we won't be silenced anymore.
That's right. That's right, we won't be. Thank you, my young sister. Can y'all stretch your placards and signs to the heavens and say, we don't mind the wind, but could you hold back the rain? It never rains on a moral movement. And if it does rain, it's a sign of blessing. That's what they say in Africa. Joshua.
My name is Josh Coppola from Bangor, Maine. How do I know who I am? I'm 36 and I'm still trying to answer that question. Too often it's been finding what in me is unacceptable. I've been trying to discern this amidst violence. At times, I'd venture out of the closet, but others' hostility and disgust drove me back in. Hidden away, I pondered, who is safe? How will I be safe? Will I be able to walk the streets comfortable in my own skin? Why is my love or my gender expression so dangerous? Is being myself worth it? That shame brought me to the edge of suicide many times. That fear meant I moved halfway across the country as a young adult, seeking safety, seeking acceptance. The first time I dated a man, I carried a knife with me because a lifetime of transphobic and homophobic slurs were seared into my mind. But it's not just opinions, because trans or gay panic defense has been used to let murderers walk free. That's systemic violence encouraging physical violence, with politicians pushing a false and death-making narrative of Christian nationalism.
Yes,
How
sir.
can my existence be a threat? All I want to do is stay alive.
That's it.
In the PPC, we say equal protection under the law is non-negotiable. That's why I'm here, and that's why I won't be silent anymore.
Give it up. Everybody shout, we won't be silent anymore. All right, Tanya.
Whoa, there goes the earring. Honor to God. My name is Tana Fogel from Lexington, Kentucky, with the Kentuckians for the Commonwealth. I'm here standing in the gap as an impacted low-income person with a felony in my past. I have been denied the right to vote. I fought hard to get my voting rights back. Over 170,000 Kentuckians right now, low-income folks, don't have the right to vote. How can they demand that we work 2 jobs in order to feed our family, and then we don't have time to go to the polls and vote? That ain't right. Kentucky's process to restore the right to vote has been further gutted out and suppressed by Senator Mitch McConnell, Secretary of State Michael Adams, and all of the county clerks in Kentucky by making us work 2 jobs, closing precincts, shortening voting rights and voting days, and mandating voter IDs. The vote is one of the most powerful weapons we have. I know people like me, we made mistakes, but we are not mistakes.
That's it.
We are here. We will not go anywhere. We together can make a difference. We will build power. We will change the narrative. I don't look like what I've been through. I too am America.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me hear it all the way back there. Let us vote. Let us vote. Let us vote.
Say it.
Let us vote.
Say it.
Let us vote.
Say it.
Let us vote. And we won't be silenced anymore. And just one time for me, when I say forward together, I want y'all to say with every fiber in your body, not one step back. I need to hear it all the way back there with them hundreds of thousands of people that I can see. Forward together!
Not one step back!
All right, folks, we continue our live coverage here on the Black Star Network of the Moral Assembly of the Poor People's Campaign here in the nation's capital. Joining us is economist Dr. Julian Malveaux, of course, University of California. Which one of the campuses is it? Which campus in L.A.? Cal State. All right, then. Just hold that microphone up right below your chin. Right below your chin.
Right below my chin, okay.
What I keep saying, this is about, you cannot confront or deal with America unless you confront the money.
Yeah.
Period.
The money. You know, what's my favorite word, Roland? Predatory capitalism. If you follow.
That's it. Now, hold on. I want you to keep this, because this is a bi-directional mic. You got to keep it right in front of you.
Okay.
Go ahead. You good?
So, like I said, my favorite word is predatory capitalism because that's what is going on. You know, I lost my mama a year ago, June 17th. We learned a lot. I mean, I know about predatory capitalism, but we learned a lot with the caretakers. We were paying an agency $47 an hour for my mama's care, but the workers were getting $15. So where did the other $32 go? You know, I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, we cut a couple side deals. You know, I am an economist, so we cut we'll pay y'all off the side. But the fact is that these companies are exploiting us. And they're exploiting basically women, black women, other women of color. And it's not just with the caretaking industry, but with so many other industries.
Yeah.
People are being ripped. You're listening to these people, and they're talking about their stories. They're talking about what happened. And that's why we love Reverend Barber so much, because he does not just talk high-eye.
Or doesn't have the so-called, as Reverend Jackson said in his 1988 speech at the Democrat National Convention, the big people.
Yeah, no, he got everybody. He got everybody. And he said the first 100 minutes of this rally would be from the voices of the people. And that's what we're hearing. I was in the back covering with WPFW, and we're talking to people. The National Welfare Rights Union was in Baltimore yesterday talking about how people are being ripped off. And, you know, when you see welfare, you think black. The majority of people who receive public assistance are white people. We talk about homelessness, but you drive around here in downtown D.C., people are getting paid to leave apartments and homes empty. They're getting paid. So this is why this is so important. It's like amazingly important. You see all these people. And this is not a black crowd. This is a mixed crowd. This is a economically affected crowd.
Right. The thing, what was interesting, like right now, you have all this battle going on. People talk about inflation. But then you start breaking down all of these companies having record profits. It's because they're dramatically raising prices. I mean, that's literally happening right now. If you say inflation is 8%, but you look at the price of gas, you're like, that went up more than 8%.
Yeah.
And so, because people are driving me crazy. I'm trying to walk people through how we got to this point. And one of the things someone told me is that the White House economists have got to learn to start explaining this stuff in a way that non-economists can understand it. And so when you look at gas, I said, y'all, we didn't drive for 2 years. They stopped production. Well, when we started back after the vaccine with COVID, we used up the surplus. Well, if you stop production, you got no surplus. So now you're like behind the 8 ball. So now demand for gas is higher. We got less gas, not because they're not drilling, because they stopped production.
Precisely.
And so now you got to either ramp up production to get ahead of the demand, or you're going to be playing catch up. And they're sitting here going, we ain't ramping up demand. We better keep making these profits.
There you go. Well, ExxonMobil, their stock is like soaring. It's absurd. Meanwhile, you know, Susie Q and Johnny Jones, they got to drive to work. They don't have a choice. They got to drive to work. And let's be clear, Roland, when we talk about public transportation, who does not have public transportation? If you look here in D.C. as an example, Southeast D.C. does not have the same transportation infrastructure that up the street, 14th Street does. So these people if they want to go to work, they got to drive. And the gas prices are ridiculous. But But it's ridiculous because people are making lots of money. They don't have to make all that money.
Yeah. Well, I saw a stat a couple of weeks ago that totally shocked me, and that is when it came to housing. We only built in the last decade 5.8 million homes. That was the lowest number of homes built in a decade since the 1930s.
Yeah.
We've always built anywhere between 15 and 20 million homes. Well, if you only build 5.8 million homes, you're going to have...
By what? Well, population went up by what?
Right.
So therefore, you're putting inflationary pressure on the housing market.
And then private equity held onto those homes and the home foreclosure prices, and now can flip them to renters. So so even of the homes that were built, fewer of them are able to buy because they're forcing folks to rent, because they can charge higher rental fees.
With the housing market being constrained, rental prices.
Hold up, there you go.
Rental prices go up, and we're seeing it. We're seeing families. We're not talking about the families who are doubling and tripling up. So it's not just like everybody not homeless. Some people are 3 families in a house that used to have 1 family in it. People on top of each other. And, we got to talk about mental illness, because when you got 3 families in one house, somebody crazy.
Well, I was talking to a woman the other day, and her 22-year-old daughter's living with her, and she's getting evicted from a hotel, and her daughter has 2 cats. And I had to ask her, I said, and she said that's making it difficult to find a place to live because of the cats. And I said, well, you're going to have to make a decision. And she says, I can't. I said, why? She said, because those cats literally are my daughter's emotional support animals.
Oh, wow. Yeah. And a lot of people who have asthma, who have various and sundry things where they fall out, those pets literally are the ones that I have a friend who has, she has seizures. And her dog is the one when she has a seizure that awakens her from the seizure. He licks up on her and it gets her up. And she could die with the seizures because she bites her tongue. She can't, there are a lot of people who just basically need their pets. Now, I'm not a pet person.
Right.
I just do 2-legged dogs. But we have so many challenges, and the challenges are really about predatory capitalism extracting surplus value from people. So you have people who are living less than comfortable lives because capitalists insist on extracting surplus value, insist on, interest rates went up, which means, should mean that housing becomes more affordable, but it's not gonna. It's not gonna. So this is where we are. And that's why this gathering is so important. Because people, what you see white folks, you see black folks, all kind of folks. What they're saying.
I keep saying broke is broke.
Yeah, there you go. And there's a whole lot of broke people. Reverend Barber has expanded the thinking by saying 140 million in poverty, as opposed to the census will say
39 million.
Yeah.
Right.
Census will say 40, but he look at people who are just at the cusp. You got a minimum wage or just 200% of the minimum wage is still just 15 an hour.
Right.
So that's not. And in some of these states like Idaho, these middle fiddle states that we don't think about, people are living very, very poorly. They're below the radar. And if we all could organize and get rid of some of these senators, but people have been trading on their whiteness. So people will vote white as opposed to vote right. Vote white as opposed to voting for their own economic issues. Now, how can you not vote? You're voting against yourself when you vote for Joe Manchin in West Virginia. You're voting against yourself.
Yep.
You're voting against yourself when you vote for Kristen Sinema. And quite frankly, in some cases, you're voting against yourself when you're voting for some of these yellow dog Democrats who basically are not about us.
That's it. Well, Julian, glad to have you out here. We appreciate it. Hopefully, as we continue to have these conversations with our coverage, people will begin to understand that you can't sit your ass at home and whine and complain.
No.
At the end of the day, because let me be clear, these Republicans, there is significant intensity. They gonna show up in November.
Yeah, and we better. And if you can't show up, don't say a word. Don't say a word. Because what we know is that they're taking our rights back. They're trying to go back to enslavement, quite frankly. They're going backwards. And you got all these folks. And I'm going to shout out our young people. I'm so angry at the young black people. Voting doesn't make a difference. Hell yes, it does. Hell yes, it does. Think about it. You know, I always tell this story about a former Bennett Bell. I ran into her in 2016. She wouldn't vote for Hillary because she was mad. She thought it should have been Bernie. Okay, whatever.
My whole deal is it wasn't.
So she
now
wouldn't
what
vote.
you gonna do?
She wouldn't vote. So fast forward 2 years, Gorsuch is nominated. Little heifer calls me and says, "Doc, what's gonna happen to our abortion rights?" I said, "Baby girl, I'm over 50. You know, I don't have abortion rights." I said, "You should have thought about that when you said you couldn't vote for Hillary." You know.
Boom. There you go.
There you go.
I mean, that's called connecting the dots.
Voting has consequences. Not voting has consequences. And we're seeing it we're seeing it time and time again with this Senate. We want the child tax credit reinstated.
Right.
You know, why can't they do that? Because you got these Republicans who are not going to do that. They don't think we need that. Yes, you do need to get children out of poverty. The child tax credit took 30% of our children out of poverty.
Okay, so you got to answer this. So somebody just tweeted, "You can't fight capitalism with capitalism. You got to change the economic system." Hold on, let me find the comment. All right, I'm trying to find it. But she said you can't fight his ear. So Melanie Dennis says you can't beat capitalism with capitalism. You have to change the economic system point blank. There's no way around it. And all this propaganda against socialism and communism is just that because it works.
Well, you know what I would say, you can't fight capitalism with capitalism, but we live in a country of incremental change. Do not stay home because we have a capitalist society. Don't stay home because of that. Go and vote, because if we get a Bernie, we got an AOC, you got that Jamal Bowman brother out of. When you get these folks who are talking about socialism and working around socialism, even though it's incremental, it's better than what we had.
Well, but also, John Hope Bryan says this. He said, you got to make money like a capitalist to spend it like a socialist.
Yeah.
And the thing is, and I get people saying you have to change the economic system. Y'all, okay.
Ain't happening.
It ain't happening.
Hey, I as you know, I talk about this all the time. The fundamental dilemma in my life is that I was trained at MIT. So they didn't teach me socialism. They taught me predatory capitalism, and it's how it works. So when I talk about change, I'm also looking at just the dilemma. But let's talk about Dr. King and what he said. I have the audacity to believe that people everywhere, they have 3 meals a day for their bodies. Are you talking about a Maggie Lena Walker, the sister who started a bank in Richmond, Virginia, first black woman to start a bank in Richmond, Virginia? You talk about A. Philip Randolph, who, while he said a lot about capitalism, organized workers. So organizing makes a difference, but you cannot make a difference if you keep your behind home.
And you have to put the right folk in place,
yes,
who are going to make those changes.
That's exactly it. So, folks, if you're watching and listening, if you're not voting, you part of the problem.
Simple
You're
as
simply
that.
part of the problem. No, not part of the problem. You is the problem.
Simple as that. Doc, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Anytime. Thank you, Roland.
All right, folks. We
up the
are
good
here.
work, my brother.
Thank you. We are here at the Poor People's Campaign Moral Assembly in the nation's capital. Folks, this started. It started about 3 hours ago. They have speakers from every state sharing their stories. And so let's now go back to the stage to hear one of the speakers. All right.
On May 25th, I chose to lie. A student asked me, "Are we safe in school?" And I said, "Yes." I looked them in the eye and told them I would protect them no matter what, knowing all the time that my body would not beat an AR-15.
That's right.
My students do choose to dream. They dream of creating art and starting local businesses, and I kneel next to their desk and declare it's possible, as if by saying it seriously I can make it true.
Yes.
I'm willing to give my time, my money, my life for my students if that is what it takes. But I am unwilling to tolerate a society where that is what it takes.
Give it up for my brother.
I won't keep lying, and we won't be silent anymore.
Would somebody say with me, as we look at that brother, that teacher, and say, our children shouldn't have to be brave. They should only have to be children. Justin Pearson from Tennessee.
How y'all doing, Poor People's Campaign? I am Justin J. Pearson from Memphis, Tennessee. And I wish my grandmothers were at this beautiful gathering. I wish they'd be able to assemble here, but they're not. See, they, like many poor and low-wealth people, have died from the systemic injustices that have disrupted our communities for too long. Pollution, environmental racism, and injustice killed both of my grandmothers in their 60s. And now it is continuing to plague our communities. But they didn't die only as martyrs. They were witnesses to the possibilities of our country.
Yes, sir.
They were witnesses to a faith, Bishop, that the folks who built that Capitol who were enslaved had. They were witnesses to a faith that we now carry forward, that they will try to crucify us. They will try to have systems that destroy us. They'll try to build pipelines through our communities. They'll try to poison our waters, but we know that there's resurrection possible. We know that there's a resurrection of people who care about the last, the lost, and the least possible. There's a resurrection of the 140 million happening. But not only that, they let me know that there is a divine intervention possible. It's a divine direction that they gave us. A divine direction that we have in our bodies. And that direction is this, is that the last, the lost, and the least will be first. It's a divine direction that says we will have clean air and clean water and clean soil. It's a divine direction that has the shouts of 140 million people saying we've got one way to go. No matter where those who are against us stand, against us or in front of us, we've got one way to go. No matter how much money they have, no matter how many politicians are in their pockets, we've got one way to go. Yes, and that's forward, together. Yeah. Not one step back. Yeah. Forward, together.
Yeah. Not one step back. Ohio.
Yes. My name is Rukaya Zabrabdum Sakalim, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Musketeer Association, representing the state of Ohio. I am here to speak against racism and greed. We must bring this injustice to a stop now. I was born in a society that racism and fascism was the way of life. I was born in it. Not any education would be brought to us because we were a black skin. Not any health care. I know how the civil rights began. I was there. My family chose to take the beat down, to take the torture, to take the absolute death in order to bring to light the inalienable rights belong to all of us. And they would not be silent anymore. So on this day, I step forth. On this day, I represent those mentors who taught me how to speak this truth. We are human. We are the flower garden of mankind. You will no longer take our blood or our children anymore. And I'm not going back there to those days and times. And I will not let any of you. So you vote them out. If they will not change this injustice, vote them out. of this flower garden stand up, lock arms, and say in one resounding voice, forward together.
Forward together.
Not one step back.
Not one step back.
And that is why I am here, for you to speak that truth and walk that walk.
Thank you. Reverend Gloria Jones from Maryland. Give it up for our dear sister. We welcome everybody.
Praise God, everyone, and thank you for being here. And thank the Poor People's Campaign for allowing me to participate. My name is Pastor Gloria Jones Swearinga. I am a pulpit associate at my home church, which is Greater Abyssinia, 88 Lyons Avenue, Newark, New Jersey, where the amazing Dr. Alan Potts is senior pastor. I'm here in behalf of persons with disabilities because I just learned the other day that the Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA, our passport to full inclusion is still an unfunded mandate. That law was legislated into being in July of 1990. And I don't mean to be rude. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I got some friends on Capitol Hill. But both sides deserve a seat, a front row seat in the Hall of Shame for that level of neglect. Every year they celebrate Disability Day. But I never heard of celebrating nothing. I know what it's like to be made deliberately homeless.
That's right.
And no disability ADA response in Prince George County. I know what it's like to be deliberately separated from a child, deliberately and illegally. This is illegal stuff, y'all, because there was no ADA response. But I also know a God who is able to do exceedingly abundantly above and beyond anything that we can ask or think. And I know this is not the time to give up. It's the time to step up.
Give it up, our
It is time to speak up.
Give it up.
It's a time
Give
to
it up.
push
Give it up.
To press forward, not one step back, until the stupidity and deceitful distraction of celebrating nothing becomes full implementation of the Americans with Disabilities Act. It is time to press forward, not taking one step back.
Give it up for Mama. Give it up.
Until implementation results in full inclusion, and we as persons with disabilities finally take our place on level ground in the society that we help build. God bless you.
God bless you.
And God bless America.
Thank you. And you told us, I don't need no help. Get around this movement and make it fight. Now, I need everybody to listen up. We decided in this movement we were sick of something. And that was every time we go to a meeting and our Latino brothers or our African brothers and sisters speak, why do they always have to speak in English? Why can't we listen to them in their own tongue? No, why can't they just come here, be themselves, and then we go back and look at it online and see the interpretation? Why can't we trust a little possible Pentecostalism? We already got the wind. I heard a little thunder. We might as well have some tongues. And maybe if you listen close enough, because the real gift of Pentecost was not the tongues, it was the hearing. And if you listen close enough, you might hear a little humanity. You might hear a little love. You might hear a little justice. So, Oscar, I want you to come and not be interpreted. I want you in your own language to speak your heart. We'll hear the interpretation in the power of your voice and the strength of your body.
Hola mi gente, ¿cómo están? Mi nombre es Oscar Pineda.
All right, Mike Man, now let me have to come back there and start working on that now. Pay too much for these mics. Come on here.
Hola mi gente, ¿cómo están? Mi nombre es Oscar Pineda, soy originario de El Salvador y vivo en Carolina del Norte. Me identifico como gay, latino e inmigrante indocumentado. Llegué a los Estados Unidos 5 años atrás. Desde entonces he sido testigo y he experimentado de primera mano lo duro que trabajamos en este país. Nosotros como inmigrantes indocumentados contribuimos de manera significativa al desarrollo de esta nación. No obstante, a pesar de las muchas horas que trabajamos o los múltiples trabajos que tenemos, nos resulta casi imposible salir de la pobreza. Somos discriminados, marginados y excluidos por un sistema al que aportamos miles de millones de dólares con nuestro trabajo y actividades económicas.
Yes, sir.
Nuestro trabajo es fundamental y necesario. No existe una sola casa en este país, restaurante, campo de cultivo, fábrica o construcción que no hayan sido trabajados por inmigrantes indocumentados. Sin embargo, nos pagan menos, no tenemos beneficios laborales ni del gobierno.
Yes.
Tampoco acceso a seguro médico y oportunidades de crecimiento como cualquier otro trabajador. Estoy aquí hoy, orgulloso de lo que soy y represento. Hoy levanto mi voz por los más de 11 millones de inmigrantes indocumentados y las más de 140 millones de personas pobres en esta nación que vivimos bajo las sombras de los Estados Unidos y que luchamos día a día por mejores oportunidades y mejor calidad de vida para nuestras familias. No estamos dispuestos a seguir viviendo oprimidos y privados de derechos fundamentales, mientras somos señalados y perseguidos como perros. Basta de separar a nuestras familias, basta de arrancar de los brazos a los niños de sus padres. Merecemos respeto, merecemos una vida digna. Todos nosotros, cada uno de ustedes, somos esenciales. Merecemos una reforma migratoria digna y justa, sin distinciones, sin excusas, sin demora. No guardaremos silencio un minuto más. Exigimos respuestas, exigimos cambios y los exigimos ahora. ¡Adelante juntos! ¡Ni un paso atrás!
Oscar.
¡Adelante juntos! ¡Ni un paso atrás!
Oscar, teach us how to say forward together, not one step back in Spanish. Teach us.
Forward together.
Forward together.
No one step back.
Say it in your language.
Forward together. Adelante juntos.
Adelante juntos.
Ni un paso atrás.
And look what happened when we lifted our hands to the heavens. When we allowed tongues in the room, the clouds moved and the sun came out. It's Pentecost right here. A moral Pentecost right now. Dr. West, the other youth, the young West, Reverend West, before Dr. West.
From the New York Poor People's Campaign and the Labor Religion Coalition. I come from a quote-unquote blue state, a state where currently Democrats control all the branches of our government. And in this time when Roe v. Wade is under threat and anti-LGBT legislation is spreading, there's a lot of talk of my state being a kind of haven. But let's be very clear. Policy violence perpetrated at the federal and state level is devastating the people of New York, too. 58% of our children are poor and low income. That's 2.4 million kids in the state that is home to Wall Street. As a queer and trans person, my community is disproportionately poor and low income. And I'm sick and tired of politicians and corporations waving a rainbow flag and then actively undermining my and my family's and my neighbors' right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What I want as a trans person and a human being is to know that if I lost my job, my wife and my son and I would still be able to access health care. What I want is for my 1-year-old to grow up with great public education, the ability to get a good living wage job and affordable housing. I want him and the generations after him to have a healthy planet and never to be sent off to war to kill other people's kids. I'm also an ordained minister, and my faith has taught me that we live in a world of abundance and that the well-being of the poor and dispossessed determines the well-being of all of us. Scarcity is a lie. Individualism is a lie. And that's why I'm with the Poor People's Campaign, and we won't be silent anymore.
Let the word go forth here and now that the Poor People Campaign is on the move. No matter what color, no matter what gender, no matter what sexual orientation, no matter what religious identity, we decide to love. And when you love folk, you hate the fact that they're treated unjustly. You loathe the fact they're treated unfairly. And if you don't do something, the rocks are going to shout out, and the sun is going to shine, and the clouds are going to move. I want to thank my dear brother William Barber. I want to thank my dear sister Elizabeth Thea Harris for allowing God to use them in such a way that they are, in the language of John Coltrane, a force for good with a love supreme that embraces each and every one of us. And when you hear these voices, and I come from a people, a great people, a black people, who in the face of 400 years of chronic hatred keep dishing out love warriors every generation. So that the spirit of Frederick Douglass and the spirit of Sojourner Truth and the spirit of Fannie Lou Hamer and the spirit of Malcolm X and the spirit of Marcus Garvey saying, these black folk gonna love themselves, and if we have the spiritual maturity, it's going to spill over from the chocolate part of town to the vanilla part of town. Oh, yes. It's going to spill over our precious indigenous brothers and sisters whose land was stolen as a precondition of the democracy. It's going to spill over to Spanish speaking. It's going to spill over to Asian. It's going to embrace everybody. But let us be very clear that this Poor People's Campaign is rooted in the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. and Fannie Lou Hamer and James Lawson and Diane Nash in the 1960s, where we tried to break the back of a barbaric Jim Crow and Jane Crow and American apartheid, with the lynching on the one hand and the discrimination and degradation on the other. And what that means, that we say to America, not just the Congress, we say to the White House, we say to the Pentagon, we say to the neo-fascists in the Republican Party, we say to the milquetoast neoliberals in the Democratic Party, that we got a standard bigger than your politics. Somewhere I read, God is not mocked. You're going to reap what you sow. Malcolm X reminded us, chickens will come home to roost. And so when you hear the magnificent voices of such dignity in all parts of the country, and we are international, we in solidarity with oppressed people in Africa, in Asia, in the Middle East, in Latin America. How come? Well, I'll tell you why I am, because I'm a product of Shiloh Baptist Church. Just like my brother's a product of the black church. I was told in vacation Bible school that if the kingdom of God is within you, then everywhere you go, you ought to leave a little heaven behind. And when you leave some heaven behind in a hellish world of organized greed and institutionalized hatred and routinized fear and overwhelming hypocrisy, you're going to have to be in the world but not of it. And so what we constitute is precisely that attempt to be in this empire but not of it. We have moral and spiritual greatness that behooves us. That's why we're here. And let us never forget the rich humanity of the voices that we heard. That would straighten our backs up. And Brother Martin used to say, anytime everyday people in the language of Slash Stone, anytime ordinary people in the language of James Cleveland straighten their backs up, you're going somewhere, because folk can't ride your back unless it's bent. Let us forever move forward together and never ever, not one, not two, no step back. Thank you for both of the work that they have done. Let us work together, struggle together, go down together. And in the language of Duke Ellington, go down swinging, because it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that love swing in it.
Somebody shout, it don't mean a thing if it ain't got a swing. Swing some love, swing some truth, swing some justice, and keep on swinging till we knock racism out, and poverty out, and genocide out. Look at your neighbor and say, neighbor, keep on swinging forward together. Not one step. We've got one more set of states and then two more sets of speakers. But go to the video. You all know Erica Alexander, who was the great producer of Good Trouble, who used to be on Living Single but is an activist par none, a voice that will not ever be quiet or stop speaking. She's a queen among us. And she sent a word. She had to go back to LA, but she wanted to send a word. And she said, you know, Reverend Barber, this is what we have not done. We've not put the stories. We talk about the numbers, but only when we put the stories and the faces can we change the moral direction of this country and build power and build a third Reconstruction. Listen up on the screen.
My name is Erica Alexander, and I'm glad to be standing with this community today. I agree America must hear and respond to these voices and cries of people, not in some distant future, but now. We all act together on this urgent mission to create a better tomorrow today. But we must first see ourselves as the participants and the recipients of the greater good and moral transformation that must take place in order for us to succeed. As Reverend Barber, my mentor and teacher, says, this is the third Reconstruction. It's here. So you have to ask yourself, are you an architect of this Reconstruction? Will you be willing to do the work to build a stronger foundation and core to America? A shift is taking place, and proof of its existence resides within the presumed social contract that exists between a community, a nation, and the world. Sometimes we see and hear all these words and actions, and it can seem like played out rhetoric. Am I my brother's keeper? It takes a village. Treat your neighbor as yourself. But listen again, those are breadcrumbs that keep us focused to the path of healing, justice, service, and love. I'm proud to be a part of the Poor People's Campaign and a supporter for greater social and financial justice. Thank you all for your story, your voice, and your extraordinary experience. Thank you for educating us on how to be human, together. Onward.
Thank you. And you should know she has promised to help raise up as many documentarians as we can find.
Alex. All right, folks, welcome back. We're broadcasting live here from the Poor People's Campaign, the Moral Assembly here in the nation's capital. We're joined right now by Reverend Bernice King. She spoke earlier after some of the affected workers. First, this is Reverend Barbara, Reverend Liz Theo Harris picked up the mantle of the event that your father was planning when he was assassinated. And the thing that people don't understand is that just because they see this multiracial assembly here, that's actually what he told his SCLC staffers then. Did not want it just to be African Americans. Right. And at that initial meeting, there were white folks from Kentucky and from other places. They wanted, he said, put a face on the poor, not just poor black people.
Right. Yeah, I mean, he was galvanizing the whites from the Appalachians. He was galvanizing our Native American brothers and sisters. Back then, I guess it was called Mexican Americans.
Yep.
And even when he had his press conference in March of that year of '68, he had representatives from all these different communities, and he literally did what Reverend Barbara and Reverend Theo Harris have been doing, which is going to these communities where the real issues are, not talking from this ivory tower, but really going amongst the people and getting the stories and the testimonies. They were taking those testimonies back then. What I appreciate about what's happening now is the momentum. This is something that Reverend Barbara picked up and didn't stop.
Right.
And only
it wasn't a march.
Huh?
It wasn't a march.
No march.
It wasn't a commemorative march.
Not a commemoration. No.
Right.
This is a movement. This is organization and strategy and planning and really building to tell the story. It's kind of like, getting folks to really testify so that the nation will see this is what's happening. So now what's y'all's verdict going to be, right, and then what you going to do about it?
And what a lot of people also don't understand is that the FBI infiltrated the Poor People's Campaign and deliberately spread misinformation, disinformation, and that played a role. People talk about, how when they came to D.C., it was a failure, but folks overlook the effort. Yes. They did not want it to succeed and did everything they could while your father was alive in those final months and when they finally came to make sure it would not be effective.
Exactly. I mean, that happened throughout.
And matter of fact, we're literally sitting right now across from the Department of Justice.
Yes. The irony of it all. But now, let's not sleep on the fact that even if it's not as intensified today, those kind of things are still happening. Infiltration is happening in different kinds of ways now, because the power structure, the power brokers, those people who want to keep things as they are in the status quo, are working very strategically to neutralize.
But now they're also utilizing social media
to
spread misinformation, disinformation of black folks through Facebook, through Twitter, through Instagram. And so we're now, just like there were informants then who were giving reports to J. Edgar Hoover, we're dealing with people now who now have, with that phone, putting the stuff out. And the problem, that lie then spreads, and then now we have an encounter.
But now let's understand, Roland, when we talk about those who infiltrated, they weren't necessarily people who were a different color either.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
No, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there are people today.
Yes.
First you got trolls, you got troll farms, but there are black folks today who serve the same role as those informants then to make sure that the movement failed.
Exactly.
And so we got to keep hitting that. I got to ask you this here because I see your tweets on this here, and now y'all know I'm a cuss folk out. I know sometimes you just want to cuss some of these people out who keep quoting your daddy.
I've gotten past that. I've gotten past
taking
that.
a piece of the quote and totally ignoring.
Yeah, but you know what? The reason I don't always respond is because you know what that does. That amplifies it.
Of course.
It could be people who don't have many followers, or even if they have, thousands. Still, if I get involved,
But when you have some fool tell you need to go read.
Oh yeah.
About your own daddy.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you respond. You set the truth out there, but I'm not going to go back and forth with people because enough of y'all are doing that. So I know that y'all are going to handle that.
Oh yeah.
I'm just going to put it out there, hit it, drop the mic, and move. It's like what just happened with President Trump, talking about he had more people. First of all, you're comparing apples and oranges. You were doing something that was dangerous to our country. You were trying to undermine our country, overthrow our country, everything that you can think of.
First of all,
it's not even the same thing.
He didn't even have as many people at his inauguration.
Right.
So it's like, boy, go sit down.
But the point is, I struggled when I saw it. I said, should I comment on this? And I said, because that's going to give it fuel.
That's where also sometimes Angela Rye always uses this one. Boy, bye.
Right. Exactly.
Like, I'm going to hit you with 2 words. Boy, bye.
Exactly. That's what we have to do.
I had this conversation earlier with Reverend Freddie Haynes because what I keep, and Julian Malvo, Mondale Robinson, is that when we're talking about the Poor People's Campaign, we're dealing with American money. And your mom kept saying, when my Martin started talking about the money, that's when they killed him.
Yeah.
And America, and I keep telling folk they got to read Where Do We Go From Here, Chaos Our Community. America, they ain't got no problem us talking about mass incarceration, criminal justice reform.
Exactly.
I said they might fight us on that, but okay, let them be preoccupied. But when we start talking about the money,
right,
then stuff all of a sudden shifts.
But because of social media, I think sometimes we don't need to talk about it. We just need to be about it. You understand what I'm saying?
But be about it, but what does that mean?
What I'm saying is, whatever we are doing related to the money to empower the black community,
right,
we don't need to broadcast all of that. Some of it you have to.
Oh, I agree.
But I think sometimes we do that. We post too much on stuff.
For me, when I say talk about it, what I mean is we've got to get people to understand that if you're talking about mass incarceration, you then have to say, well, what causes mass incarceration? Yes. John Hope Bryan says this: you ain't never seen a riot in the community with a credit score of 700 or higher.
Right.
And so what happens is, if you show me all the issues we're talking about, there's a direct correlation to income. And so I think, and I've had some people go, well, man, why you always talking about money? I said, well, if you ain't talking about the money, you ain't talking about America.
Right.
Because that's what it boils down to. I mean, that building right down the street, that's Capitol Hill. That ain't politics. That's money.
That's money.
That's appropriations.
Yes, that's corporations.
Yes.
Yes, they run the United States of America.
Yeah.
And we don't need to get that twisted.
Oh, I tell them, I said, there's only one agency share along with the White House.
There's only what?
One agency that shares along with the White House. Treasury.
Yeah.
Power, money.
Exactly.
That's it. And so that, to me, when we understand Poor People's Campaign, low-wage workers, that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
We're dealing with money and those who don't want to give more, those who want to keep more, and then want to keep millions in this condition so they can continue doing what they're doing, which is why this wealth gap has just blown wide open in the last 30 years.
Exactly. You don't have an argument for me on that one.
Next step, you mentioned up there you're working on something dealing with housing.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about it.
I can't talk about all of it. No. So Ashley Bell and I, who used to be the Southeastern Regional Director of the SBA, are working together on a fintech platform to create an opportunity for those who are renting to qualify for mortgages via our platform. So as long as they pay their rent on time, the credit's on us. You know, because most times when you have to apply for a mortgage, you got to have a certain credit score. obviously you got to have the down payment.
Right.
And we have a fund that's going to help to supplement the down payment of people. And so, you know, it's a lot of pieces to it. We're going to be talking about more and more in the launch Labor Day weekend. In fact, we are sponsoring, what's the name of the bowl in Miami between Florida A&M and
Florida
Jackson
A&M,
State.
Jackson State.
Yes. So we are sponsoring that bowl, and that's when we're going to be announcing it. So this is an opportunity to work outside of the system, and we got to start doing things like that to give our people the pathway to generational wealth. Because, as you know, we lost a lot of homes during the mortgage crisis.
53% of all black wealth lost with home foreclosure crisis.
Yeah, and what does that do? That also impacts our schools.
And what it did was, when a small business, when they gave out $23 billion in loans in 2013, we only got $385 million because we had no home for collateral.
Right.
That's how it works. No, you got to go. You mighty coordinating the blue.
Yeah, it's hot now though. Let me take all this off. But I want this is a powerful saying.
Impact over fame.
That's
okay. All right then.
Yeah.
So hold up, you got is this a different slogan over here?
No. This is a young lady.
Okay.
Brand.
Okay.
So I told her, you know, I rock it for her.
Coordinated.
Yes, coordinating all the way.
Just need to have the blue shades.
Yes. No, they're not blue, they're black. But I do have the blue ones now.
See, there you go.
I left them at home.
But it's good to see you.
Good to see you.
I appreciate it.
All right, and I want to talk to you more with Ashley.
Okay.
About what we're doing.
Okay.
So we'll reach out to you.
Ain't no problem.
Because we need your help to get it out.
We on 5 days a week.
I
know how to reach me.
Just 5.
Just
Not
5.
6.
No. We live 5.
Live 5.
We on 7.
24/7.
Black Star Network.
Black Star Network.
All right.
With Roland Martin. That's right.
Y'all, let's go back to the stage.
Make ends meet. I am tired.
Teach us, Emily.
I have been faced with many challenges in my life due to a broken system in the state of Mississippi that has a long history of punishing the poor while rewarding the corrupt, wealthy class. I stand with the Poor People's Campaign because we are in desperate need of this third Reconstruction. We must do more. We are coming for a fusion moral movement. Yeah. This is why I'm here, and we won't be silent. And we will move forward together.
If you notice, in the country, they try to make out like poverty is just a black issue or a brown issue, and then they try to pit white against black. They say a state like Mississippi, they think it's going to automatically be a certain color. But this movement, you can't figure us out because we all together. How many of you know victims of sexual violence that ought to have health care? The bishop.
Every community in this country has a story. I'm Bishop Bernard L. Jefferson from Flint, Michigan. One of my grandchildren was an honor student in the 3rd grade. He was chosen as an academic ambassador to go to D.C. to represent. But as he drank and bathed in the brown poison our government said was safe for consumption, his grades plummeted to D's and F's, and he lost his opportunities. Stories like my grandson are tragically common here. Mothers miscarriage, babies die, people dying of Legionnaire's disease. We pay one of the highest water bills in the United States of America. All in all, nearly 100,000 in our majority black city was contaminated with lead. Even now, the kids who were exposed are struggling in school. And 8 years later, it's still broken. A wood-burning biomass plant near Flint Elementary School is causing pollution associated with high acid right across the street from the housing project where one of my grandchildren live. What if she can't breathe the air? It isn't right.
That's right.
That we should have to fight so hard.
That's right.
Simply for our children to have safe water and clean air.
That's right. But we will.
Clean air to breathe. But all over this country, we're fighting just the same. And you can't stop now. I will not stop.
That's right.
I will not take back. I'm here with you.
That's right.
And I won't be silent anymore.
That's right. Do you notice how we all are standing together? How the states are all mixed up? This is what moral fusion.
Poor People's Campaign, the Moral Assembly here in the nation's capital. We're joined right now by someone y'all know very well, needs no introduction. He too is an alpha man. Dr. Cornel West, always good to see you, Doc.
Always a blessing, man. That rich tradition, T. Thomas Fortune, Ida B. Wells, Barnett, so many others that you educate us about in terms of the great black freedom tradition in journalism and the life of the mind. I salute you, brother.
I remind people, and I said this in my speech the other night, my Juneteenth speech. In King's book, Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community. He said that there were 4 institutions that were positioned to liberate black America. Negro Church, Negro Press, Negro fraternities and sororities, and Negro professional groups. He said all 4 have never fully committed themselves to liberating black people. But what was powerful, what he said in there, he said that the Negro press must maintain its militancy and not fall for the conservative.
Yes, yes, yes.
And the biggest issue for me when it comes to events like this here is that so much of black targeted and black owned media is fixated on entertainment, on reality shows, that we are not doing what King said, maintain that militancy.
That's exactly right. I mean, it's the struggle for the attention of our people. And if the attention is geared towards superficial things rather than substantive things, it's hard for us to get to the issues of freedom and dignity and self-determination and self-respect, because the white-dominated media has weapons of mass distraction.
Yes.
Trying to distract us forever with some gossip and all kind of superficial entertainment.
Or what they will do is they will, and which is why I think this is important, that when there is an issue, they will only invite black celebrities.
Ooh.
Ooh. And I say it all the time. I got love for all our celebrities, but if I'm talking about economics or I'm talking about black businesses, I'm going to talk to black business owners.
That's right.
I'm not going to talk to somebody who has a record deal but own nothing.
That's right. That's exactly right. Or you're not going to invite a black economist to talk about the rich dynamics of jazz, blues, and hip-hop. You got to talk about folk who are informed and have deep insights about what they're talking about. But I do want to highlight our dear brother William Barber and sister Elizabeth Thea Harris, because this is the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr., Fannie Lou, Haymon James Lawson, Marion Wright Edelman, and others. And the fact that you were here to cover it, brother, what an indictment of white-dominated corporate media, that they could zero in on everything Trump does and can't come to truth tellers and justice seekers like what's happening here.
Yep.
It lets you know. Capitalism, brother. Money, 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 money. Eyeballs, eyeballs, eyeballs.
That's it.
Stimulation, stimulation, stimulation. And you say, no, what about the truth? What about dignity? What about beauty? Because this is a beautiful thing.
It is.
It's a beautiful thing.
But see, the thing that is important to me, and Reverend Barber mentioned it from the stage, he and I always talk about, what has always angered me is I've covered thousands of these. But what drives me crazy is when folk invite me to cover these, and I look up and there's no data collection. So we call folks to events. Then I always ask, well, who was there? Well, you didn't collect no data.
Right.
So after the event, how you going to contact
How you going to follow through?
So if you had 400 from Oklahoma, you now have a database. So when it's time to mobilize and organize in Oklahoma, you know who you can call and email.
Exactly
If you never collected the data, you can't do anything but just call a news conference in Oklahoma. That also, I think, is one of the greatest sins of black organizations, is that we have gotten so caught up in organizing the event and not focused on what's going to happen the day after the event.
The day after. Well, I know I've heard you say that over and over again, event after event after event, because we go back many decades now.
Yes, sir.
And you would hope that people would take what you were saying much more serious. What I know Brother Barber's talking about the aftermath.
And they do it.
And they do follow through, but they listening to you in that sense.
Well, we talk a lot offline, and I told him, and I say to others, I said, Reverend, I'm going to be with you every step of the way because y'all are doing this the right way. These other folks, I've told them, I said, I ain't showing them to y'all event. I've told them that. I said, if you are not actually going to do something beyond the event, I'm not showing them to the news conference. I make them invite me to the 6-month follow-up meeting.
The 6-month follow-up meeting. But brother, you've been a great exemplar. You've been a great exemplar of self-determination, self-respect, though, because when you think of your own trajectory, well, you could have done a whole host of other things, CNN and all of that, and saying, look, I'm going to create a black institution. I'm going to have black folk working.
Black interns,
young
HBCUs.
HBCUs. You know, we've been there together.
Yes,
throughout the stages.
Yes, sir.
And I say, Brother Roland, strong as ever. And now everybody talking about Texas, Juneteenth.
Boom.
Everybody talking about Texas. Oh, Erica Badu and Lightning Hopkins, the little Archie Bell and the Drells. But also about
Willie Hutch.
There's more black folk in Texas than any other state in America. Gerald Horn and others told us that.
Yeah.
And the fact that we also know blacks, the enslaved folk didn't have to wait to hear. You had a white supremacist Confederacy army that kept black folks enslaved after Civil War. It was a threat that broke the back of that, you see. And that's very real. That's very real. So Texas, I'm telling you, I mean, it ain't just Beyonce either, God bless her. Texas got a whole lot going on.
And for those of y'all who don't know, y'all might say, well, Dr. West, he taught at Harvard, all the rest of these places. No. Where you from?
My mama's from Orange, Texas.
Boom.
My daddy's from Tulsa, Oklahoma. And Shiloh Baptist Church on the chocolate side of Sacramento had all kind of different black folk now.
Plus, there was that great Creole migration that came from Louisiana. They stopped in Texas. Ain't none between Texas and California.
California, that's exactly right.
That's why you can find some good gumbo in Oakland.
Ooh, you ain't lying. You ain't lying.
Well, my grandparents were part of that creek. They stopped in Houston.
Oh, yeah.
From Opelousas, Louisiana.
Lord. Good God Almighty. But, brother, I salute you, man.
I appreciate it. You've been talking constantly during Obama's presidency. You got criticized for it. In Trump, Biden, again, about the poor. I got to get your comment on this. So Trump was speaking in that Ralph Reed's Faith and Freedom Coalition. And that's the white conservative evangelicals. Poor didn't come up anywhere at a Faith and Freedom conference.
I mean, well, one is, Trump's he's been a neo-fascist gangster for years, even before he ran for president. We happen to have such a decrepit electoral political system that somehow he could win. And so we know he's not going to bring up that issue at all. But also the Democrats.
Or Ralph Reed not going to bring it up.
Ralph ain't going to bring it up.
And those evangelicals.
Right there in the text. Jesus talking about what you do to least of these you do unto me. Jesus runs out the money changers in the temple and is crucified because he ran them out. You don't hear that Jesus talked about. When it's not just Ralph Reed, it's true for churches across the board.
Right.
You know? But even the Democrats, brother, they got to talk about poverty.
Biden, I don't understand why he has been in there 17 months and will not meet. And again, Reverend Barber's been walking me through every step of the way. Sit down with low-income poor people. Have a White House economic summit on the poor. Stop just mentioning the middle class.
That's exactly. But you see, that's part of the Democratic Party going all the way back to Clinton.
I know the poor is a four-letter word.
They don't want to mention poor people because they figure not enough poor people vote, and they need the money of the wealthy, you see. And so we have to be consistent. If we're going to be true to Fannie Lou Hamer and Martin King, and we're going to be true to Donny Hathaway and Gil Scott-Heron and Nina Simone, we're going to talk about poor people having exactly the same value and significance as anybody else in the country and the world.
But we did talk about them during COVID because that's who were frontline workers.
Ooh, now ain't that the truth? Oh, no.
We wanted them at the grocery
when
store.
When they become indispensable, then
Right.
we want to talk about them. But when it's time to treat them right with dignity, then you want to push them aside. And we want to hold on to the biblical truths. What you're doing to the least of these, you do unto me. And we got to be faithful unto death, though. That's what I was telling when I told you we got to be in the world but not of it. You know what I mean? And you've been exemplifying that in so many different ways. Look, I'm going to tell my truth no matter what. No one of us have a monopoly on truth. We all fallen in that sense. We
Right.
broken, we cracked vessels. But we know we got a great people. We know we got a great tradition. And what Sojourner Truth and what Harriet Tubman had to say and what Ida B. Wells had to say, we got to take heed of that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's it. Well, I think what Reverend Barber said, their focus the next 143 days, they're going to go knock on these doors.
Yeah.
Because what he said is that, he told me, and we're going to run the interview, folks, a little bit later, he said the issue is not that they don't vote. The issue is no one ever knocked on their door. No one ever went to them. I mean, for y'all, read Barbara Ransby's book on Ella Baker.
Oh, the great Barbara Ransby on the great
Ella Baker told those stick workers, you have to, don't go there with your college clothes on, put the overalls on, and they may have second and third grade educations, but they know what they want. She said, go ask them what they want, not tell them what they need.
Yes.
And that, to me, is the difference. And so what they're doing, what the Poor People's Campaign is doing, what Black Voters Matter is doing, what Until Freedom, Tanika Mallory, Linda Sarsour, what they're doing, they are saying, what y'all need? We are here to work with you on that. Not, y'all need this.
Oh, yes. But that's our anthem. Lift every voice. It doesn't not lift every echo. We ain't going to be no echo. We lift in every voice. And begins with the least of these. But it's a moral and a spiritual issue. That's the important thing.
Yep.
And every flag is under the cross. And that cross stands for unarmed truth and unconditional love. So even if you're not even a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew or not even religious, you believe in truth, you believe in justice, every flag is under. So we got to bring critique to bear on America. Because as I said in my speech, God is not mocked, brother. You're going to reap what you sow.
And the last point, you just said critique. And I think that's hard for a lot of people to understand.
Yes.
There's a difference between hating, jealousy, and critique. And critique is an analysis of what you've done and then offering a counter view as to what should be done. Not tearing you down, but saying this is a critique of what you have done. And not being nasty, not being personal, not being bitter, but saying, no, you deserve a critique. So, my position has always been, and I said this to all the civil rights groups and everybody, I said, look, my motto as a journalist has been the same thing. If you do good, I'm going to talk about you. If you do bad, I'm going to talk about you.
I'm going to make you accountable.
At the end of the day, I'm going to talk about you.
Well, see, I'm old school. I learned at Vacation Bible School. Hate sin and still try to love the sinner. So what that means is I am a hater. I hate injustice. I hate white supremacy. I hate unfairness. I hate oppression. But I try to stay in contact with the humanity of those who are involved because they can change. But I'm going to tell the truth.
Right.
No matter what. Why? Because I got some hatred and greed in me.
I
need to be rendered accountable. You see what I mean?
Yep.
But at the same time, we still have some joy in our soul the world can't take away, though, brother. That's where our music comes in, you see. That's where our friendship, that's where our joviality. Nobody can steal that joy we have as a great people in the face of all of this hatred and greed and hypocrisy and downright oppression, you see. That's part of the greatness of who we are. And we should never lose sight of our moral and spiritual greatness.
That's right.
Brother, never. Ever.
Absolutely. Pratt, always good to see you.
It's a blessing, though, brother. No 6 in the
Yes,
house.
sir.
For Donny Hathaway. This for Donny Hathaway, right?
I
Love you,
appreciate
though,
Dr. Cornell West. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Folks, we're going to return back to the stage of the speakers here at the Poor People's Campaign Moral Assembly.
Poor and low folk really. The truth will be told, and you will leave here knowing that we have more power than it has been told. And when they say the midterms or an election are settled, that's a lie, because they ain't felt us yet. So if each of you would come and bring your best 1 minute on your particular story.
Bishop Barber has asked me to talk about the legislation H.R. 40 reparations, which is a bill in Congress, amen. With 215 members supporting, you may have heard of it, it would establish a commission to study reparations proposals to address transgenerational poverty and the transgenerational loss of opportunity in the African American community, from the period of enslavement through the ongoing vestiges of enslavement, Jim Crow, lynchings, land loss, segregation, voter suppression, mass incarceration, police violence, gun violence, and loss of livable income. Why should a multiracial coalition support reparation? Is because black unemployment is perpetually twice that of white. It would take, according to United We Dream, Shaley 581 years for African Americans to reach income parity with whites. It would take until 2099 to reach parity in median wealth. It would take 150 years to close the black-white poverty wealth gap, and it would take 1,664 years, 55 generations, to end the home ownership gap. Why should a multiracial coalition support H.R. 40?
That's right.
Because as long as this country is allowed to establish a floor for African American poverty that is so low, it lowers the ceiling for us all. The lower the floor, the lower the ceiling, and the measures that establish the white middle class are now obsolete. That's why most of the white middle class is at best, like all of us here, the working poor.
Thank you,
the
my
longer
brother.
it takes to close the racial poverty gap, the longer it will to create a rising tide to lift all boats out of overall poverty. We ask you to contact your members of Congress to ask them to support H.R. 40.
Yes.
And I'm going to do like
Yeah.
Oprah. I'm going to give something away. After today, go by 16th and Constitution to our red, black, and green reparations garden, where Dr. Barber picked up flowers to take home to honor his father, who fought for reparations. Pick up your flowers to take home. Red, black, and green flowers. Support H.R. 40.
Yes, sir.
Go to hr40song.com/reparations now. Download our new song, too, by our brother Nabil. God bless you. H.R. 40. Reparations now. H.R. 40. We won't back down. H.R. 40.
Reparations now. H.R. 40. We won't back down. And in this movement, we add to that, we believe that our Native American brothers and sisters ought to have reparations too. And anybody that's been hurt in this society. Bring them up, Liz.
All right, we got next Dante Sharp.
Dante Sharp, tell them your story. Give them your best Gettysburg Address.
I did 26 years in prison for a murder I didn't do in North Carolina. That's all I'm going to tell you about me. I'm not speaking to that power. I'm speaking to y'all because y'all the power. Everybody out here the power. That's what I see every time I come to one of these. I'm telling y'all, I just want to let y'all know how it is in prison for real from an innocent man viewpoint that did 26 years. We stacked on top of each other, housed like animals, health care, mental health, atrocious. It's garbage. All I ask y'all to do is get out there and vote and get those judges and district attorney out of office, because that's what kept me in office. But since I've been home, all I want to do and all I've been doing is speaking through Forward Justice and with Reverend Barber and the Poor People Campaign, trying to use my voice to set these guys free. Because they're not animals in prison. All human beings. I don't care what they did, how long they got. At the end of the day, we are all still human beings. And God bless y'all, and I thank y'all for having me here.
When I visited Dante Sharp in prison, He told me the day he got out, he would start fighting to change. He was in jail longer than when they first arrested him at 19 and lied on him, and he's a fighter. Give it up! And we want to go a little deeper. We got a professor, my sister from Yale, to talk to us about how deep this really is and why we must make this a part of any fight that is serious about addressing poverty and low wealth.
Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Mears, and I'm here to make a simple point. Mass incarceration creates and deepens poverty and dampens our power to make policies to ensure that everyone has a right to live. 2 million people are held in this country's jails and prisons, hundreds of thousands before they have even been convicted of any crime. 60,000 youths under the age of 18 are incarcerated. 2.7 million children have at least one incarcerated parent. And people who are incarcerated are 10 times more likely to experience homelessness. They're less educated. They attain GEDs and high school degrees rather than college degrees. And we know these credentials are critical for jobs that pay living wages and access to health care. For those who are incarcerated, the prison health system is often the first time in their lives they receive any kind of treatment for chronic conditions such as diabetes or asthma. All of us should have access to the goods of citizenship, education, health care, housing, clean water. And we all as citizens should have the opportunity to embrace the love and energy that people like Mr. Sharp, my new friend, Denise, and my former neighbor, Winfred Rembert. Please read his Pulitzer Prize winning memoir. We should have the opportunity to have them contribute to our communities. Every person in our community must be able to play a role to make the change we need. Thank you.
So everybody must play a role to make the change we need. Professor, this is your army now. This is the army for the footnotes that you produce. Next person.
We got Kelly Robinson and Patricia Wilson from Planned Parenthood.
Come on up.
All right, y'all. Hey, everybody, I'm Kelly Robinson. I'm the Executive Director of Planned Parenthood Action Fund. I'm honored to be here. Y'all, I'm even more honored to be the granddaughter of Retta Mae, Al, John, and Helen, the descendants of the first free black people in Iowa, the daughter of the enslaved people who survived the trip to America. I'm here because I'm holding fast to that promise of freedom that our ancestors fought for. They were fighting for our ability to control our own bodies, to determine our own futures, to be the architects of our own destinies. And that's the fight that we're fighting right now. Any day now, the Supreme Court is going to take away our constitutional right to abortion care.
No!
This isn't just about abortion. This is about the generations who have fought for our country to recognize our humanity, for us to be written into the Constitution, and they're trying to kick us out of it. Y'all, what I'm here to tell you is that we are proclaiming adamantly and defiantly that we will not go back. We are not going to be silent.
Will not go back.
And y'all, I have my friend, my colleague, my fellow freedom fighter here with me, Patricia. She's a mom of 2. She's a business owner from Baltimore, Maryland, and she's a storyteller for Planned Parenthood.
Somebody shout, we will not go back.
Hi, my name is Patricia Watson. Thank you, Kelly. You already know me now, so we family. Hey, cousins. Let's talk abortions. I've had 2. I had my first when I was 18. I was totally in love, or so I thought. First time I had sex, boom, got pregnant. I was not ready to raise a child. I ain't had no money. I ain't had no sense. The second time I had abortion, I was in a very abusive relationship. At this point, I tried to get my tubes tied, but I was told no because I wasn't 40, even though I had 2 sons. The day I found out I was pregnant, I thought it'd be the last day of me living. I had to go and tell this monster that I was pregnant. I didn't know if he'd be joyful and think, all right, I got my grips in you now, or if he would kill me. I worried about my sons financially and emotionally. I knew I couldn't support another child. Social services is hard to navigate. It's hard to get food stamps, hard to keep them, hard to get Section 8, hard to keep it, hard to get health insurance, and extremely hard to keep it. Gas is like $100 million a gallon. People forget all of that. They forget about after birth the cause. Abortion is just a thing people do, but it's not a dirty thing, but at times it's necessary.
We cannot be silent about the problems facing affordability and accessibility anymore. Silence is acceptance, and we cannot keep accepting it. We have to have these uncomfortable conversations. We have to be vocal. We got to stop being weak in the knees and stand up.
Give it up. That's right. Stand up. Look at your neighbor and say, neighbor, it's wrong to give a rapist more control over a woman's body than that woman. It's wrong if a woman would die to give death more power over her body than she has. And we won't be silent anymore.
All right, our next two speakers are Reverend Cheryl Moore and Sydney Saxon, representing our youth.
I'm Pastor Cheryl Moore of Zion Temple United Church of Christ in Durham, North Carolina. The indomitable Marion Wright Elderman once said, and I quote, "If we don't stand up for children, then we don't stand for much at all." Well, America, we are here today to stand up for our children. We are here to stand up for the nearly 20% of our children who live in poverty in our country. 28% of all African American children, 23% of all Native American children, and 22% of all Hispanic children, and 8% of all white children live in poverty in our country. America, you promised that no child would be left behind. Yet poverty is the primary reason for educational disparities and equitable resources in our communities. We are here to stand up for children from low-income and no-income households who struggle to keep up because America has let them down.
That's right.
We are here to stand up for children who have difficulties feeding their minds because they're trying to figure out how to feed their bodies. Children who have the right but have to stand up against too many wrongs. Children who have the smart but don't have the substance. Children who have deserve a piece of heaven but are living in sheer hell right now. America, if we don't stand up for our children, then we don't stand up for much at all. And standing with us today is 15-year-old Sydney Saxon. Come on, Sid.
Give it up for this young sister. Give it up for her. Come on, make her feel welcome. Make her feel welcome.
In his I Have a Dream speech, Dr. King said, instead of honoring this sacred obligation, America has given the Negro people a bad check, a check which has come back marked insufficient funds. I'm tired of the clear funding divide we can see when we visit other schools, and I'm tired of having to teach some of my friends things because their schools cut it out of the curriculum. America loves to talk about how children are the future and use children as examples when they want to fight for change, but they still have us begging for change. That's right. I'm tired of begging for fair treatment in this great country. I'm tired of begging for my life in active shooter drills. Aren't we tired of the thoughts and prayers that you gave my mother's generation when Columbine happened? Then why are we still giving them to my generation now? I wonder when America is going to get their own stimulus check to give kids the funding they deserve. I'm tired of picturing my future being me on the street with a dirty cup and a ripped up shirt that says, "You can keep your coins, we came for change."
Yeah!
America! Our children are not our future. They are our right now. So stand up right now. Stand up.
Right now. Stand up. Stand up.
Right now.
And we want you to know that while we challenge every rogue, every police system that would kill people, we have people in our community that are firewomen and firemen and policewomen and policemen who try to do the right thing. Many of them don't even make a living wage and are put to suffer without health care. Representing that is Reverend Dr. Della Owens to tell our story and to call this nation to listen.
Firsthand, the intersections between health care and poverty growing up seeing my mother making decisions whether or not to pay bills or pay for medication that my father needed. And having worked as a city employee with the North Carolina, you're not considered vested until after working 5 years with the agency. And as serving as a police officer, after 2 years, I was diagnosed with systemic lupus, which makes it difficult to continue your medical insurance without paying a very high cost because of premiums. Because of my illness, I was transferred to a civilian position, losing my police commission, which meant that I could not receive full benefits when I retired from the department. I was denied disability, which can force some people to live from check to check. This should never be a threat or a worry to anyone. And as police and as first responders are protecting our citizens, we must demand that our government protect all citizens by providing universal health care for the 87 million people who are living underinsured or without health care. And that is why I am here today, standing with the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for more revival, and I will not be silent anymore.
Yeah! Won't be silent anymore. League of Women Voters, my dear sister, Lord have mercy. We're going to have all the women and all the brothers working together fighting for change. Welcome, Virginia Solomon. Welcome the sister with us. And I didn't realize that one of the great civil rights leaders of our time and lawyers, Al McShirley, is standing on the stage. He helped lead the effort to beat back voter suppression in North Carolina, and with his daughter, would y'all just stand with Virginia Solomon and wave at him, Al, let him know you're here. He has been believing. He was with Dr. King. He was fighting in Kentucky, and we love him as a senior in our midst.
Let me tell you. But today, this is a power revolution. Say it with me. This is a power revolution rooted in love. And we are here putting our elected officials and those running for office on notice. Don't ask for our vote if you are not going to legislate on behalf of marginalized people. Don't tell us you support voting rights if you aren't passing legislation to protect and expand the ballot. Don't tell us you support a woman's right to choose, but you aren't willing to codify Roe v. Wade into law. Don't tell us you believe every person deserves equality health care, but you aren't fighting to make that a reality. Don't talk about a $15-hour minimum wage. Legislate an increase to the minimum wage. We are here to say we are no longer asking. Now we are telling, and we shall not be moved. We will not stay silent anymore. Peace, love, and power.
That's Gettysburg.
Hello. I don't think anybody's told you enough, but you're all beautiful, and thank you for being here with me. My name is Jessica Roloff, and I'm here for my mother and every other parent who goes to sleep at night crying because they can't provide for their children. I grew up on a dairy farm, and the federal farm policies of the 1980s changed everything. My family and our neighbors were forced out because the system gives preference to large and corporate farm owners. My mother went from being an owner-operator to a low-wage worker in a meatpacking plant with unsafe working conditions. When she gave birth to my brother, she was expected to get back on the line within 3 days. She spent the last half of her life working overnights in the ER. The work was hard, but she had a union. The City Council has now sold the hospital to a private entity, eliminating the union. Finally, in 2020, my mother died during the pandemic. Who makes decisions matters.
That's right.
We are rural, but live at the intersection of the world. We are indigenous people and immigrants from Mexico and Central America. We're refugees from Somalia and Myanmar and fourth-generation American immigrants like me. And people are trying to amass power by getting us to distrust, fear, and hate one another.
That's right.
And I say we can live in optimism, or we can die in despair. And voting won't fix everything, but we're in the fight for our lives. And we need every tool available. And I need you to find people who you share pains and hopes with, and I need you to vote together. Not just in major elections, but I need you there in every
That's right.
election. And we're going to do this because we still believe in the power to move this country forward.
Give it up for my dear
We're gonna move
sister.
forward.
Come
and we're
on.
not going to take one step back.
Not one
I
step.
love you, Mom.
I want you all to look at this picture on this stage, because this is the kind of coalition that can fundamentally change. That's why they work so hard to keep us from one another. Dr. King said in 1965 that the great fear of the aristocracy in this country would be for the masses of poor Negroes and the masses of poor white folk to come together and build a political voting bloc that could change the economic architecture of the country. Well, today, if we can get white farmers together with black folk and Latinos and Asians and Natives, that's what this is all about. One more to the stage. Where's my dear sister Fernandez? She has 8 children. She's taken on children others throw away. I want her on this stage and these babies from West Virginia. Her and her husband are fighting. And we said that we would stand with this sister in West Virginia. She's taken on children others would. When we get this kind of coalition together, Liz, invite somebody to the mic now to tell us what kind of power we really have.
We want to call on the policy director of the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, Shally Gupta Barnes.
These testimonies we've been hearing all morning, they are more than just stories. They are the basis of a moral, political, and economic agenda that can unite 140 million people in this country, 40% of the country, to take action together across race, across gender and sexual orientation, across faith, in every region, state, and county, and every line that's ever been used to divide this powerful political force. And it is powerful because these 140 poor and low-income people account for one-third of the electorate.
Say that again.
One-third. 1 out of every 3 voters in this country has a stake in an agenda that centers poor and low-income people. We call this a third Reconstruction agenda. And if 1/3 of the electorate was organized around it, we could change everything, our maps, our priorities, and we could revive the heart and soul of this democracy. So it is up to us. It is up to this campaign and anyone who is suffering from injustice and knows that this does not have to be, who knows that we are all deserving of the best and most of this country, no matter what we look like, where we live, who we love, what language we speak. It is up to us to organize and mobilize this new and unsettling force of poor and low-income people and poor and low-income voters to the polls.
That's right.
For those of you who may not know this campaign yet, you will, because we will be in the streets, at the legislature, in the courts, and at the ballot box. This is our promise. We won't be silent anymore, and our deadline is victory. Our deadline is victory.
Charlie, before you leave, is it also not true that in battleground states, poor and low-wealth people represent 45% of the electorate?
It is.
Is it not true that in 15 states, if poor and low-wealth people would just vote between 1 and 25% higher than they did in 2020, they could determine every election from the State House to the Congress to the White House? They can?
And they will.
How many of you will join us after this to organize and knock on doors and demand that people hear our agenda? Touch your neighbor. Say, neighbor, don't sit on the power that we have. Now say it loud. The stone that the builders have rejected now have the power to be the chief cornerstone in building a third reconstruction. And this is the day that the Lord has made. As they leave, I feel justice ringing in my soul. I feel justice ringing in my soul. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now look at the screen. This lady was over 90 years old. She's gone on now. But when we got in the fight for voting rights, she said, they think I'm going to die, but I'm not dying till we win. And we won. But listen to what she has to say. And then immediately after her, we have the Prophetic Council coming and emerging unions. And the reason I'm bringing them together, we're bringing them together, is because we can't separate this stuff. Each one of them will have 1 minute and will introduce an impacted person. In this movement, if you've come to grandstand or stand at the stage by yourself, you're in the wrong movement. It's all of us and not some of us. Listen to the screen.
I woke up this morning with my mind, come on y'all, stay on freedom.
Now we need to commemorate, we need to motivate, and we need to educate for the good.
All right, folks, we are here, the Poor People's Campaign Moral Assembly in the nation's capital. We've been broadcasting since about 9:30. Joining us right now is one of the affected folks who spoke on stage, Dante Sharp. Dante, first of all, for folks who don't know your story, you were recently released from prison for a crime you did not commit. Talk about that issue and then what you had to deal with fighting all of those years for your freedom. You just hold that right below your chin. Go ahead.
Well, I did 26 years in the North Carolina prison system. I was 18 when I got locked up and 44 when I finally got exonerated. Reverend Barber and a lot of different people came in and fought with me for those 26, well, really about 14 years, the last 14 years of the sentence. Reverend Barber and the Poor People Campaign came along, and the Duke Wrongful Convictions Clinic, and I filed motion after motion after motion up and down the court to the Supreme Court and back down, and finally, eventually, they overturned it because of the pressure from the people.
So they finally overturned it. And so, you know, when we talk about, again, 26 years, I can't imagine every day knowing you didn't do it. Knowing you didn't do it. And trying to maintain your sanity in the midst of that.
Well, man, I'm going to tell you the truth. You're right. When you just know you didn't do it, it's pure torment, man. It's torment every day. But the thing that kept me was praying, talking to my mom on the phone, getting visits every week from my mother, seeing my daughter, whom I never was out in the real world with until I got exonerated in 2019. But, man, I'm telling you, I would have lost my mind if it weren't for God and then the people I knew that were out there fighting for me, like Reverend Barber, Poor People Campaign, the Duke Wrongful Conviction Clinic, and a lot of those other organizations, and just the regular people that was coming to see me and praying for me. Because I had a lot of people, man. It took a village. It really did.
And then, of course, trying to get, you know, the governor to step up. And even that was difficult. A Democrat elected the governor, and there had to be protests and pressure on him. So even when you were clearly exonerated, it was still a fight to get out.
Man, listen. It was a pure tea headache, man. I'm gonna keep it real with you, man. After I got out, I guess the governor and them felt like I should be happy just to be out and have my freedom back.
Hold on. Before you go there, all y'all folks who out there posting on YouTube, shut the hell up. He was not exonerated because of Donald Trump. He was in a North Carolina state prison, not federal prison. So y'all get that bullshit misinformation off of my YouTube channel right now. Had nothing to do with Donald Trump. He was in a state prison. He was exonerated by state courts, and it was the governor of North Carolina who had to move forward to agree with that. Donald Trump had nothing to do with that. Now you can continue. I don't allow misinformation to go on.
That's right. Donald Trump had nothing to do with it. State court, state prisons, North Carolina, Governor Roy Cooper, finally, after a lot of pressure from all the different groups, Reverend Barber and a lot of other people, Reverend Spearman, everybody put that pressure on him. And eventually he went on and gave me my pardon after I was exonerated. It took 2 years.
You know, there's so many people who have had to deal with this. Unfortunately, most of them look like us.
That's right.
And, you know, there's above the Supreme Court, which is right behind the U.S. Capitol, it says equal justice under law, when in reality, that is absolutely not the case.
Man, let me tell you something. I don't have no confidence in our system. You know, like I tell people when I speak, I do a lot of speaking, like I tell them, you know, I got confidence in us as the people, because that's where the power really lies at. We're voting them out. We think that the system don't work, and part of it is some bull jive. But if you look at the whole overall system, it's the only one we got. You know, and we have to, like in prison, when we filed them motion, when I was filing all them motions to go to the Supreme Court, appellate court, and all them appeals to try to get somebody to hear me saying that I was innocent, I had to turn around and use the only system that we had.
That's right.
And I had to use the same system that put me in prison, that would keep me in prison. I had to use it. But also, by the grace of God, people like Reverend Barber and them that came in, they the ones that put the pressure on the court system, because it won't for them, the court system wouldn't have did what they were supposed to do, which was declare me, exonerate me.
So much changed in 26 years. When you got out, how hard was it for you to adjust to this? Because the world did not look like it did when you went in at 18. There's stuff that didn't exist when you went in, and that I'm sure you were like, that does what?
Yeah. Man, I'm going to tell you, man, I'm still struggling with it right now. I don't sleep. I wake up 2-3 times a night. Still struggle with the technology. But the main thing I struggle with is getting to know my family again. My younger brothers were little boys when I went to prison. Now they grown men with families, married with kids. And that's my biggest struggle, is trying to reconnect with my family, my close family, my mom. They're new to me and I'm new to them, man. We're starting all the way over. And I just spoke at Congress Wednesday, and I was speaking about that, and I broke all the way down crying, man, because it's still a mental and emotional struggle that I have going. It's like a wrestle. I'm wrestling with my family. We wrestling with each other to get to know each other again, because we're all different. I was gone all of my young life, you know, from 18 to 44, man. You know, and that's the biggest struggle. That's the biggest struggle.
And all of those hallmarks of life. I mean,
that's
you
right.
don't have a connection with that in terms of graduations and birthdays and holidays and the ups and downs. And so, yeah, it is as if, I don't want to use the word child, but it is as if a person was adopted, and then all of a sudden it's like, who is this? I mean, that's just the reality. There's this new person that's here.
That's right. I grew up in prison, man. I literally grew up in prison. My daughter was born while I was in prison, and that's the biggest fight that I have beside my brother them is my daughter.
How old is she?
She's 20. She turned 28. 28 July, and me and her at each other's throat all the time. It's like I can't even explain what it's like. It's just a battle, man. Me and her. I mean, constantly. We'll go smooth for a while, and like you say, she never had a chance to have me until she was a grown woman. She was in her mother's womb when I went to jail, when I got locked up. And I just feel like she doesn't see me as her father. She doesn't see me like somebody else out here.
Right.
Because of what I went through. People really don't know what you go through when you're wrongfully convicted and what your family goes through. It's not just you, it destroys, man. It messes up the community, your families, especially the immediate family.
It also has to really be a difficult piece mentally, because I think back to the movie Tom Hanks was in when he was stranded on the island, and then when he got rescued, he slept on the floor.
That's right.
Because that's what he was used to. I've talked to other people who talked about the difficulties they have when it comes to waking up, because literally their entire life was based upon somebody else setting a schedule.
That's right. Man, I really don't have a problem with that. The part that I have a problem with, I don't trust nobody. So I make sure all the
because when you're in prison, you can't trust many people.
That's right. Because in prison, like now, I don't sleep. I wake up 2 or 3 times a day. I'm in the night, throughout the night. Check the windows, check the doors. I don't like all different types of people coming to my house because I done heard a lot of stories. I done been around a lot of people and heard that story while they was in prison, and it will shock you, brother. It will shock you to the point to where mentally you will be like, oh, I got to watch out. And you got to watch out so much in prison. In prison, I always tell people, you don't never rest, but you sleep. You don't rest. Your mind never rests. It's always waiting to see what's going to happen, and you're going to get woke up. That's really how it is.
You're in a state of paranoia.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
What's the status of the state compensating you for being locked up 26 years?
Oh, I got pardoned by Governor Roy Cooper, and I think it was in November, and they gave me $750,000, but that really is pennies compared to 26 years in prison.
That's right.
But it's enough to just, I guess, get a start, but it's not enough to kind of rectify what they did to me and all the years they took away from me. You know, at the end of the day, it's really nothing.
There's a brother who's sitting in prison right now who was in your predicament, and he may have given up. What would you say to him and his family?
Keep your head up, brother. Hold on. Believe in yourself.
Brother or sister.
Brother or sister, that's right.
Them sisters as well.
That's right. Brother or sister, keep your head up. Keep your faith. Don't give up. Use the time wisely to better yourself. No matter you in a situation like I was in, you're innocent or guilty, take advantage of the opportunity that you have in there. You know, that's how I made it. That's how I made it through. I took advantage of all the opportunities I could to better myself while I was in there, and that kept me sane.
Dante, man, it's good to see you. Glad to see that, one, you got some justice, that you are free, and certainly I hope things improve with your daughter, with your family, because even though it may be difficult, the reality is you are out, and now they have an opportunity to actually establish a relationship. It's better to be able to have one than never to have one.
Well, man, I appreciate it. I appreciate the opportunity, man, and God bless you, man.
Likewise, my brother. Take care. Folks, we will go back to the speakers on the stage here at the Poor People's Campaign Moral Assembly here in the nation's capital.
More than the average worker.
That's right. Teach us, friend.
Where millionaires and billionaires pay lower taxes than the average American. We cannot accept a world where social programs like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and the Affordable Care Act are under constant threat. Now, I believe that unions is the best vehicle to eradicate poverty. But we can't do it alone. We need all of us sticking together. All of us sticking together, standing up for a more just country and a more fair nation. Thank y'all very much.
Give it up for Fred Ruppin. Everybody shout, solidarity! Forever! Mary Kay Henry!
Thank you. I am so proud on behalf of the 2 million members of SEIU and the millions more fighting all across this country to join together in unions and stand with the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for a moral revival. Forward together. Not one step back. Forward together. Not one step back. And that's what healthcare workers came to do. Not one step back from Healthcare Pennsylvania, Healthcare Michigan, 1199 United Healthcare Workers East from New York, Maryland, New Jersey, and Florida, and 1199 West Virginia, Ohio, and Kentucky. Janitors and security officers from 32 BJ and public workers from 500 in SEIU, Virginia, and 73 Illinois. And then we have the Fight for 15 in a union leadership.
That's right. In the house.
Yeah, in the house, Reverend Barber. From Florida and Wisconsin, from Raise Up in North Carolina and Georgia, and South Carolina, workers organizing all over the country.
Starbucks workers!
And in solidarity with the Memphis 7, because we say we are here today on behalf of every worker fighting for unions for all, and every voter fighting for a government that works for all. Our votes this November are not a show of support. They are a demand. And we demand that every corporation and every elected official hear us. And that's why I am so proud to stand today with the fearlessness and courage of the workers. I'm proud to introduce Nikki Taylor from the Starbucks Memphis 7.
Big deal.
Beth Schaefer from Raise Up in South Carolina.
Raise Up.
Christina Jimenez, who is organizing Maximus call centers with the Communication Workers of America. And Richard Joseph, a Family Dollar worker who has the courage to organize across the South. And Nataki Rhodes, who is a longtime tipped worker fighting for one fair wage, because the minimum wage has to be a wage for everyone. Tipped workers can't have a sub-minimum wage any longer. And so now let me turn to Nikki Taylor from the Memphis 7 with Starbucks Workers United.
Solidarity. As they come to bring their best Gettysburg address, we want you to know we've got 20 minutes left. Don't leave. We got to do something at the end real powerful. Give it to the nation right now. These are the emerging union fights in the country, and they are the baddest thing out here.
All right, so I'm going to start with this slogan we just started using, and that's with Starbucks billions, Starbucks workers should not be poor people. Most of us are making under $15 an hour, and that, in my eyes and everybody's eyes, that is not a living wage. So therefore, we chose to organize, and that is reason number one as to why we organize. We are working under unsafe conditions, working with no protection between people throwing drinks at us, throwing punches at us, and calling us slurs every day, and this is why we organize. It takes a Starbucks barista almost 30 years to make what our CEO makes in a year, and to me, that's ridiculous. And that is why we organize. Why we organize is because the union is going to give us a voice that we never had before. And therefore, we're going to stand up and fight for that voice. Our CEO has not stopped the wave. As right now, we stand at 160 Starbucks stores unionized. Let me say that one more time. 160. 6 months ago, it was 0. We have fought against their union busting to come in and fire me and 6 of my comrades. The store that they thought was going to lose, baby, we got that union. We won. So, I'm going to leave that because I know we got 1 minute and I'm going to say true, like nobody else did. But anyway, if you guys want to, please find us. We have a pledge you can sign so that you can support the Starbucks workers. And we're going to send you information on what's going on. You'll be able to keep up with them numbers. Because, baby, by next week, it's going to be 200.
Say that.
And the week after that, we're going for 3. And I'm going to leave you with this. Let me rest. After I say no contract, I need y'all to say no coffee. Can we do that? No contract. No coffee. No contract.
No coffee.
No contract.
No coffee.
Thank you.
Everybody shout solidarity. Forever.
All right, folks, we're joined right now by the national president of Alpha Phi Alpha, Willis Lonzer. Glad to have you here, Brother President. This is a gathering that obviously is focused on low-wage workers, focused on poor workers. What role is Alpha and the Divine Nine playing not only in today's gathering, but also what they're going to be planning for the next 143 days?
Well, actually, we have just recently come off of a meeting of the 5 MPHC fraternities this week where we had Legislative Day on Capitol Hill in order to advance our discussions not only with the White House but people in Congress, aligning with them along their platforms as we move towards the midterm elections, as well as what we can do from a grassroots message perspective through our fraternities and even for the sororities, programmatic thrusts that they utilize. We're trying to realize and help people to understand that we still stand aligned with Brother King and his component where Brother Barber has brought forward appropriate minimum wage for people, having your voter rights protected, reinstitution of voting rights for felons who return into society, all of those components, health care. We need those things, and they're grassroots. We are uptaking messages through partnerships as well, and this is the entire Divine Nine because the Council of Presidents often is seeding these conversations collectively. So it's been a good move, and you got a lot of work to do in the next 140 days.
I have long said that when you look at the organizational structure of the various black fraternities and sororities, you have what is considered probably the most sophisticated infrastructure, meaning they're international, they're national, they're regional, they're state, grad, they're undergrad, then they have an impact on kids K through 12. And Dr. King wrote in his book, Where Do We Go From Here, Chaos Our Community, he said that black fraternities and sororities were one of the 4 institutions that were proud in the position to liberate black folks. He said, but they, along with the other 3, never fully committed themselves to the full liberation of black people.
That's right.
And I think we have to keep challenging because we have the numbers, but the numbers have to be activated and moved in the appropriate direction.
Indeed. One of the most powerful realizations is the direct membership of our organizations, but also the extended reach when we talk about the circles of influence that these respective members have. I think that at the end of the day, and I believe that it's reflected through the Council of Presidents' actions, that we are representing a new opportunity in the second 100 years for our organizations to be more impactful, more or less realizing that those challenges can be confronted through our networks and how we leverage them, leveraging our influence, being able to go to the White House or to talk to elected officials about what are foundational pieces that come back to everyone on Main Street where we live. So I'm excited about it. I believe that we've got strong leadership through the respective organizational presidents who are part of the Council of Presidents, and we're going to make a difference. I really do.
And I think moving forward, again, between now and the November election, it's going to be vital to activate those chapters to really set an ambitious and an aggressive goal when it comes to voter registration, but not just getting folks registered, but also then getting them to the polls, because that is the biggest concern. The forces that are against black interests, they are very motivated to turn out. A lot of our folks are not, but we're going to be negatively impacted by the policy decisions that they make if they win.
I agree, and it's very interesting. Our most recent discussions were just aligned with that. Yes, voter registration, but getting folks to the polls, being preemptive like in Georgia, making sure that we can send the person in with the care package, water, since we can't do it by law, but they can bring it with them. So just trying to empower our individuals, but definitely speaking to that and other tactics to ensure that we're going to not have folks miss out on the importance of this midterm election and those in the future.
But then after the election, and this is something that I really have been hitting hard, and I really think we have to challenge our brothers, specifically then we throw in the sororities, in terms of showing our power in mass. And so I'll take, for instance, I've said this, you've got 9 black fraternities and sororities. If you put in Prince Hall Masons, Eastern Star, and the links, and you got 12 organizations. That means that we can literally rotate every single month as to who is going to show up at a school board meeting, a county commissioner meeting, a city meeting, and all of a sudden, if you are a school board member and you look up and you see 100, 200, 300 black men in black and gold, you're going to, first thing is like, okay, what the heck is going on? Then when I see pink and green the next month, and purple and gold the next month, and red and white the next month, and then blue and white, then blue and gold, all of a sudden I'm like, okay, what's going on? And to me, that has to happen because, as I keep saying, the election is the end of one process and it's the beginning of another. We have to then be seen in pushing the policies after the election to force them to do what they said they were going to do.
I agree, and as a Prince Hall Mason myself, as well as you, I would even include the Boule as a possibility as well, being a member, because I believe all of us speak to the collective empowerment of our communities. And with that, we've got to really get in there and stand shoulder to shoulder. What we just saw this week with the 5 fraternities, Alpha Phi Alpha, Kappa Alpha Psi, Omega Psi Phi fraternity, and Iota Phi Theta coming here together as men, our collective impact, we realize that this is something we've got to do. Yes, we all great in our individual way, but we will be so much more impactful when we come together collectively as 5 and with the 4 sororities as the Divine 9. And we're on our way.
And Brother King talked about that on April 3rd, 68, when he said black people individually are poor, but collectively he said are rich. He said when we do things collectively, then we can actually begin to make changes, and that's why that's important.
Agreed. I totally agree with that. When we talk about the importance of where we are positioned in history, all of these organizations that we are part of in organized efforts to liberate and lift our communities, this next 100 years will galvanize and solidify our mark in history, more even than the first 100, because now we all have gotten comfortable in our skin, and now we have the chance to really lock arms and bring and attack the thwarting efforts that are trying to challenge our communities. Young black boys, and I live in Chicago, as you know, are being impacted. They can't just see a purple and gold or a black and gold or a crimson and cream or blue and white or brown and gold. But when they see all of these colors coming towards them and the men have the same message, because we do have pretty much the same message, it will mean that my community cares about me. Then you throw in the Prince Hall and Eastern Stars. Then you throw in the Links. Then you throw in top ladies of distinction. Then you throw in also the Boule or other organizations of that nature.
The Guardsmen,
you name it. We all have a collective part in making sure that we can reach the community where we are. The extended network is just an empowering concept and a powerful concept to believe that we haven't leveraged fully. But we will, and I think it will make a difference.
All right, President Alonzo, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much, Brother Martin. It's good to see you.
Likewise. All right, folks, let's now return to the stage, listen to the affected workers. There we go. We'll take a photo.
Stay right here, brother. Something's wrong when billionaires made $2 trillion through this pandemic, while 8 million more people fell into poverty. And that's why we can't be silent anymore. Is that right? Give it up for these emerging unions for showing us the way. Now, we've got people here that have come on buses as far as 15 hours away. All the way in the back, let me hear you shout. All the way to 14th Street, let me hear you. And they've got cameras, but we must honor them. We've got 4 unions that are coming, representing all the unions that are supporting. Everybody that comes, you've got exactly 1 minute. Not 1 minute, 1 second. Not 1 minute, 2 seconds. We all said this all before we got here. And then we're bringing up the organizations, and each organization gets one person, either the president or to say why we will keep organizing together. Come on up as the unions come. And I want to give a shout out to George Gresham and that mighty union called SEIU 1199. They brought over 60 buses from around the country Y'all tell George I said hello, all right? All right. You got your best Gettysburg address? Let's go.
Greetings, peace, and blessings. I'm Millie Silva of 1199 UHE. The Purple People. We are here as part of a 70-bus delegation of healthcare workers from Massachusetts, New Jersey, Maryland, D.C., and Florida. And we stand with you, Bishop Barber, and everyone who is a part of the Poor People's Campaign. On behalf of our president, George Gresham, and the 450,000 healthcare workers we represent in our union, we are here to declare we stand with each and every one of you who's organizing to end poverty in this country. The poverty where some of us have a living wage and others do not. The poverty where some of us have a home to live in and others of us are on the streets. The poverty of spirit that allows for systemic racism to exist instead of the love that we need for each and every one of us as humans. Sisters and brothers, family, we have to stand together because this country is rich and it needs to share the wealth. There is a sickness in this country, and as healthcare workers, we are looking for the cure. But as we learned in this pandemic, here is what we know. We are the ones to save ourselves. We are the cure. It is us. It is each and every one of us. Those of us who are here today and those of us who are here back at home. Because at 1199 we know an injury to one is an injury to all. And so we stand together in the spirit of 1199's founders and in those of us for the next generation. Let's do this together. During this pandemic, we went through one of the toughest contract negotiations in all of our states. And our call to each other was this: to win this fight, we must unite. To win this fight, we must unite.
To win this fight,
we must unite.
Bring on the testifiers. Give them a hand. Let them feel welcome.
As I stand shoulder to shoulder with you all, recognizing this march on the weekend of Juneteenth, I am empowered, encouraged to end poverty, build power for workers, transform our country. My name is Lilith Clackin. I'm a proud member of 1199 SEIU, representing New York State. I am a home care worker. I am a delegate representing my co-workers and a certified and licensed home care aide. I can safely say I have contributed positively to people's lives, making it possible for elderly and sick people to live in their homes and receive compassionate care. I worked throughout the pandemic, being an asthmatic and living with my grandchildren, giving my health conditions. I feel very blessed to have survived. Many of us who march today have not been recognized for our contributions.
That's right.
And so it is with this in mind, we know without the voices of the people holding our employers and electors, leaders responsible to deliver for us fair wages. Let us not forget the dark period our country faced for 2 long years. Death stared us in the face. A virus wiped us out. Low-income families were so much more impacted. Let us recognize the essential workers, end poverty, build power for workers, transform.
Recognize us. Say, recognize us.
Hello, my name is LaTanya Davis. I'm a proud member of the 1199 SCU Unit Healthcare Workers East. I'm a secretary in Miami. I'm a mother of 3 boys, 14, 18, 19, so you would know what my grocery bill must look like. My rent just went up $300. I guess it'll be just me and God trying to figure out how I'm going to survive it. Honestly, I'm not sure how I would support my family. I've worked in the same hospital for 16 years and I'm still under $16. Many of my sisters and brothers all around Florida have it even worse than me. The hospital and nursing homes workers privileging life-saving care every single day, but they can't even afford their own health care insurance. It's getting to the point, guys, is that if we're not out here being together like this, we're not going to make it. So I'm just glad to see you guys out here. Let's keep on fighting.
Let's keep on fighting. She is why we must fight. Next union. Is there anybody else? Is that it? Next.
The United Electrical Radio Machine Workers of America, UE, is proud to be here at the Mass Poor Peoples and Low-Wage Workers Assembly and Moral March on Washington and to the polls. Our union believes in organizing and mobilizing the working class. We believe in aggressive struggle. We believe in militancy, civil disobedience, and good trouble. We know that there is just one solution to poverty and inequality. Organize, organize, organize. Organize in the streets like we're doing here today. Organize to the ballot box like we will all be doing in November, and organize in the workplace. Every workplace we see how poverty and systematic racism work together to exploit the working class and keep us in poverty. In every workplace, the boss tries to divide workers by race, by gender, by nationality, by sexual orientation in any way they can to keep us divided. But workers are fighting back. And I'm proud to say that the UE is organizing across all sectors of the working class. And right to work for less, North Carolina and Virginia, collective bargaining for public sector workers is illegal. We've been organizing and successfully engaging in aggressive struggle, militancy, and good trouble. Many of those workers are here today with us, and I want to introduce UE 150 member Bryce Carter from the North Carolina Public Service Workers Union.
Thank you.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Bryce Carter. I'm the Vice President of North Carolina Public Service Workers Union, UE Local 150. Serve on the National Executive Board and Steer Committee of the Southern Workers Assembly, member of Black Workers for Justice, and I'm also a street maintenance worker for the City of Greensboro. We know the biggest tool to fight against systemic poverty and racism can be unions. Down south, a region where nearly 60% of all black people live and work, we are in a fight for our lives to organize workers and to overturn Jim Crow-era law that bans workers from collective bargaining.
That's right.
Certainly, North Carolina has some of the worst repressive anti-union laws. Collective bargaining is a critical expression of workers organized for power. However, even without collective bargaining, our union has been able to raise the minimum wage for tens of thousands of workers up to and beyond $15 per hour. By organizing city workers across the state, we won $15 minimum wage in 6 largest cities. This was no easy task. We pushed leaders in council meetings to rally workers in the streets, had the support of the community, handed out flyers, held press conferences, made many phone calls to our members, conferred meetings.
Thank you, my brother.
We also wanted it all for all state employees. Just this spring, we won a minimum wage of $20 per hour for city workers in the city of Charlotte. Keep fighting.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. Next. You're not here. There she is. So you're not here.
You're not here.
Right now.
Right now. Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Hunt, International President of Unite Here and President of Local 634.
Yes.
I represent the cafeteria workers of the School District of Philadelphia, and we say enough is enough.
Enough.
Enough of more work, less pay. Enough of employees undervaluing our work. Enough of poverty wages. Enough of us having to figure out whether to pay our bills or put food on the table. We pay bills and have families to support just like the bosses. And we are here to say, pay us our worth. Say it with me, pay us our worth.
Pay us our worth.
Without us, there
Shut them down. Our union brothers and sisters in Atlantic City said they will shut them down with that strike vote on Wednesday. 96% of Atlantic City casino workers voted to strike in early July. If we don't get the wages they deserve, casino workers need a raise. Now is our time because we say enough is enough. Because it's power of the workers and the power of the workers don't stop. I now want to introduce my union brother, Timothy Freeman from Unite Here Local 274.
Brother Freeman, thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. And I'm just
All right, folks, we're joined now by Ron Daniels in our anchor position here at the Poor People's Campaign Moral Assembly. Ron, y'all have been broadcasting with Pacifica all day. Put in a context from your perspective why this assembly, this moral assembly on this date matters.
That when that Martin Luther King's death was resurrection, that's in chills everywhere. Because what it means is that this movement continues, that it's a long distance struggle, that it's not, you may have fits and turns, but you now have, the Rainbow Coalition. You have Reverend Barber, who, by the way, is a reluctant leader. He didn't ask to be anointed. He was asked to be in this position. But taking up the cause of the Poor People's Campaign, the concept of an economic bill of rights, and the concept that you have to have low workers and no-wage workers and no-wage workers as a fundamental base for changing this society. That's why I think it was important to be here. That's why this movement is important. And quite frankly, America is not going to change until we can get low-wage workers and no-wage workers at the center of the struggle.
And one of the things is very interesting. I'm looking at our chat here, and somebody goes, boycott, boycott, boycott. And I keep trying to explain to people that if they actually studied Operation Breadbasket, boycott was the last point. That's the mistake I just think so many people make. They want boycott to be the first thing when it's the last thing.
Right.
You also can't boycott something unless you have educated and explained to people what the issue is that you boycott.
Right.
And then if you launch a boycott too early and it fails, then you've given up your most important piece, and now folks can ignore you in the future.
Well, the other thing that people want to do is they want to boycott everything at the same time. There's an art and science to boycotting. And you're right, you have to educate. And it's like political jiu-jitsu or economic. You have to find a corporation or entity that's weak, that if you apply your power, you're able to succeed, because then it creates psychological momentum. I am very much in favor of economic sanctions and boycotts, but it has to be done right.
Right.
You have to educate, and it must be a part of this movement. I believe you have to march on ballot boxes. I believe the slogan, we ain't going to let nobody turn us around, is right. I know they got voter suppression. We don't care if they put the ballot box in the middle of the desert. We're coming, and we're going to, it has to be a battle cry. And the other thing that you've laid out, Roland, which is so crucial to this discussion, it remains to be seen how many of our working class white brothers and sisters will actually respond.
Right.
They have to respond. And if they don't respond, we have to take those progressive whites who will and keep doubling down on black people and brown people and just keep pushing forward, because this racism is so deeply embedded. And I don't say that because I want it to be that way. It's because history has shown us that. And the messaging in the Democratic Party and so forth and so on, and you have said this, we've got a message to the base so we can turn them out. Otherwise, the need to change and the flip in 2022, we need 2 more senators or 3 more senators. It's not going to happen unless they start messaging, and this is a part of it.
Yeah, and what this is mobilization, organization. That's what it is. Because, again, it's like when I was in Kansas City, they were talking about, their goal is to get 40,000 people who are going to back local control their police department. I said to them, if you go knock on those doors and you get 40,000 people and their name and their phone number and their address and their email, and they said, I'm with you, I said, I can guarantee every politician is going to be shaking in their boots because you saying, I'm holding the key to you winning or losing, which side you want to be on, but that requires you putting the structure together, taking the time to do it, not just hoping they show up to the ballot box.
Right, and it also means synthesizing the new technology of social media with the old-fashioned way of going door to door. It's not either or, it's both. And at some level, that eyeball to eyeball, touching people, is the ultimate way of moving it forward. So I think that's important. And by the way, let me just say a word about H.R. 40, because H.R. 40 is being advanced by Congresswoman Sheila Jackson-Lee. At the end of the day, we will never, ever get rid of structural institutional racism until reparations has been adopted, and we're pushing that too. This administration needs to move off the dime and get it done, and we appreciate the support that you've provided in helping to move it forward.
All right, Ron Daniels, always good to see you, Doc.
Always good to see you.
All right,
brother.
take care.
Appreciate you.
Folks, we're going to quickly go to back to the stage, and then we're going to come back and chat with Dr. Greg Carr.
Notice that nobody came today to speak for people. The beginning of this movement, that we would build a stage for impacted people to speak. Not everybody can. I see some of your signs, but you have to hear and love what you see happening here today. We're modeling what you ought to do in your states and in your cities. Too often, people who have been like an organizational head, it's good to hear the head, but we need to hear the people. And that's why today nobody came to speak for people. The people speaking for themselves. That's what will change this. Now, here at the end, we have the presidents or their representatives of various peer groups that agreed to this early on. Many of them said, you know, I understand. I might be the president elected, but I'll let somebody else speak that's in my organization. The one or two presidents that you saw, as you saw today, they introduced somebody else. That's the kind of model we've got to have for Fusion Coalition. So I'm going to invite these presidents now. These are the peer organizations. And I want them to come. I want the tri-chairs of our Poor People's Campaign to start making. If there's some tri-chairs here, we'd like you to come to the side and come around tri-chairs, because we want to get you up on the stage at the end. I hope all of you aren't sitting here. We don't want to close all of this out. But if some of them stand up, some of y'all sit down. Now, I need the presidents to honor, because folk have been standing, we know, to give your best 45 seconds. And this is what they're supposed to talk about: why we will stay together and why we must have a moral fusion movement. Today is not a day, it's a declaration. This is not an end, but a beginning. Presidents, can y'all do that? I didn't hear nobody say nothing. Now, I'm going to try to be pastor, but I will be bishop if necessary. And I'll love you all the while. But as you come in order, one person per organization. Don't come up here with two, one. Because we've got to do something that the people have to do who have been out there standing. One person, one spokesperson per organization, 45 seconds. We love you. Let's do it together.
So we got climate reality.
Forward together. So 1 minute. There's power in a minute. To quote the late, great Benjamin Mays, I have only just a minute. Only 60 seconds in it. Forced upon me, can't refuse it. Didn't seek it, didn't choose it. But it's up to me to use it. I must suffer if I lose it. Give account if I abuse it. Just a tiny little minute, but eternity is in it. My friends, eternity is in the minute we've been given. And although we like to say this is a movement, this is also our moment. When we think about the global climate crisis that threatens to push 100 million people into poverty by 2030, this is our moment. When we think about the fact that 68% of African Americans live within 30 miles of a polluting coal-fired power plant, this is our moment. And if this is our moment, if this is our movement, we must use it. Forward together.
Not one step back.
Forward together.
Not one step back.
Forward together.
Not one step back. All right, and now Greenpeace.
Hello, sisters, brothers. My name is Tafari Gabre. I'm the Chief Program Officer of Greenpeace, and I bring you greetings from our 3 million members. Sisters and brothers, our nation is grieving. We're seeing attacks on women's rights, senseless acts of gun violence. Our planet is running out of patience with us. Extremist politicians have made it harder for brown and black people to cast their ballot. Our communities are suffocating under the weight of systemic racism and poverty, while our elected leaders are stuffing their pockets. Today, we say no more. Today, we come here to fight back. Today, we say all of us or none of us. Can you say it with me? All of us or none of us. All of us or none of us. Power to all of us.
Power to all of us. Yes, sir.
All right, now we're going to have Milpa, the Border Network, and Nakasek.
Buenas tardes. Soy Edwin Maldonado. Pertenezco a la organización Movimiento de Líderes Migrantes en Pensilvania, Milpa. En nuestro estado estamos luchando por el derecho a la movilidad con una licencia de conducir para todos. Y a nivel nacional estamos exigiéndole al gobierno una reforma integral para los más de 11 millones de personas indocumentadas en el país. Hoy quiero hablarles de la importancia de la unidad. Nosotros debemos ser como las hormigas, que son las más pequeñas en el mundo, pero dice la Biblia que en el verano trabajamos unidas almacenando comidas. Así como ellas, nosotros debemos mantenernos unidos, unidos hasta la victoria, juntos, ni un para adelante, ni un paso atrás.
All right, we've got medical attention. Y'all just look this way. There are doctors here. There are nurses here. Let them take care of it. You come this way. Don't get around them. That's what we don't do. Don't get around them. Let them breathe. They're fine. We got a doctor here. God, we ask your blessings now. That you touch and heal in the name of our God, in the name of Christ, in the name of all that is holy. Now, y'all that are looking, turn around. We need you to turn around and leave them, let them, unless you're with that person, let the medical people take care of it. We've got plenty of security and medical people. All right. Now, you presidents, because we have somebody there, I want you to honor that, okay? Let's come up. You're talking about why we must stay together. Come on.
Our immigration laws, policies, and strategies have created a broken system that has separated more than 2,000 children from their parents at the border since 2017. It has rejected and expelled almost 1.5 million refugees and asylum seekers in the last 2 years. It has built more than 1,000 miles of border walls that send migrants to the isolated deserts and mountains where they're dying at a ratio of 1,000 per year, which equals to 3 per day. It allows 11 million immigrants in the United States to live in the shadow of poverty, oppression, and persecution. We refuse to accept this culture of abuse, terror, and poverty towards immigrants and other people of color. America is supposed to be the nation of immigrants, a melting pot, used to represent the promised land and a better future for all.
Thank you so much. Before the next one comes, President, I have to ask you something in great love. This section is supposed to be about why we must stay together. We all know we have our individual issues, but you're talking to millions of people. They've heard the issues. What they need to hear you talk about is why you are committed as your organization not to be under the Poor People's Campaign, but at least for us to work together. That's the message right now. Can y'all give that message? Your best 45 seconds. Come on.
My name is Jessica, and I'm from New York. I represent Minkwon Center in Flushing, a neighborhood of Queens. We are a part of the Nakasek Network, where we serve and organize Korean and Asian American immigrants. There's a significant portion of the community who are low income and undocumented, and I am one of them. Because of this, much of our community and I am faced with multiple barriers economically, socially, and politically. We affirm the rights of every person regardless of color, ability, or class, the right to live safely with their loved ones, and with access to quality education, healthcare, housing, and support. All people, young and old, Asian or Black, Latino or white, immigrant or indigenous, deserve to seek a better life and live happily. When citizenship is required for access to safety, basic resources, and dignity, it is not an option. It is a basic right. Thank you.
I'm going to have to make an adjustment because I'm honoring this brother. And I'm going to make that adjustment, and I hope folk won't be mad. I pastor Greenleaf Christian Church. And what I have seen today makes me committed to stay with all of you and to make sure my church, that's what you're supposed to be talking about. We've already heard the issues. This section is supposed to be about how we will stay together. I really love you all, but we need to say that because millions of people are hearing this. So if you could not restate the issues that your organization fights for, but state the commitment of understanding now that silos alone are not going to get it. We can have our silos, but in this moment, we better know how to fuse together. Because if the folk that are against us are together, we better be figure out, can y'all do that? The next speaker and the next ones, he's getting better. Amen. Say amen. All right, next president, please do that. Let's don't restate the issues.
Next, we have the Ubuntu Center, followed by the Transformative Justice Coalition and the Center for Constitutional Rights.
Forward together. Very simply, we stand here with the Poor People's Campaign because everybody has a right to live. Every poor body, every working class body, every Black body, every indigenous body, every Latinx body, every immigrant body, every differently abled body, every LGBTQI body, every trans body, every incarcerated body, everybody has a right to live, and we must join in this movement to fight for a way forward that honors our shared humanity. Justice demands it, nothing less of us in this moment, and our collective lives depend on it. Thank you.
Yeah. That's what we're talking about. Next president.
Hi, everyone. When our votes are under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. Wow. 55 million of us are under attack right now. Our votes are. And it calls for every one of us to get in this fight. We need the churches to be fighting for the vote.
That's right.
We need young people to be fighting for the vote. We need lawyers to be in the courts fighting for the vote. We need everybody united, one vision. They keep trying to stop us, but they forget we are unstoppable when we unite. So we say to them right now, we will always make sure our united mission is to free the vote.
Free the vote. Free the vote. Yeah. Thank you, Barbara. Next president.
Good afternoon, beautiful people. It's so good to see all of you. I am Donita Judge, and I am the Associate Executive Director at the Center for Constitutional Rights. My colleague, Raphael, is here with me. We were here as legal observers. Without a doubt, the work that we do together to dismantle the systems of oppression that impact poor, Black, Latinx, LGBTQ, and marginalized communities is as crucial as ever today. Our partnership with communities under threat is why the Center of Constitutional Rights is able to fight injustice for more than half a century, and it is why we stand here today with the Poor People's Campaign, because we know justice takes a fight.
Yes.
Justice
takes a fight.
Forward together.
Not.
Forward together.
Yes.
All right, next we have the Freedom Center for Social Justice, the National Center for Lesbian Rights.
That's right.
And the Center for Community Change.
That's right. Come on up together.
Good afternoon. My name is Bishop
All right,
Tom
folks,
Rawls.
welcome back to
I'm
our
founder
anchor
and
position
executive-
here at the Poor People's Campaign Moral March here. We're joined by one of our regular panelists every Thursday, Dr. Greg Carr, Department of Afro-American Studies, Howard University. He's been busy doing radio today with the folks at Pacifica. He was there with Ron Daniels as well. Greg, always good to see you here. Oh, you got to hold the mic. There you go.
Roland Martin Unfiltered. The Black Star is here. Where's
Come on,
everybody
Doc.
else? It don't even
Come on,
matter.
Come on, Doc. Hey,
I'm watching your feed.
I don't control who don't show up. All I do know is we cover a whole bunch of black stuff, and it's a whole bunch of black media we ain't never seen there.
I don't see them, man. I mean, we were WPFW, like I say, with Pacifica Network, but we were watching your live feed because you've been broadcast. I've been watching you since they opened up with prayer this morning, man.
Well,
I mean, you covered the thing wall to wall.
That's why we wanted to be here. And unlike a lot of these other media people who've already left, we're going to be here until the last speaker when they packing stuff up. We'll be here. I'll be on MSNBC with Simone Sanders at 4:05 p.m. Eastern. I'll be doing it from right here. They wanted me. And again, let me explain to y'all who need to understand.
Yes, sir.
When you own. So I told y'all that the Live U 800 unit, that's a $20,000 unit. The rack unit is $40,000. We got two of them. So we're using one of those to broadcast our stream here. So when MSNBC called me, they said, hey, can we have you come to NBC News Channel, which is about 2 or 3
and just
blocks
so y'all
from
know,
here.
we can literally see it from where we're sitting. It's a
and
little
that's,
stroll.
and that's where we used to do TV One's
Of course.
News One Now.
Yeah.
And I said, no, we'll do it from the March. Y'all can connect to my other live view.
My man.
And
y'all,
again,
I see AP, ABC. This is the premium spot. This
We're
is the
supposed to
media
be.
platform. Y'all can't see where we sitting, y'all.
but they didn't show up. I didn't see Associated Press or the Washington Post. Now, maybe they were here. Maybe they went down here, but I haven't seen them up here.
Plus, I get some love to your staff, this young crew, man. I don't get to see them in person. This is the first time I've seen them since COVID, man.
And first of all, normally they're in the studio, and I'm always trying to explain to them.
Yes, sir.
Studio ain't nothing like being out in the
Nah,
field.
in the field, man.
So, and this is light work compared to how Essence is going to be. So.
Oh, wait a minute. This is the crew that's going to be at Essence?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm telling you.
Hey, well, you had everybody up here, though, man. By the time Cornell got to us, I've been watching them with you, man. And Ron Daniels, everybody was here, man. Julianne, the early ship came over here.
Absolutely.
You have interviewed everybody, man.
Look, this is the thing I keep making clear to people. If you keep waiting on white corporate media to show up, that is akin to asking permission. You're hoping they show up. This is why we've got to have independent black-owned media.
Yes, sir.
Literally, this generation does not understand what Ebony showed up to, what Jet showed up to, with the Chicago Defender, the Tri-State Defender, Pittsburgh Courier, Atlanta Daily World. They were covering stuff white media wasn't covering.
That's right. At a time when that was the most important stuff to cover. And you talked about it. How many times have you talked about Claude Barnett and them in Africa as those countries came in independence? Right. And they could walk in and have an audience with the ambassador and the white press like, well, how could you? No, because they were here when you weren't. And I'm looking here, the same thing is happening here.
And that's the piece. And so, I mean, imagine, again, if we're not here.
Yes.
If Pacifica isn't on radio, then what voices are you hearing?
Exactly.
What are you actually hearing? Are you waiting for, again, a 30-second soundbite on someone else's network? What are you waiting for?
How's that possible, Roland?
Well, because, again, you have largely white male executives who decide what the news is.
I mean, but 100 and 40 million people in this country are poor or low wealth.
They don't.
This is the story right here.
Because they only care about high income earners. I'm telling you. When I was at KRLD radio, they made it clear they wanted our focus to be on North Dallas and Plano.
Come on, man. Texas is black as hell.
Not South Dallas, not Oak Cliff, not Cedar Hill, not Lancaster, not Grand Prairie, not Arlington. They wanted us to appeal to the white radio listeners who are in North Dallas. That's economics. It happens in every across the country. Local television stations will tell their news directors, hey, we need y'all to be focusing on these viewers over here. They want to target those high affluent workers. That's the same with your daily newspapers, the exact same thing. And so so they're not covering those issues unless they're forced to cover those issues. And then you give, some obligatory coverage, and then you won't see them again. That's what people don't understand. You don't understand the news business, which is the business of news.
How about that? The business of news.
That's what the deal is.
But the people, man. The people. I mean, we saw Bernice King earlier talking about the people. These are the people, man. I mean, we're sitting here, but I'm remembering you walking down them hot-ass Texas roads with Reverend Barber and Reverend Theo Harris, man.
Same thing. And so we shot some video earlier. We got the video. We'll show it on the show Monday. So just so y'all understand, I didn't bring none of this cash.
Wait a minute, what?
I didn't bring
because nobody carry paper money, man.
I didn't bring none of this cash.
Where does money come from?
From fans who walked up to me and said, yo, I want to give my donation. And that's the
Blackest News Channel. This is money people say, keep it going.
They did. But here's the piece, though. If we were not here, they couldn't hand you the money.
How about that?
See, that's what I'm trying to get folk to understand. Try to get them to understand.
Well, I mean, they couldn't. I mean, it's so funny, man. Roland, I was sitting here thinking about this. It was, I think it was actually Juneteenth, June 19, 1968. Poor People's Campaign. They had the last big assembly of Resurrection City right over here at the Lincoln Memorial. Coretta Scott King at the People's Assembly talked about the fact that we must have solidarity, and she also talked about Juneteenth. And I was thinking about that today because I'm like, how does that disappear from history? There may have been 100,000 people there. Hubert Humphrey spoke, and here we are 64 years later.
First of all, you asked how this been. Look, Questlove just won an Oscar for a music festival in Harlem that no one knew took place.
Facts.
That's how.
Facts. With thousands of people still alive.
And it was filmed.
That's right. And filmed.
That's my point.
That's right. That's right.
That's my point.
That's right.
So there are events like this. Maybe that's not this mass. There are events like this happening all over America that no one knows about, no one hears about, because no one is there to cover it. And so if we're not there at the UNCF summit,
right,
can you hear from the president directly? First of all, the president of Morehouse, that was the first time he publicly addressed the hiring of the white woman as his marketing exec. He said, I'm not sending an email out, but because he sat in the chair, I'm going to ask you the question. But that's what I'm always trying to get our people to understand. And then when I see other high-profile black folk who will quickly retweet a clip from Don Lemon's show, or Joanne Reed's show, and that's fine. But then Reese will say, I ain't never seen y'all retweet a clip from Roland's show.
Well, they can't do that.
But again, then who shows up? So
they can't do that.
It's trying to get people to understand what is actually happening, what is happening in this country. And so when media is deliberately ignoring events like this, that means they are ignoring the voices and the policy.
That's right.
And when the corporate media ignores this, that's how Biden is able to not schedule a meeting with the Poor People's Campaign. They are all related.
But it's not going away.
No.
It's not going to go away. So when the thing overwhelms them and they have to cover it, what do they just express shock?
Yep.
Or they finally turn to you and say,
They do.
well, you, they still won't do that.
No, they're not going to have these affected workers on the air. They're not going to have them on the air. I'm telling you, it is by design. Look, I spent 6 years at CNN. I saw how the decisions were made. And that's why I'm saying, that's why the first black paper said, we wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. They are not going to cover these things.
Man, well, I tell you what, they missed one today. But it doesn't matter because you covered it. This is a very diverse
So
audience,
will you
man.
put today in perspective of what you saw, what you heard today?
Well, I'll tell you, man, I took the metro down, and just walking from the metro here, I saw this old white man, with this Black Lives Matter shirt on. And I said, okay, this is something different. And getting here, it's a very diverse crowd, man. It's a lot of white people here, Latin people, Native Americans, a lot of union folk. Met a lady from overseas who is dealing with sex trafficking, but also sex workers. How you gonna organize sex workers? He said, well, these are mostly women, although there's some young people and young men as well, but they don't have a choice. When you're not paying people a living wage in places like LA or Bay Area, they got hungry babies. Somebody got to make a decision. These are not women who are doing the sex trade because they want to. They're doing it because they have a choice, and they need to be spoken for. This audience, this crowd, this movement, that was the first of the two things, man, was the diversity. The second thing was the fact that, and you know this because you've been covering it all along, Reverend Barber, this is just a moment. They got a whole plan. So to see this in this moment and to know what's coming next, brother, I think we're going to look back and they're going to wish they had been there with you, but it don't matter anyway.
I discussed this with Bernice King. Dr. King was very specific when he said, no, you got to have broke white folks there.
No question.
You got to have broke Mexican Americans there.
Yes.
So that was deliberate because he understood you can't just make the face of poverty black when the face of poverty is white, is Latino, is Asian, is Native American, is black, is all of it.
Absolutely. You know what's funny, man? Bernice King spent a lot of time here today.
Yeah.
She spent a lot of time here today, and she kept making that point. I had never met her in person, but listening to her. You interviewed her, and then she came back, and then I just watched her stand there. And like you'll stand places and people come up to you, they've been coming up to you since we were here now. She got that same kind of love, and like you, she's engaging and teaching the whole time. And she taught about her mother and her father doing that work. And without those broke white folk, we're not going to get far. And with Cornell, as he was talking to you, man, if you're going to challenge this system, you got to be organized. And you always say that when it comes to media. We're seeing that here today. This ain't no just spontaneous protest. It's not a protest at all. It's an assembly. It really is something, man.
And one of the things that folk, because y'all might have missed it while we were talking, when Reverend Barber literally chided the people who were speaking. When he said, wait a minute, y'all are here to discuss this. This is why you were booked.
Yes.
He said, everything some of y'all talking about, we discussed that already earlier. And so that's the other piece that people don't understand. Every section of this event and others, all of them have clear purposes. And so he doesn't want there to be, and you and I have been to many of these events by some other prominent civil rights black folk, and you swear all 50 people saying the same thing.
Yes, sir.
They want folk to cover very specific things to ensure all these messages are being put out.
Absolutely. You know, that was one of the most impressive things about today, Roland. Yes, we expected to hear from Reverend Barber. Yes, we expected to hear from Reverend Theo Harris and certain other people, Cornell, Massamella. But they made sure that they kind of played the background. Each one of these speakers.
That was completely deliberate.
Yes.
Reverend Barber told me, he said, anytime you have these events, everything is the build up to the main speaker.
That's right.
He said, no, I'm speaking on the front end to lay the groundwork for what's going to come after. This is why the White House has been wanting Barber to meet.
Oh, I've heard you make that
or
point.
Reverend Liz Theo Harris.
Yeah.
He said, we do nothing unless affected workers are there. So they want the actual faces and voices of poverty to speak versus having him speak for them. That's why the structure of today was done that way.
What's funny about that, Roland, is I'm hearing you describe that. As many times as you've been in and out of the White House, as many times as you've walked the Russell Building or the halls of Congress, the women and men who mop the floors, who guard those offices, are invisible. And those are the people, and I've seen it happen. I watched you, man. You go on location somewhere, and there's somebody who nobody paying attention to got the keys to the kingdom and say, no, come this way, Ron. You get this spot. And say, so for the White House or any lawmaker to ignore literally the people who they pass every day.
Right.
I mean, that is the most short-sighted. And, of course, on January 6th last year, they found out how important those people were. But you knew all along, Barber knew all along, Reverend Theo Harris, and today we're seeing those people, man. How do you ignore those people?
Well, it's because I believe we are being conditioned in this country to only, let's do this here. Let's go back to the stage real quick.
Go back and demand that every politician acknowledge the 140 million.
See, that's where the whole conversation gets off in the first place. They claim it's only 39 million.
Say no more.
We've got to go back and demand and find these politicians, I don't care what party they are, and push them on this third Reconstruction agenda, and you can find it at www.poorpeoplescampaign.org. We cannot walk away from the right to vote. They want you to do that because they know how powerful it is. And they know how powerful it is if poor and low wealth people decide that we are going to move in a massive way. So we must go back and decide that we're going to mobilize communities and vote in every election. Don't let anybody tell you anything is already decided.
Because they haven't heard from us yet.
And we've got to do it. How many of you are going to go back in every community, and poor and low wealth community, and tell them there's a movement afoot? And we got to vote our own interests. And sometimes you got to vote for the person close enough to you and then get them in office and then make them go all the way. This ain't an exact science, y'all. You ain't voting for Jesus. You hear what I'm saying? And we demand what? A White House meeting, not with Liz and me and some leaders, but with poor and low wealth people at the table, and religious leaders and economists. And how many of you, when we call for 100 buses, 50 people on those buses in September to come and join 100 economists, to come and do it all day, every day, walk in throughout the Congress and all these buildings in September, you'll join us. Because from here, we only intensify. And we say to America, you got 2 years. 2 years to do some fundamental change in living wages and raising child income tax credit and health care, or we will be back not just in D.C., but every street and every back road of America with massive nonviolent civil disobedience rooted in love and truth. But we're not taking no for an answer, and we won't be silent anymore. Can I hear it? Now, we've got policy groups here, EPI, Economic Policy, IPS, and others. I'm going to ask them not to stand down, but I want them to hold their hands up. I want to tell you how important they are. The worst thing you can do in a movement is be loud and wrong. To be loud and not have a footnote. To say stuff and they can critique you. To not have your numbers right. You got to have that. All of the policy folk, raise your hands. These people have committed resources so that when we ride deep. When we talk sure. When we speak clear. And when we go in a room, they can't fool us with alternative information. Am I right about it, policy? We promised them that if they would keep writing and researching, we would build you an army right here in America. And the army is here. Now, some folk have had to leave We hear there were upwards of 150,000 people and millions online. But some folk had 12 hours to drive. If there are any state chairs, come on the stage, because now we got a closing. And the closing is simply this. You can put that away. The closing is simply this. There's an army rising. And it's going to break. Just take that off. There's an army rising. Come take this from Liz. She can't lift her hand with that in it. Y'all believe there's an army rising? Look at your neighbor and say, there's a nonviolent, truth-telling, powerful, moral fusion. Ain't gonna be silent. Ain't going nowhere. Army rising. I'm in it. I've suited up. I'm ready. And we are going to break every chain. Stand up all over this place. Grab, if you want to, COVID safe, hook up with somebody in the elbow, all over this place, all the way down to 14th Street if you're still here. And our closing, look at somebody that doesn't look like you and tell them, I'm glad to be in the army with you. Those of you that got gray hair, God has kept you alive for one more fight. Those of you that are middle-aged like me, God is telling you to fight because you're living off the fights of other people. And those of you that are young, God is saying it's time for you to sign up. But we all in it together. And can't nobody tell you you can't get in this army because of who you love, or because of the color of your skin, or because of what religion you have or don't have. Because all you got to be, and all you got to be to get in this army is a human being, created by a mighty creator. All you got to be is somebody that wants to do justice and drive the land to repentance so we can have reconstruction and revolution and revival. Are you in the army? And how many of you will promise, if some of us fall, you'll keep marching? If some of us go down, you know I've been wrestling with death a lot. Because during the pandemic, I have an immune deficiency. And I had one family lost 12 members in my church, and one young lady lost 25 members of her family in this movement in a 30-mile radius. And one day, Erica, I got like Howard Thurman. It was messing with me bad. And I went walking, and I started musing, and I said, God, why am I still here? Because I have immune deficiency. I know I've been around COVID. The people that die aren't worse than me. I'm not better than them. And I struggled with that, the guilt of it. And then another day, the Spirit said to me, wrong question. The question is never, why are you still here? Because the day you were born, somebody died. That very day, you could have died that day. You faced death, dangers seen and unseen. But the question is, what are you going to do since you're still here? And if we have not found out anything during COVID, we should have found out that air and breathing is a commodity. And you ain't got but 6 minutes before death. Everybody out here that I'm looking at, if you stop breathing for 6 minutes, most of us, that's it. But maybe the question is not how long we've got to breathe, but what we're going to do while we're still breathing. Whether we got 6 minutes or 6 hours, Liz, or 6 days, or 6 weeks, or 6 months, or 6 years, or 60 years. How many of you will look at your neighbor and say, as long as I got to breathe, I'm going to use my breath to breathe a little more justice and more love and more truth in this society. It is not a happenstance. I speak to you now prophetically, because we didn't know how hot it was going to be. We didn't know if it was going to rain. But it is not a happenstance that the wind has been blowing all day long. Because I read a Bible that says, when they got together, oh hallelujah, on one accord, a mighty rushing wind came. And with all of us breathing, we are a fresh air. We are like a glorious, powerful hurricane. And with our breaths, we can reshape everything unjust in this world and in this society and breathe with God's help into existence a new reality. Will you join the army that will use every breath we have for the cause of justice? Let us sing together. Let us love together. Let us stay together. If you're online, text that number right there and join the movement. We are black. We are white. We are brown. We are native. We are Asian. We're gay. We're straight. We're trans. We're young. We're old. We're Democrat. We're Republican. We're independents. We are everybody. And we ain't going nowhere. And we ain't going to stop breathing until there's a fresh air of justice in the land. God bless you. And I love you. Give a hand for all the staff. Give a hand for all the people that work hard. Hold on one second. Team of Kairos and repairers. They're watching y'all on C-SPAN. They're watching all over. Lift your hands in the air. Wave them. Let the wind blow. Let the army march. It's our time. Sing it.
pull my audit. Well, folks, exactly 6 hours after this started, it ends. The Poor People's Campaign, this Moral Assembly 2022. It literally started at 9:30 a.m. It is now 3:38 p.m. And as you see, the various stats, that's the feed from the Poor People's Campaign that we're using right there. It has certainly been, Greg Carr, it's been an inspirational day. It has been an educational day. But I think the most important, and this is something that our Alpha brother, Dr. Barber, always talks about, they are constantly focused on trying to get people to understand the policy implications. This is not a place where you heard the same speech over and over and over again. And so, guys, I want to do this here. If they are changing the graphics, let's go back to that so we can keep showing that. Greg and I will talk over that. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're right, Roland. Listening today to the stories of the people, listening to folk from L.A. saying $15 an hour is a start, but you can't live on $15 an hour in L.A. County. Listening to somebody saying that $1,000 a month or a room in L.A. simply won't cut it. Listen to somebody from San Francisco saying, or Oakland saying, I can't survive on what I make. Man, and hearing all those different perspectives, one after the other, building on each other, it was incredibly educational. In fact, anyone rewatching this or watching it for the first time will really get to see the face. Michael Harrington many years ago called it the other America. This is the other America, but this is really America. And I mean, I think it was orchestrated masterfully. No, a bunch of politicians talking about this. And finally, the repairers of the breach, then the Poor People's Movement, who you've been interviewing folk like this for the last several weeks on Roland Martin Unfiltered. When you go to their website, now they're like, okay, that was Saturday, June 18th. Now, here are the 7 policy movements we now move forward with. I mean, clearly this has been a lot of planning and a lot of hard work.
If I had to use the example, most other events are the equivalent of the hoop in a sermon. Well, the hoop, so if someone says, how was church? Oh, so-and-so gave an amazing sermon. What did he or she talk about? Because they don't remember the thesis, the script. They remember the scripture. And so you can't have a march or an assembly and not give people the policy details that are needed to know why they're even here. I mean, you attended many events, I've attended many, and you'll sit there and you'll be like, oh man, great speaker, great speaker, great speaker. But then, well, what did they give us? What were our marching orders? Am I now armed with information? When he said, so the census categorizes 39 million Americans in poverty, they use a broader definition and they list 140 million.
140 million out of just over 300 million people? That means not only do we know someone who is low wealth or poor, it could be us. I guarantee you, brother, and I know this is even watching, the people who support Black Star, many of those people are in that category. It is statistically impossible not to be. That's almost 1 out of every 2 persons in the United States.
But that's precisely why I deliberately chose not to go with a subscription model. I had a brother who is in venture capital tell me on Instagram that my model was wrong. I was at a post talking about the lack of advertising. And the brother gonna tell me that my business model was wrong. And I said to them, well, first of all, what the hell do you know about my business? two, what you don't understand is that had I gone with a subscription model, what would have been recommended was going anywhere from $3.99 to $4.99 to $5.99 a month. Well, if I go $5.99 a month, then that comes out to be $72 a year. What about that brother or sister who wants to be supportive of what we do, and all they got is $5?
Exactly right.
What about the woman in the airport yesterday in Atlanta? She's in a wheelchair. They're wheeling her, and she sees me, and she screams, and she has $1 that she folded into a heart shape, and she handed it to me. And she said, "All I have is this $1." I said, "Baby, that's fine." So today, and we have the video. We'll post it. We'll show it on the show Monday as well. Folks will literally, the young brother Tank Parker, his mom said, he said, "Hey, if I give my son this $100 for the fan club, can Roland get a picture with him?" And he was like, "Of course." But the other brother who came and handed me $8, another brother who handed me three $20 bills. So the point is, everybody can't afford to subscribe. So if I say I'm going to offer this platform, and we're not going to mandate that you pay, but we're going to ask that you, that's how folks have given $1 and $5 and $10 and $20. So the reality is, there are people out there who say, "This is all I got, but I believe in it." And so this is about trying to get them more. This is about trying to raise what they're getting. It's absolutely ludicrous that the minimum wage, the federal minimum wage, has not changed.
Come on.
It just, it makes no sense whatsoever. And you got Republicans who just added $45 billion to Biden's Defense Department appropriation. And in that are 4 to 5% raises for those in the military. But these are the same folk who are opposed to increasing the minimum wage.
That's right. And who have figured out a way to subsidize many of these empty buildings. We're here in Washington, D.C. You are literally on Black Lives Matter Plaza, and there are empty office buildings that are occupied by people who are paying rent that have been subsidized by federal dollars, meaning what? We paying the rent of companies whose now people are in remote instruction or working from home, and we paying the rent. Meanwhile, they can't raise the floor. That's because, as Reverend Barber said, they count on you not to vote. They counting on you not to organize. Man, when they went to West Virginia and confronted Joe Manchin, there were poor white people out there, man, in this movement right here. And Roland, as you talked about, particularly that heart-folded dollar, it reminded me of, and you'll know the chapter and verse, the parable of the talents. When you plant your seed, brother, what you're doing is planting your seed with people who are blooming. You ain't gonna spend that dollar. In part, it reminds me, I was in Ghana, the first time I went to Ghana, and I was telling people I was going to take a CD, and you know the CDs, they have a cowrie shell on the hard currency. That CD at that time, I think it was like 5 CD to $1 in Ghana. The coin was a 5 cent with I said, here's a dollar bill from the United States, got George Washington face on it. I tore up the dollar bill, had a bunch of teenagers from Ghana. They were like, "Oh my God, it's so valuable here." I said, "Nope. I'm going to take this coin and give it to my mother. She's going to keep that the rest of her life." Why? Because black people created it. This little boy, after it was over, let's say little boy, about 12, 13 years old, he came up to me after the session we had and put another 5 cent CD coin in my palm. He said, "Take this to your mother." My mother kept that to the day she made transition. That heart-shaped dollar isn't just a dollar bill. That's an investment, man. What she's saying to you is, I believe you. I believe in us. This is all I have, which means that dollar to her is worth more than $1 million check from somebody who's a billionaire.
Right.
But that wasn't just a piece of money, man. That was a symbol.
And that's why what folks are doing out here, what this is about, what they are doing is picking up the mantle when Dr. King was assassinated.
Yes, sir.
Picking up the mantle, because people forget the Poor People's Campaign did continue after Dr. King was assassinated.
That's right.
They still came to the mall in Washington.
That's right.
But many organizations stopped focusing on the poor and the low-wage workers.
Yes, sir.
And so I would hope I would hope that the Biden White House was paying attention to this. I know Biden, he's at the beach in Delaware. But his aides should be paying attention here. And there's no reason in the world the White House should not have a summit on poverty. There's no reason in the world they should not sit down with the Poor People's Campaign and these affected workers, because if you are trying to win in November, this is your margin of victory. This is it. You stop trying to get these conservative white women to vote. It's not going to happen.
That's right.
It's not going to happen.
That's right.
This is it. And so that's why it matters. And so the work continues. This assembly served as the purpose to motivate folks to be able to go next level. And then, as Reverend Barber said, to focus over the next 143 days leading up to the November election.
My God.
Final thoughts.
No, I mean, I think you just summarized it beautifully. This is just a moment to renew, to regain strength, and then to keep on. That 143 that comes out, you said 143 days.
143 days.
That's funny, man. You know, cats sometime in lockdown or back in the 60s, as they say, they used to say 143. That's the same number in the letters of the words, I love you. So instead of saying 143, oh, I love you, people say 143. I suspect that was also intentional. 143, brother. I mean, and this is what's going to keep this movement going, is that love, is that commitment to each other's humanity.
It is. Greg Kerr, always good to see you, Frat.
Baba, it's good to see you, brother Roland.
We had alphas all over here today. Y'all saw what happened today.
Oh, there's no question about it.
Y'all saw what happened. Freddie Haynes, Cordell West, General President Lonzer, Reverend Barber, Greg Carr. Y'all,
Roland.
everybody else, I'm sorry you couldn't get in. I'm sorry. I know. I got Kate Hill Sigma over there, so, but it's all good. That's right. That's right. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Greg, I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Folks, so here's the deal. I told you we're going to play the interview with Reverend Barber that we did before today's March Moral Assembly began. Roll it. Here's my conversation with Reverend Barber. Long time, been running promos and tweeting all about it. Just for folks who don't understand why mass gatherings are critically important, just lay that out.
Well, you know, this is a sacred place. Every movement that has had ultimate transformation has to have a mass meeting. Now, I can't, as you and I talk, be a mass meeting with no strategy and a mass meeting with no after plan. But from the abolitionists to the folks who stood against lynching, to the labor movement, to the civil rights movement, to the peace movement, every movement has a point where you must use a mass gathering to shift the moral narrative and to put a face change and a voice change on that narrative and to make clear to the entire nation and the world what the real problems are. And one of the reasons you do it is because you meet all of the steps of nonviolent civil disobedience, so that if you go to nonviolent civil disobedience, people have no excuse for not knowing. Today, we have people from everywhere. Every race, every color, every creed, you know, Roland was talking about. Isn't it interesting? We got people from Appalachia, from Alabama. Appalachian people are clear that racism is their enemy too, because they're white. But we got black folk that are clear that economic injustice and lack of living wage is their enemy, and they're fusing. They're fusing. And whenever that happens, that's a generationally transformative possibility in that moment. But we're not just today. This gathering today, you will hear the people make the case. Then you will hear the demands. And then you will hear the strategy from now to the end of the year, and then the strategy for the next 2 years. And so it's a complete sense of a movement. We have now 42 state coordinating committees across this country. We built slow, right, and deep. We have over 500 buses coming in today. Got 375 cross posts on social media now going on, so that people who still say COVID, you know, they can see it. And in every way, we've got over 300 partner allies and over 25 denominational leaders. And that's when you have a mass meeting that becomes a mass movement that can make a mass difference in our lives.
One of the big things that I've always emphasized that y'all do is data collection.
Yes, sir.
It's a waste of time to have these events and then you don't know who the heck shows up. You're not staying in contact with them. Right. So talk about how y'all have been able to really build this thing. You said build it slowly, but driving data collection.
Yeah. With driving data collection, everything we do, we have where people can sign in, they can tweet in, they can text, and we connect data. And then we line it up by state. So I can tell you right now how many people do we have in Ohio.
And then you drill down to the city, so when y'all hit a city, you let them know we're coming.
Exactly. And when we do an action alert, like we have almost 500,000 people in our action alert. Those are the people that say, tell us where to be, when to move, who doors to knock on, we're ready. All across the country, and we have that systematically in place. The other data we do, though, Roland, is the data that tells the truth in a way that makes people say, I got to be a part of this, because listen, a lot of lying going on. We hear 39 million poor people. That is not true. There's 140 million poor and low-wealth people. 87 million people are underinsured or underinsured. That's part of the reason. A lot of times, I've seen folks have rallies and they cuss everybody out, but nobody knows why they cuss.
Right.
There's no data in the speech. Nobody takes the time and let folk know.
All emotion.
Yeah. You need to have the empirical data and the emotion, but the emotion alone is not going to do it, and empirical data without fervor is not going to do it. It must be a combination.
The president still has not sat down with you and affected workers. They want to meet with you and Reverend Liz Theo Harris separately. Yeah. Is this going to get their attention at the White House with these Democrats, especially those in Congress as well?
Well, I tell you, I certainly hope that it will, and the handlers. We've asked simply this: meet with a diverse group of poor and lower people. They can actually help you,
right?
Because they put a face on your policies. And then it's not just about you versus McConnell. It's about McConnell or somebody versus the people. Let us bring folk from Kentucky and Arizona and everywhere else. But in addition to that, meet with religious leaders that lead thousands, millions of people, and bring economists in. Now, I don't understand why that's a problem. I don't understand why that's a problem. And then lastly, meet with the sleeping giants, because poor and low-wealth people represent 33% of the electorate, 45% in battleground states. And in the last election, people making under $50,000, poor and low-wealth, voted 53% for the current administration party. That's the transformational power. Mm-hmm. But what poor and low-wealth people tell us all over the country, greater than even the systemic vote suppression, they say what has suppressed their vote is nobody comes and talks to them. And we are saying, okay, make them.
Right.
And the way you make them is by refusing to be silent. And that's what this is about.
Right. Always good. Let's keep swinging.
Thank you, my brother.
Appreciate it. So, folks, that is it for our coverage of this June 18th Poor People's Campaign moral event here, this moral assembly. We've been talking about this for months. We certainly want to thank Reverend William Barber and the Poor People's Campaign for doing this, all of their work. Y'all remember we were in Austin last year with the Voting Rights March. As he said, 143 days between now and the November election. It is going to require all of us to focus on what our agenda is, what the policy is, in order for us to be able to achieve what is desired, for us to be able to reach the policy goals that we all want. And so we thank all of you for watching. Please support us in what we do. I literally had people walking up saying, hey, here's my contribution to the fan club. If you are out there, you can certainly send your check and money order to us as well. To our P.O. Box. You can also support us, of course, via Cash App, $RM Unfiltered. Of course, PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. And Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And so for all of us with Roland Martin Unfiltered and the Black Star Network, we appreciate all of you for tuning in today. We will be restreaming this entire day this weekend as well. Also, we hope you all have a great Juneteenth. Tomorrow is actually Juneteenth, but the holiday people will be celebrating on Monday as well. We'll be live on Monday. I know some of y'all might think, wait a minute, how are you a black show? Y'all work on MLK Day and Juneteenth. Well, somebody got to cover the black stuff. And so we'll be doing that. And so we look forward to seeing y'all on the show. And in 7 minutes, y'all can check me on with Simone Sanders on MSNBC. I'll be live right from here in 7 minutes. And so for everyone on the Black Star Network, thanks a bunch. And we will see you on Monday. Holla!